Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Day 4 of the main event, the day we play down from 38 to the final 16. Penultimate day tomorrow, playing down to the final 6, final table on Saturday. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Maria Ho.
Hi, friends.
Maria, they played fast yesterday, down to 38 already. They are outperforming the widget. I think it's going to slow down today. I don't think we're going to be at 16 players inside of 2 levels.
I think so. And I also just can't stand the widget being wrong 2 days in a row.
Maria still believes in the widget. Maria still trusts the widget. So we want to hear from you over the course of today. Use the live chat on Twitch, use the live chat on YouTube. Plus, of course, you can use the hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter. You can check out Facebook and Instagram as well. If you missed any of our Day 3 coverage, I'll let you know some of the main things that happened and some of the faces we were watching.
I missed some.
Over the course of the 5 levels that we played yesterday. "126 hopefuls entered the Salle des Etoiles. Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen headlined our feature table. But Mike Watson was the one who kept the whole table in check. Online qualifier. David Lejeune cashed in his first live tournament. 15,000 euros he received. Japanese vlogger Masato Yokosawa kept spirits up before busting in 59th place. We had a couple of team pros on the feature table during the day. Tonka went out in 42nd place, meaning Ramón Colillas is the last team pro standing. End of day chip lead by a country mile, the UK's Kenan Taylor. He has a ridiculously huge stack. If we look at the chip leaders coming in to day 4, Taylor has 3.65 million. That is a 243 big blind stack. Artur Martirosyan, a former EPT champion, also in the top 5. Mike Watson, still in the top 10. He's the other former champion, winner of the PCA main event back in 2016. When we get the action started, we'll be kicking off level 21. Blinds will be 10,000 to 15,000 with a 15K big blind ante. And this is the great lineup we have at the feature table. We've got 1, 2, 3 in chips. Plus, we are following Ramón. He had a bit of a knock, a bit of a bad session at the end of play last night, but still has more than 800K, still has more than 50 big blinds, but officially is below average because the average stack right now is 867K. They are playing deep stack hold'em right now. Looks like we are ready to go. The clock is ticking. We are into the first level of day 4, the 21st level of the main event, 10K, 15K blinds.
You know, James, I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but a library card comes with a 26.5% APR.
So first hand of the day, we see Andrew Hume opening with pocket 7s. He's raised to 30,000. Artur Martirosyan with ace-queen.
I do want to mention that we have 500 big blinds at this table.
That's a lot of chips.
Well, no, that's just the top 3 stacks.
So I think we've seen a re-raise from Martirosyan.
Definitely tough to continue with a hand like sevens if you're not deep enough. I'm sure Martirosyan's reputation precedes him. Everybody knows that he is going to be a very tough player to play against out of position.
So a reminder, Hume with sevens, Martirosyan with ace-queen, a 3-bet pot going heads up to the flop, which is Jack 8-8. Hume still ahead.
Naturally, I think that the pre-flop 3-better in this scenario is going to have a less trips here. You know, not going to be 3-betting that often with the 8x combos, but the pre-flop caller can certainly have, you know, the 9-8 suiteds and whatnot. But obviously that's a small part of the range. If we're talking about the Broadway cards, the ones that connect with the jack, the ones that might have a potential straight draw, those are probably a little bit more likely to be in Hume's range.
So a 45,000 c-bet from Artur Martirosyan, called by Andrew Hume.
Feels like a natural call once and decide. That's a pretty decent turn card for the sevens.
So apologies for the loss of on-screen graphics right now. It should be back up and running for the second hand of the day, but a reminder of the action so far. An early position raise from Andrew Hume with sevens, which was 3-bet by Artur Martirosyan with ace-queen. Martirosyan continued flop, has checked back the turn. The river is another deuce. We have a double-paired board. Martirosyan with jacks and deuces with an ace-kicker, but... Sorry, 8s and deuces with the ace-kicker. Hume with 8s and 7s has the winning hand here.
I didn't see the cards when they came up originally in the graphics, and I was about to say it feels like they have ace, queen, and 7s.
What it also feels like is that Hume can pretty easily go for value here and hope to get called by ace highs. But I get it, Martirosyan is a scary person to maybe go for a small value bet against, because you never know when he'll be ready to pounce and try to exploit you based on your sizing. But yeah, it looks like he will not let fear stand in the way of getting a little bit of value, even from a tough player such as Martirosyan.
Hume bets 90,000 on the river, and it's a case of whether Martirosyan wants to make an ace-high hero call or potentially bluff the river.
And listen, there's definitely some natural bluff combos that Hume's going to have here. You know, the queen 10 suiteds and whatnot that would call one on the flop with a gut shot that's going to miss king queen with 2 overs and a backdoor straight draw. Those type of hands, although again Martirosyan does block it with the queen, so maybe just a little fewer bluffs because of that in Hume's range. Probably prefer to, you know, have ace king here instead of ace queen because of that queen 10 suited combo that I was talking about.
Just a reminder, we will have the on-screen graphics back for the second hand of the day, and I'm going to start banning people who refer to it as a HUD.
Yeah. There you go.
He doesn't like it. Very slowly putting the chips in, like,
So Andrew Hume wins the first hand of the day. Chips up to 1.25 million, playing 83 bigs, has moved just ahead of Artur Martirosyan in the standings.
Ah, sorry.
So the plan today is to get down to 16 players, but there are some caveats. If we were to get to 16 inside of 4 levels, we would be ridiculously deep, and we need to play on today. But if we get to 16 during the 5th and final level of the day, we'll stop there. If we get to the end of the 5th level and we still have more than 16, we'll stop there. So in summary, no more than 5 levels today, but we might stop a little bit earlier if we get to 16 at a reasonable time. Martirosyan with King Jack. The thing reigns.
We've got the beats.
Raises to 45,000. 9-7 folded by Goel. Chip leader, Kenan Taylor has the bond. 7-5 of spades.
When you are this deep, you know, some players and viewers at home might be thinking, oh, 7-5 suited, that is pretty weak to be flatting. But again, when you are this deep and your opponent effectively is deep enough, it's okay to call with these speculative hands, especially in position, gives you some nice board coverage. You're very rarely going to be dominated, right? Your opponent's not going to be raising 8-5 or, you know, 9-7 very often.
Well, with the blinds folding, we are heads up to the flop. And that flop is King 9-8. So top pair for Martirosyan, the gut shot for Taylor.
I mean, I would imagine Taylor didn't get to 250 big blinds by not making gut shots.
Martirosyan checks.
Taylor decides to take the free card to try to realize that gut shot equity, and definitely when the board somewhat favors the pre-flop aggressor, you don't necessarily want to bet in a situation where you're going to get check called a lot. With this turn card, though, Martirosyan might have to start betting himself.
Now that Martirosyan has improved to trips, we do not get a delayed c-bet. He checks a second time.
Now, this is the spot where you feel like Taylor, when he checks back, there is going to be a portion of his range that has some showdown value, right? Say 7s, 6s, you know, even 10s. And those hands might check back the flop, ace, X's. And so sometimes they might not go for a bet here on the turn, but when you have 7 high, the other portion of the range that doesn't actually have showdown value, then you do have to bet this turn. So there will be times when Martirosyan does check here on the turn and Taylor will just check back with the showdown value, but hoping this small bet is going to work. We obviously can see that it's not.
What if it did, though? Wouldn't that be crazy?
Check raise from Martirosyan. And a quick fold from Kenan Taylor.
Kenan, what's my name?
Still has more than 235 big blinds, and we're only 10 minutes into this blind level. Still at 38 players, no early eliminations. Here are some of the players arriving this morning. Mark Telcher, another former EPT champion, took down London back in 2005. Followed into the room by Kelvin Kerber. Pedro Neves, runner-up in the PCA 2023 main event. Stefan Huber, who was at our feature table yesterday. 2 EPT Sochi champions. Artur Martirosyan talking to Arseny Kamatsky.
That's cool.
Mike Watson in his seat, ready for the start of play.
Go, Mike.
It's not fooling anyone.
And there is Alex Shilko, the PSPC 2023 winner. Of course, there have only been 2 iterations of the Players' Championship. The first was taken down by that guy, Ramón Colillas. We have had an early position raise from Apurva Goel with ace-queen. Taylor in action again, flatting in the hijack with the sailboats. Elias Fij with ace-8 in the cutoff. Folds. Ramon's out. Round to Andrew Hume in the big blind. 9-3 of clubs. Zeeth watching on Twitch says, I feel like Colillas always runs deep in EPTs. It's not just perception, it's reality.
It's a lot.
It's not even that he always runs deep. It's like he almost always has a stack, like a very playable stack, oftentimes a very big stack. It's hard to do.
So Hume gets to see a cheap flop. Comes along for the ride. The flop is Jack 5-4, a set for Taylor.
Come sail away.
Action. It's been checked by Hume.
Poker's so frustrating, though. Like, even when you have a big hand, you need someone else to have a big hand. And then their big hand probably has some equity to beat your big hand. It's, like, almost impossible to make any chips.
Oh.
Check around to the turn, and Goel improves, in inverted commas, to top pair. And Hume picks up a gut shot, checks a second time.
Yeah, Taylor got pretty sneaky on that flop, even with the flush draw and straight draw possible, with the check back with bottom set. And Goel very clearly understanding that even though they have top pair now, that the flush draw does come in, so probably best to play it as a check call.
Taylor bets 40,000 into a pot of 115,000. Is Goel folding top pair here?
I think he just wanted to see if his red queen was the queen of hearts.
Ah, good spot. That is not a check call, Maria. That's a check raise.
Very interesting. This is not something that I would have predicted, or that maybe I would have done myself, but I understand that you will maybe get some value here out of some king heart type hands that might just go ahead and bet the turn as a semi-bluff. But I also feel like your hand plays really nicely as a bluff catcher. So this pot is getting a little bit bigger than I thought it would.
Yeah, we've now got 375k in the middle. 6 of clubs completes the board. Action on Goel.
I think Goel's going to think this is a really good card.
Yeah, there might also just be this perception that because Kenan has such a big stack, that maybe they're going to be calling check raises a little bit lighter, and perhaps there is still value to be had from this ace-queen. But
Quick call. 165,000. Set of fours good. And that is going to see Kenan Taylor extend his chip lead, not just at the feature table, but in the tournament. He has almost crossed the 4 million mark now, 3.95 million, 263 big blinds.
By Kenan.
Goel still has 50 bigs. There are no short stacks at this table, by the way. Elias Fish is the shortest stack with 40 big blinds. And we have referenced a few times that the average stack is deep. It's a lot of chips, a lot of blinds in play at the moment, I should say.
the EPT main event structure is so great, and it just really allows for, you know, these types of configurations where we get to see really good players with really deep stacks, which obviously changes the way that people maneuver. You know, it's not just this pre-flop raising war. Although we did see some really fun 3 and 4 bets yesterday, I felt like. But it's the ability to do that and not be all in pre-flop and get to see what happens post, which is, as we all know, where the real skill comes in.
Ramon with a hand, ace queen. Raises to 30,000. Artur Martirosyan calling out the big blind with king 3 of spades. The flop is queen 9-6. Top for Ramon.
Nobody ever checks top pair anymore, huh?
In multi-way situations, you
Yeah.
would see that, you know, but not really heads up.
Quick fold from Martirosyan. Ramón hovering around the 50 big blind mark.
Do we think Martirosyan has a few of those hats? Or
Oh,
he
that's a
just
good
wears
question.
the same one all the time?
I would assume the same one, but it'd be super baller if he had a different
That'd be
one
cool.
for each day of the week
Yeah.
and they were all the same.
But just like hats get kind of gross, you know, like
They
your
do.
head gets sweaty.
Yeah.
There's like some sweat stains on the hat, and
They start to smell. Yeah, it's not.
it feels like he might just have. He might just, you know, throw them away. Just a one, you know.
Now that is super baller.
I think it's absolutely incredible that Maria is pretending like she sweats.
No. Well,
I think it was
I don't
more
even
an
wear
observation
yeah.
of the
You're saying Artur sweats.
I'm saying everyone sweats except for me.
Okay.
So we have had the raise from Elias Fish with King, Queen of Hearts. And Arunas Sapodovicius, who was chip leader for a long time yesterday, has called in the cutoff with deuces. Hume folds the button. Martirosyan is out. Markus Ladev was the start of day chip leader yesterday. He has Jack 10 in the big blind. Players will have received additional time bank chips today, by the way. Those are the white chips, the black and white chips that you see in front of players. You get 30 seconds per decision on the shot clock, but if you do have a difficult decision, if you do need to buy additional thinking time, you can use those time bank chips. Each is worth 30 seconds. So Ladev calls as well, three-way to the flop.
I think Sapodovicius was one of the players who ran out of time bank chips yesterday.
King, King 4, trips for Fish. And happy to see bet into two opponents.
Yeah, and this doesn't really give away the strength of his hand, right? Because it's pretty natural as the pre-flop aggressor to c-bet at a pretty high frequency, this type of texture. So not really an indication of just how strong he is. You see the deuces calling naturally, you know, beating ace highs and a lot of the part of the range that Fish doesn't actually connect with.
Hello, quads.
Yeah, well,
Deuce,
this is
deuce on the
nice.
river? Still not good.
No.
Kind of interesting because I don't think that there's a whole lot of protection that Sapodovicius needs here, just because, you know, even a hand like fives or sixes, if Fish had that, they might turn that into a check call and not bet that themselves. So it kind of feels like there's a little bit more value in just trying to get to showdown with kings full of deuces. But this might just be a one and done type thing, you know, a two-street hand for the deuces, and likely to check back the river if Fish just calls here.
55,000. Called by Fish with the quads. Sapodovicius drawing dead. 7 on the river.
Again, if you're just minding the part of Fish's range here, that would just check call, that has your boat beat, you will likely just be checking back here. If you bet the deuces, you're not really going to get called by much worse.
Is that classic? I could be up against a bigger full house. Oh, I'm okay, up against 4 of a kind. Okay.
If you're going to lose big.
Elias Fish now moves over the 50 big blind mark.
That's no Fish.
And it seems we have seen the first 2 eliminations of the day. That's right. You might remember last night we had Daniel Myers on the feature table. He came back with just 10 big blinds. He's the first player out today, cashing for just shy of 20,000 euros. Well, we've also lost a player in 37th place, and it is one of our former EPT champions, Mark Telcher, exits in 37th, also cashing for 19,850 euros.
Telcher to me always sounds like an insult in British. That guy's a total Telcher.
So we are down to 36 players as we return to the feature table for the 6th hand of the day.
30.
Another decent starting hand for Elias Fish. He's opened an early position with 7s. That's a very good starting hand for Andrew Hume, kings.
Heck yeah.
What do you think about this statement from Nickel Wong on YouTube, Maria? Always value bet your quads when first to act. It's very, very rare. Lol.
I guess it's Saturday somewhere, right?
Cool.
We'll make a final decision tomorrow as to whether I will allow Chat Pro Saturday to go ahead at this event.
You better be good tomorrow.
Queen 8-6 on the flop.
Could get a little dicey for 7s.
This one now.
Okay.
Check.
I one as well.
So far, Hume would be really happy to find a run out that allows him to barrel 3 streets here. And first off, it's just about starting the sizing in a way where you're going to be able to get in some big bets on later streets.
Oxy asking for information about Pierre Calamusa. Pierre was eliminated yesterday. However, they are still serving Calamusa at the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel. Have you ever had Calamusa? It's squid-flavored tiramisu.
Yeah, I actually thought it was pretty good, but I don't know. Sometimes if the squid isn't fresh,
Yeah, you've got to make it with fresh squid. I know it's a bit too wet for you, Joe.
I don't like wet desserts.
apparently you don't really like desserts at all, usually.
Says the man who downed a banana split the other
Right,
night.
but just 2 or 3 times a year that you have dessert, that seems
It's not very often.
on holidays.
I don't
though,
think
you
I've had a
definitely have
banana
dessert.
split in probably a decade.
Wow. Feature table benefits.
But when on
Extra
the menu.
€7 for being on the feature.
Somebody writes, is fish hollandaise? I don't think he's a sauce, but I do love hollandaise sauce.
He's more of a bechamel.
Saptovicius with King 10. Opening here to 35,000.
We did see Saptovicius play a lot of fun hands on the feature yesterday. Definitely somebody that was not afraid to get involved.
Raise and take it. Joe, you can rule on this one. Comtech wants to know, does Jello count as a wet dessert?
No. Thank you for your question.
I don't even really think of Jello as dessert. Just
I don't know
because
who
it's like a
eats
Jello
anymore.
shots, though.
Yeah, Jello shots.
I do like the idea of you being the kind of Judge Judy of desserts, though, and basically ruling on their wetness.
It's not that I don't like wet desserts. It's that I don't like wet things that are supposed to be dry. So tiramisu is wet cake. No,
you know why
thank
it's
you.
wet, right? Because it's soaked in booze. I
Also,
thought that would be right up your alley.
I love booze, but like you're ruining both things.
No.
No, I think booze-infused desserts is actually
It's
quite
stupid.
nice.
It's not enough to get you drunk. What's the point? It just ruins the dessert. No one's drinking booze because it tastes delicious.
Some people drink responsibly or just like the flavor of the drink.
No, they don't. They like being bent.
Neither PokerStars or the EPT condones any of Joe Stapleton's comments ever. Martirosyan opened in the hijack with Queen 10. Goel flats the button with King Queen, dominating hand.
That's right, Gennard. An uncontested big blind gets a skywalk today on May the 4th.
It.
Going heads up to the flop. Jack 10-5, domination rotation. Martirosyan ahead.
Still plenty of ways for Goel to win with the 2 overs and the up and down straight draw. Does feel like a good enough flop for you to just bet when check to, because if your opponent has a hand like 9s, 8s, 7s, all of those smaller pairs, and you go ahead and bet right now, you can get a lot of those to fold out without having to connect on a later street. We see that Martirosyan is probably planning on check calling with this combination, though, of course, the queen for some backdoor straight possibilities, the 10 of hearts for some backdoor flush possibilities.
I will read the good Star Wars poker puns when they're appropriate. If they're well-timed and if they're good.
I think that key is if they're good. 4 of clubs on the turn. Doesn't change anything. Martirosyan still ahead with a pair of 10s. Goel still with the open-ended straight draw.
Now for Goel, what to consider is just, do you keep barreling off and hope that you get Martirosyan to fold the part of his range that I was talking about, those pairs that are not top pair, you know, second pair or worse, that might not be able to withstand that pressure?
Or do you chew back check?
Check, check with an 8 on the river. By the way, you do know the rules that you just put in place go out the window the moment Griffin comes in here and
We're not
tries
telling
to
him.
shoehorn in every bad pun, joke, reference at every inconvenient, irrelevant opportunity.
I know. I even waited for Maria to finish her sentence there.
I mean, I was surprised that Griffin was even on the schedule today because of this.
Man, missing with King Queen is so frustrating.
A bet of 65,000 from Martirosyan, a fold from Goel. After closing in on the 100 big blind mark, playing a stack of 1.4 million. Still an hour to run on this blind level. Still 60 minutes of poker before the first break of the day.
I don't know how long that'll take, 16 players. Should take more than 4 levels probably, right?
And then next day to
6.
6?
Yeah.
And finish Saturday. You have to go to bed.
I look forward to watching you guys from home.
First level.
I'll be on the plane by then.
Always first level.
action here. Folded to Marcos Ladev. Jack 8 in the hijack. He passes. Goel folds the Queen 9. Taylor, monster chip leader. King 3 on the button. Raises it, 40,000. Queen 8 suited in the small blind for Elias Fish. And what does Ramón have in the big blind? Nothing he can call with.
Keep in mind, most of these Star Wars jokes are non-canonical.
So this guy is a little bit of an enigma. He's come from nowhere. We know he has fans, but what is Kenan Taylor's deal? Well, we spoke to him before the start of play to find out more.
I've been playing poker for like 3 years, mainly online cash, but like recently PLO a lot, especially live. And yeah, just came here to see how it goes, and it's been going pretty well so far. Yeah, I've been to a couple EPTs before. I went to EPT Prague and EPT London. Prague was pretty underwhelming. I actually left like 2 days early because I was just like, didn't find it was great. But EPT London, because it was my hometown, you know, I just went, played a couple tournaments. It was okay. And this is my first time in Monte Carlo. It's been going pretty nice. And I like the venue a lot, actually. It's pretty cool. Yesterday went really well. I was sun running like every all-in. Like, I definitely ran above EV for sure. But I was playing pretty unconventional, like a lot of limps and stuff. I just thought it was pretty good with antes and stuff, and no one really knows how to respond against it. And yeah, it's just been working out, so keep doing it. I kind of freestyling, to be honest, because I'm mainly a cash player, but it's been working out.
Mainly a cash player, which is why we can't find many results to his name, but has been playing pretty high stakes online in those PLO games.
Well, that makes sense. Did he buy in for 250 big blinds?
Oh, look at this confrontation. Ramón with King Queen, Ladev with Jacks. Ladev opened to 30,000, and Ramón has 3-bet from the small blind to 115,000.
Like 600k total. 8.
Yeah, Ramón started this hand with just north of 45 big blinds, and Jack, certainly a very good hand, but just a little too deep to get it all in the middle pre. Certainly, I think against a sub 40 big blind stack, it would be absolutely fine.
The water is good. Usually the free one stays better.
Only the best.
I think it was a joke, James Monte-Carlo.
Oh, God. The joke was so bad, I missed it.
Really? I don't mind it.
That was okay, too. But you should listen to the podcast.
The sentiment remains the same. So Ramón ahead for now with top pair. The gut shot for Ladev, who is betting 55,000.
So Ramón 3-bet. Okay, and then did not continue. Now Ladev is betting. This is optimistic.
Yeah, but Ladev wanted to get some protection, you know, from a hand like Ace-King, and Colillas exercising some pot control with a coordinated flop.
Ramón checks a second time.
Of course, Ladev here could have Jack 10 suited, could have 9s, could have 8s. And that is why Colillas is going to check again.
And Ladder fires another barrel. And that is double the flop bet, 110,000.
Yeah, still small enough of a sizing, I think, to get some curious calls by hands that he's beating.
And some not so curious calls from hands that have him crushed.
Going to the river, which is the Jack of Spades.
Boy.
Ramón gets rivered, not by the straight, but by a set. 590,000 in the middle. Ramon's got less than pot behind.
Yeah, now it's just about, you know, how many 10Xs does Ladov think Colillas could have here? Probably not that many. You know, Colillas might just be flatting 10s from the small blind. And, you know, hands like King 10 suited and 10-9 suited and all of those type of hands might just be calling from the small blind and wouldn't be playing as a 3-bet. So can Ladov find some value and bet this river?
Checks it back. So Ramón loses a sizable pot and is now going to be the shortest stack at the feature table, playing 34 big blinds. Meanwhile, if we head to the outer tables, the most recent PSPC champion is no more. That is Arnaud Ensemble, who has just eliminated Alexander Shilko in 36th place. So Shilko out, 35 remain, and it is Ramón who will be flying the flag for PSPC winners.
I mean, pretty ridiculous that 100% of PSPC winners made the top 40 in this event.
Shilko cashing for just shy of 20K. Next money jump is when we're down to 31 players.
Yeah, no worries. Hi, how's it going?
Raise 30.
Back to the feature table where Elias Fish has sevens and is opening in the
Pass it
cutoff.
up there, or you get it?
Again?
Looks like Andrew Hume has been balanced off the feature table.
Oh, the humanity.
It's going so well for him. 2 out of 2 hands played.
Arunas Saptovicius 3 bets with the Ving Rames.
Man, they really love repopping this dude's sevens.
Fish calls in position, and we go to the flop. King, King, Queen.
Yeah, last time Fish didn't get a board that he was able to continue past the flop, and this is also not a great board for sevens.
Razorwind says, whoa, whoa, what is happening to the audio? Doesn't like your voice, Joe.
125.
Dad?
Interesting raise from Fish. I'm going to represent the hand that my opponent has.
Yeah, and also helping to clear out some equity. Say Sepidovicius did 3-bet with some ace-x type holdings and with the type of hands that were 3-bet bluffs and not value hands, then they would likely just be check folding, bet folding to this raise very often. I think that it's one of those scenarios that once called, especially with that turn card, don't think Fish is going to put any more chips in the pot.
I know it's unlikely, but I always get excited when there's not only the prospect of some street flash poker, but there's the prospect of some royal flush poker. No 10 of diamonds, for heaven's sake, come on.
You know, if there had been a royal flush, at least we'd all have something to tell the cab driver on the ride to the airport, right? When they're always like, hey, you ever seen a royal flush before? Hey, you ever seen one of those royal flushes?
Also would have given us some awesome clickbait. I mean, inconsequential hand,
Yeah, right.
but you'll never believe what happened when this royal flush was dealt at EPT Monte-Carlo.
I guess no one at home can tell that I'm... My face is open.
Check, check. Trip King's good. Sepidovicius back up over 150 big blinds. As we head out into the field once again. That is Leonardo Pataccioni, one of the Italian players remaining in the main event, who is catching up with EPT 2022 Barcelona champ, Giuliano Bendinelli.
Chonies.
Bendinelli obviously no longer in the main event.
Flexinelli, that's right.
Some of that table convo when they were talking about making a deal was so funny.
You know, we did an interview with Bendinelli on Poker in the Ears right after that, and all I will say is it wasn't from a super yacht. It was a mansion.
Ramón has the Ving Rames. Sepidovicius has the Telly Savalas. Two Kojaks going to war here.
Telly Savicius.
Yeah, Sepidovicius 3-bet from out of position with the offsuit combo of King Jack. This time just going to flat the suited combination in position, and that might give Vladev an opening to come along.
So three-way to the flop. Which is ace, jack, tray with two diamonds.
Okay, he can make a royal this hand still.
That's right, Puzzle Dan. Classic Kojak versus reboot Kojak. One has a distinct mathematical advantage. Especially in this hand.
Vladev with bottom pair and some backdoor possibilities.
The bet of 40,000 called by Vladev, folded by Ramón. 9 on the turn. Vladev checks.
Vladev can certainly have some weak ace-x's. I think that Sepidovicius would imagine that with the strongest, you know, ace-kings, ace-queens, that Vladev might have squeezed and 3-bet those hands pre-flop.
6 on the river does not improve Ladev's hand.
Is he going to check, or is he going to take us to the Degabet system?
Yeah, it's interesting because bottom pair has a little bit of showdown against just, you know, a king, queen of diamonds type hand, you know, the flush draws, the straight draws, those type of hands, but they're not going to beat a lot of the Jack X, because you would imagine if Ace X is going to bet flop and bet turn. Looking like Ladev is thinking about turning their hand into a bluff. And I do agree with this, though. If you're going to do it, I think you're going to have to go for a bigger sizing.
He is taking us to the Dagobet system.
200,000. This is an overbet.
And the rough part is that Sepidavicius has the flush draw, right? So it definitely blocks some of the potential busted flush draws that Ladev could have. Makes it a little less likely that Ladev is betting here with the flush draw, but still makes the call.
Good call from Sepidavicius. Now closing in on the 180 big blind mark. Kenan Taylor, still the table chip leader, still the tournament chip leader, close to 4 million chips, 260 plus big blinds for at least another 42 minutes, because we still have half the level to run before the first break of the day. We have just seen another elimination from the outer tables. Patrick Buter cashing out in 35th place for 19,850 euros.
Buter.
For those of you interested in what the widget says, remember, we were tracking ahead of expectation last night. Expected to finish the day on around 44 players, actually finished at 38. This is level 21. The widget predicts that we will end level 21 with 33 players. We're now at 34.
I'm always rooting for the widget to be right.
Do you sort of correct the widget overnight?
There's nothing to correct.
So once it's off, though, isn't it going to continue to be off?
No,
or does it catch up? I see.
If the play slows down, if over the course of this level we see kind of fewer eliminations, then we quickly catch up and get back to where we want to be, which is around a 50 big blind average. Sapidavicius back in action, opening with 10-9 off. Goel in the big blind with junk.
Not defendable in my book, but you never know what people might do. People might get bored.
Oh, he's read your book.
So, the mini EPT continues, the online series that's running on Stars, accompanying the live action from here in Monte Carlo. Every day, you get 3 low buy-in tournaments at 3:15, 6:15, and 8:15. That's Central European summertime. We are approaching Saturday when we're going to have the mini main event, which will have an EPT Barcelona package going to the winner. But there are scoop tickets added to the prize pool of every single mini EPT event. The first tournament today, Joe, is horse.
Yeah, I love it.
$5.50 horse at 3:15. The $25 high roller at 6:15.
Cool.
And then a $1.10 hyper turbo at 8:15 this evening.
Y'all might be playing the mini EPT. I'm going to be playing the midi EPT. Midi-chlorians, that is.
That was a bit of a Benja moment.
We're going to have a rule that we can't be that cruel to each other.
Fish is open with 10-7 of hearts. Taylor folds the big blind. It's raise and take it.
Taylor, kind of an out of line under the gun open.
Yeah, a little light. Raising a little light, Saber. It's also kind of a blaster. The silence is killing me. It's pure death.
Ramón, ace-8 of strawberries, opening under the gun. Sunglasses on.
Yeah, not much going Colillas' way so far, but still about 30 big blinds to play with.
Haven't seen Martirosyan in action for a while. Almost forgot he was at the feature table. Ladev with ace-king.
Yeah, and against the effective stack of Colillas, really happy to 3-bet get it in here with a hand as strong as ace-king.
Three bets to 80,000. Goel folding the button. Taylor out from the small blind. Fish in the big blind with 4 deuce of clubs. Also passes. And Ramón doesn't waste any time mucking the ace-8.
A true pro.
Ramón hovering around the 30 big blind mark. Blinds will be up in 35 minutes time. That's when we take the first break of the day. Looking to play 4 to 5 levels today. Trying to get down to the final 2 tables. We'll play a maximum of 5 levels. If we do get to 16 too early today, we will play on.
Nice callback here from Zeddy. This is why poker is not profitable for good players. All right, Jaipai. Turns out Ladev didn't shove because he didn't want to play this hand solo.
So far, there really hasn't been any from chat that are just horrendous.
Glad you qualified it with from chat.
I don't know which chat you're looking at. I've seen a few.
Really? Okay, well, I haven't been paying attention all of the time, just some of the time.
Taylor raising the button with 10-3. Ramón considering a defend with queen-7.
Yeah, against a button open, you can certainly be defending wider. If this was an EP open, then I think queen-7 would be in the muck. I mean, talk about out of line, though. The 10-3 off is certainly very, very wide from the button, but again, huge chip lead.
Don't worry, Sabako, I got your back. I'll answer your question after this hand. Looks like a continuation bet with a 2-pair and a quick fold from Ramón. Oh, looks like we're going to the outer tables once again. There is an all-in. It is David Vinigimorthi who is all-in and at risk against Sami Bujmala. And it's a classic race. Deuces for David. Ace-9 for Sami. And that's an ace-high flop. Deuces at the risk of elimination. And no improvement on the river. And that is going to be David Vinigimorthi eliminated in 34th place. Cash is for 19,850. And Sami Bujmala now playing a stack of around 1.3 million. So we are at 33 players.
19,850 is exactly what his name would be worth in Scrabble.
And to address the question from Sabako, not a dumb question. What is included in the EPT Barcelona package? When we talk about a package, it is the buy-in for the main event, which is 5,300 euros, plus your accommodation, so a certain number of hotel nights, plus your travel and some money for expenses as well. So it's basically a holiday with a poker tournament thrown in.
Colillas gonna be looked up by Fizz after this shove, but Spade of Vicious thinking that they might have a decision, but again, with Fizz to act behind, might just have to put it in the muck. Although, you know, Fizz's stack is one where if you call off Colillas's, you're effectively
2 for 1.
just exactly getting a good deal if you weren't dominated, certainly.
Folds the ace-10, action back on Fizz. And we think that Ramon has Fizz covered here. So if the Snowmans, num-num, hold, Elias Fizz will be eliminated. But if Fizz gets there, Ramon's going to be left with a 5K chip.
Like ancient customs and hokey religions versus a good blaster at your side. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
I mean, you don't become PSPC champion without flipping well.
Let's run the board. Pretty much an all-in for both players here, even though Fizz is officially the at-risk player. It is a queen high flop, advantage Fizz. Ramon drawing to 2 outs. Four on the turn.
Just to remind the poker guys what we're looking for here.
3 of hearts.
Ramon needs an ocho. Does not hit. But Ramon still has a chip.
Yeah.
Still has a chair.
You know, all it takes is a chip and a chair.
Half a small blind.
No, that's wrong.
He's got a chip worth 7,500?
Yeah,
Okay, but good news is he's on the button. So got a couple of opportunities to get that last chip in.
And the other good news is he's probably going to more than double up if he wins the hand. So, you know, he could end up with 2 or 3 big blinds at the end of this hand.
Currently 0 big blinds. 5,000 is half of the small blind, which is 10,000.
I'm glad he's taking it well.
Ladev, ace-10 suited. Raises to 30,000. Taylor's flattered with 10s. Ramon with king-8 offsuit. Folds. I guess there are laddering considerations for Ramon, right? Money jump when we get to 31, I believe. Martirosyan comes along and, oh, a set of 3s. And Ramon avoided pain here, right? He had king-8.
Yeah.
Would have flopped 2 pair against a set. Martirosyan, huge favourite here.
Yeah, with the flop getting checked around, Martirosyan just wonders if He could perhaps get them to put in more chips if he tried checking again on this street, or if a hand like the one that Taylor has, you know, the 10s, the 9s, those type of hands would be calling a bet here anyways. Maybe it's best to just go ahead and lead. Definitely a couple of draws possible, especially against a big blind defending range.
90,000 apiece, set of 3s against a pair of 10s, going to the river. Which is the king of diamonds. Oh, Ramón, terrible fold, buddy.
Oh, no.
Isn't it true the last of your chips is worth more?
Well, it's certainly worth trying to hang on for the ladder. Few K
right.
euros.
Actual money.
Yeah. Martirosyan debating the sizing here. Few of the draws missed. Some of those flush and straight possibilities, which is why he's going so big. Definitely puts 10s in an interesting situation. Of course, Martirosyan can have some trip kings here, defending from the big blind. Going to be defending pretty much all suited combinations of King X and some of the good offsuit ones, you know, King 10 plus. But could also have, again, all the suited combos of the spades that missed, and you know, perhaps some of that straight draw possibility that also didn't come in. Taylor does block 10-9 though. Blocks no spades, also a consideration.
Wowee.
Folds it.
Don't put a foot wrong.
Yeah, it's a lot of discipline to not look up a capable player like Martirosyan when it's just a little blip on the radar in terms of how much it affects your stack.
So
to have made the call there.
Did Ramón ladder or not?
No. So 33 remaining. The ladder is when we get to 31. So he needs 2 players to bust. And he's got how many hands until he's going to be forced all in?
5?
Yeah, might be asking a bit too much. I disagree, by the way, with Optimus Clang, who says, of all players, Ramón doesn't need to worry about ladders. I don't care how much money you've won. You are always going to be looking to maximize your EV in any poker tournament that you play.
Well, especially, it's not like he folded aces, right?
No, of course. Taylor with the Grafton, 10-9 suited, opens to 15,000.
Yeah, he's employing that limping strategy that he had talked about that yesterday seemed to maybe confuse some players, work quite well for him. And, you know, 10-9 suited not being a hand that many players would choose to limp from early position. They would just go in for the raise. So definitely mixing it up here.
I missed that it was a limp. And that means Martirosyan calls out of the small blind with 8-3 of hearts. And now Ladev with queens in the big blind.
Well, they said Taylor, he's used to playing high-stakes cash, right?
But even in high-stakes cash, I don't think that you would find when you're this deep stack that there's going to be a lot of limping.
What if the stakes are so high you can only find them in Cloud City?
The raise is to 80,000, called by Taylor, folded by Martirosyan, heads up to the flop. King, Jack, 8.
Ooh, baby.
Open-ended straight draw for Taylor. Ladev still ahead with queens.
Yeah, and if your opponent has a balanced limping range, even off of 250 big blinds, then it certainly doesn't mean that they can't connect meaningfully with this board and have a strong hand on this texture. Yeah, chat's calling for the action card.
Jack of clubs pairs the board.
Still an action card. I mean, the queen would be.
Yeah, it's interesting because Taylor could have a lot of Jack X's here. You know, if he's going to limp a hand like 10-9 suited, why wouldn't he limp a hand like Jack 10 suited? Or even Queen Jack suited, even though Ladev does block that combination. So is this the time that Taylor might consider taking his straight draw as a bluff? Looks like he does.
A bet of 75,000 by the looks of things into a pot of 310,000.
Tay-Tay.
Ladev calls. And the king on the river. Double paired board now.
Yeah, this is kind of a tough river card, though, for Taylor, because Ladev could have raised pre with ace-king and could have turned that into a check call once the jack pairs on the turn. And so does have some kings in their range. But Taylor showing up with 10 high still might try to go a reasonable sizing, one that he can still represent jacks full of kings. You know, you might not go big now that the river has double paired with jacks full, but you might go a sizing that could be asking for a call from ace highs. Ooh.
Oh, man.
Wow. And I mean, now this is interesting because this means that I think for Taylor, he's representing that he would have bet that turn card, you know, with a good king, right? Because would jacks full do this? Would jacks full ask for all of it? I mean, Ladev has every right to be perplexed. But the problem is queen is not a great card to have in your hand because you block queen 10. You block some of the obvious combinations of draws that might have missed.
What a sick spot. And I love the fact that Ramón is sitting there with his single chip thinking, white ladder after all.
You're not blocking spades, though.
No, you're not blocking spades. And again, I don't think that Taylor would take the sizing with jacks full, right? He's not going to ask for 2x pot on the river with jacks full when Ladev could have some king x's. So it does very much polarize him to kings full or nothing. But can Ladev make this call for his tournament life?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Taylor's really put Ladev in the carbonite here.
It feels so gross.
How many time bank chips does he have and how many will he employ?
Good question right there. What's that, about 8?
You know, if you think that Taylor's limping range contains those hands that I mentioned, the queen 10 suited, maybe the queen 9 suited, those hands that missed, but you have 2 queens in your hand. So that can't be fun. Spades is definitely a possibility.
I would have put it down on any other river than that.
Two time banks played so far. Make that a third.
I mean, this decision, I think, is worth all the time banks you have, even though it's so early on in the day. Just a very peculiar situation. But it's like what Taylor said in his interview, right? The whole limping thing throws people off. Because if they haven't seen you limp yet, they don't quite know what your limping range consists of. Is it balanced? Is it only, you know, these types of suited connected hands? Or does it contain some strong hands as well?
He's going to fold.
Looks like he has some extra time being saved up from yesterday. So that's good news.
I would be absolutely melting right now if I was Taylor.
just the asking for 2x pot on the river is really giving Ladov some food for thought. But again, blocking some of the missed draws. Not all of them, but also just not having an idea of what Taylor's range is when he limps. Ooh!
Show the bluff! Good for the game.
What did he mutter?
Kenan gonna show.
So Ladov folds the queens. The bluff gets through. Canon Taylor has now crossed the 4 million mark. Has 4.09 million chips, more than 270 big blinds. Will still have a ridiculously huge stack when we kick off the next blind level in 18 minutes' time.
I mean, that was sick on so many levels, but you got to give it up to Taylor. Just came here to play. A lot of times people will come in with a big stack and be like, oh, well, you know, I don't need to go crazy. Like, not that you should be sitting back by any means, but maybe you don't have to push the action so much, right?
Yeah.
But he showed up on the river with a hand that he knows is not going to win at showdown. And
I was about to ask you, I was about to say, you can just give up sometimes, right? Like, and just be like, all right, like, I'm probably not going to win this pot.
no, I mean, you could give up, but where would the fun be in that, Staves?
As someone that will occasionally take a piece of my action, if I gave you that hand history from me, you'd be like, good for you?
Yeah, but I think you have to have situational awareness and some read on your opponent in terms of what they're willing to do in that situation.
I would like to highlight, thank you to 2K Trash Forever for pointing out that what happened there is that Ladov checked a scare card to an aggressive player on the river and did indeed give Kenan Taylor the keys to the Lambo.
Gave him the keys to the Lambo. That's what he did. So
in Monaco, it's an actual Lambo. It's not just a saying.
Ramon is maybe going to get his... No.
I don't think Queen 5 is calling here, no.
He's got to like this, though. He's got to be leaning forward a little bit.
I mean, he's got to be thinking about it, the prospect. By the way, last year, you might remember that there was some confrontations between Jason Wheeler and Nicola Grieco. Bizarrely, fast forward 12 months, they're sat at the same table together again.
When? You don't remember. When? You have kings. You're so sad.
When?
Here.
Yeah?
Here.
I have king.
Yes.
And you?
7-8.
And you win.
Yes.
Ah,
I
okay.
spank you like puppy.
I remember.
Yeah, you remember,
Okay,
don't you?
and now 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1.
Okay.
Except my pot was 1.5 million.
My papa. It's different to...
Yeah, come on with it, my friend. I'll be here all week.
What is this accent from Wheeler?
You run deep, but I'm the closer, my friend.
Oh dear, the laughs have stopped for Javier Gomez because he's just been KO'd in 33rd place. That means we are at 32 players. That means we're one away from the pay jump. Can Ramon do it?
I think... Can we go back to Grieco versus Wheeler for a second?
Yes, we can.
I don't think I've ever seen a more one-sided rivalry in my life.
Oh!
Oh, wow.
Ooh. Well, shoot, if you're going to ladder up, might as well get a quadruple while you're at it.
I love the way Ramon said raise as he threw out his last 5K chip. That is a raise.
This is not a bounty tournament.
Oh.
Oh, Ladov.
I would imagine that given the positions, we would see Ladov re-raise with the 10s.
How on earth have we reached the final 4 tables and we still have both Greiko and Wheeler and they're sat at the same table again?
I don't know. Also, did those shows start airing? My parents told me they watched it on Fox last night, 2022 Monte Carlo main event.
Yes.
So in America they have.
Correct.
That's incredible. They said it was ESPN, and I was like, are you sure it was my show?
Ladev has re-raised with 10s. I'm not sure we can class that as a 4-bet, considering Ramon's initial bet was an undercall.
Yeah, Saputavicius has a pretty nice combination to continue with against most hands. Performing a little worse against 10s.
So we are going 3-way to the flop. Ramon all in. Action on the side between Ladev and Saputavicius. And we have a king 8-6 flop. It's looking good for Ramón Colillas.
Looking real good.
Apocalypse says, if you're in for less than a big blind, can you win the whole blind or not? No, but you can win the whole ante, which is the equivalent of a big blind.
Saputavicius has a gut shot. No spades, though.
If he holds, this is going to be worthy of the song. 87% favorite here. To chip up to 40K. That's more than 2 big blinds, Maria.
Very exciting. Ladev gonna pot control and check.
No!
Oh my gosh!
It's always coming 7.
Oh.
We will be following Ramon to the exit.
And not saying that Ladev should have bet the turn anyways, but if he did, the 10-9 would have likely folded, and Colillas would have been able to win this pot. But now Saputavicius is going to go for value. It's kind of annoying because you block 10-9 with your 10s and you don't block any spades. Just doesn't feel like things are working out for Ladev. There's a strong chance he might look this up. Yes, your opponent will have some king X's, but it has not been a fun orbit for Ladev, just a couple of tough decisions.
It's not been a fun orbit for Ramon either. Oh dear. Folded when he should have called, called when he should have folded.
Brutal.
That's going to be a huge pot for Arunas Saputavicius. Ramon sees that he got rivered by a meme. And he is going to be KO'd in 32nd place. So Ramon will not get the ladder. He will be the last player to cash out for just shy of 20K. 19,850 euros. But another deep run in an EPT for the PSPC 2019 champion. And again, the last Team Pro standing. So a comment from Giant Dad, who says the new TDA states the big blind goes first, then the ante, but TDs don't seem to care about that at all. It's always been that way on the EPT. The big blind plays first. In that particular situation, Ramón was not in the blind, so he's entitled to 5K from the small blind, 5K from the big blind, and the full 15K ante.
I'm for it.
No, I think you should be button, yeah. I think I'm caught off.
Yeah, of course. Oh, what are you doing? Yeah.
So down to 31 players with 8 minutes left on the level.
See, that's poker the way it's meant to be played.
What, raise and take it?
Yeah.
I mean, I've definitely had too much excitement for one level.
Suffice to say, we are still tracking ahead of the widget. Remember, the number was 33, and we're already at 31. And there's always the potential for more nastiness before we end this session. In fact, if we head out onto the floor once again, I can tell you that Renat Bogdanov has just busted in 31st place. So he does get the pay jump. He's the first player to cash out for 22,850 euros. Oh, and Stefan Huber's out as well. 30th place finisher for the same sum of money.
Oh man, Stefan Huberstank, he always gave me the reason to be here.
29 remaining now. Okay, so we are going to be coming back for level 22 at a 20K big blind ante. Average stack is currently 1.1 million.
Where's your widget now?
57 big blind average. It's getting kind of less deep, but still ridiculously deep.
Vladiv trying to recoup some of the chips he's lost the last few hands he's been involved in. Really small 3-bet sizing.
He's probably feeling left out. He hasn't been involved in any of this nonsense that's been going on. He's like, are you just at a final table here, guys? I'm the one that's supposed to be doing stuff?
Oh, just.
This is domination rotation in quite spectacular fashion, and I'm going to agree with you, Maria. However bad things were going for Ramón Colillas, Marcus Vladiv is just screwed today.
Yeah, not his day.
$35,000 that you won't be seeing again.
Martirosyan may elect to fast play this type of texture. You know, if you think that your opponent has a strong hand like an overpair, might be fun to start getting the chips in right now when there's some draws possible on that board.
It's over.
So we do have two short stacks at the table now. Ladder has dropped below the 20 big blind mark. Pulver Goel has 15 big blinds. And remember, the blinds are going up at the end of this session. 4 minutes on the clock.
Can you think of a time where we've ever had two players in a tournament with more than 200 big blinds at this stage?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Can you ever think of a time where we've had one player in a tournament at this stage with over 250 big blinds?
What's ridiculous is that these two monster stacks are at the same table. Plus, you've got Maratha playing more than 100 big blinds.
Yeah, you've got over 500 big blinds between the three of them. 3 people.
And just to put things into context, at the start of the next level, there will be 1,600 big blinds in play. So roughly a third of the chips in play will be in the hands of 3 players.
That is so insane. %10 of the players with 33% of the chips. It's like capitalism in America.
Taylor's raise with King-Queen has been called by Saptavicius in the small blind with Queen 8 of clubs.
And clearly they all worked the hardest to get it, so they deserve it.
Yeah, you keep telling yourself that.
Nothing to do with luck.
Vasilchenko, who's been moved to the feature table, calls as well with Jack 10. Good to have Oleg back on the main stage.
Taylor taking some showdown on the flop with the check back. But Saptavicius certainly, with this open-ended straight draw, could elect to start semi-bluffing, especially because when you call out of the small blind, you can also have a lot of these ace-X suited type hands that would connect nicely with this board. Also, all the sets possible as well. Calling a raise out of the small blind.
Is it just me, or do those sunglasses not actually fit him?
They fit him. Just a little off kilter.
Probably going to squeeze in one more hand this level. Then we'll take our first break of the day.
One more hand. One more hand. Sorry for watching.
Suffice to say, we will not be changing feature table at the break. We'll stick with this table. There is a realistic prospect that we could hit the redraw during the next level. When we're down to 24, they will redraw for seats around the final 3 tables. So actually can't promise you a full level with this lineup.
James's widget's having a full-on HAL 9000 meltdown right now. I feel cold.
Some poor guy's going to get pushed into space, and the other one ain't going to be able to get back in. A flat from Taylor with ace-queen, and a raise from Saptavicius with queen 10.
Now we're kind of starting to see, even though it's still a small sample, a little bit of that balanced with the limping range, right? Earlier we saw Taylor limp with the 10-9 suited. Now he's limping with the ace-queen. So very possible for him to have a strong part of his range as well as a more speculative part when he limps. Are you going to limp re-raise, or are you going to limp call and disguise? How confused are you going to make your opponent, basically, is what I'm saying.
225.
He's going to re-raise to 225,000.
Tricky, tricky, trickster. Saptavicius, though, not a bad hand to call with. The suited Broadway combinations always pretty nice to play in position. And again, not much information on Taylor's ranges when he limps, because unlike us, he can't see the whole card. So not all too surprising to see him call.
King 10-4. A bit of rotation on the agenda, but Taylor does have a gut shot to Broadway.
A lot of rotations today.
Taylor continuing the flop.
Sit on it and rotate.
150,000 into 490,000. There is the call from Saptovicius, and we go to the turn. King of Hearts. Saptovicius now a 4-1 favorite.
Taylor might continue to barrel just because, you know, he blocks a lot of the strong King X type holdings that Saptovicius has, right? The King Queen, the Ace King. You know, the Ace King might have even put in the 4-bet after the limp re-raise. Looks like Taylor is going to check, though. Not going to try to steamroll this one so far, but you know, Saptovicius, of course, has some of the King Jacks and the King 10 suiteds.
Goes check, check. 9 on the river. This is going to be another opportunity for Taylor to bomb the river and get his opponent to fold the best hand.
It is an opportunity. Here come the greenies. Oh no, the blackies.
Yeah. 790k pot. And a bet of 475,000.
This is a pretty good sizing because it keeps hands like queens and jacks in the value bet range, right? Of course, trip kings getting sneaky could certainly be a part of this value range, but you know, when you go this sizing, after the turn gets checked back by your opponent, you can bet with queens and jacks. Could also very easily have aces as well and play it this way. Saptovicius blocks a couple of strong value hands. Of course, you know, the queen jack, 10's full.
I appreciate this is a big decision, but there's 60 minutes left on the break clock, and some of us have got to eat. He makes the call.
I was expecting the next words out of your mouth to have food in them.
The bluff is called, and that is going to see Arūnas Saptovicius take the chip lead from Kenan Taylor. 4 million for Saptovicius. Kenan Taylor dropping down to 3.1 million. Still a monster stack. Still 4 huge stacks at the feature table. No big stack for Kelvin Kerber. Bad news, Brazil. Kelvin KO'd at the end of this level, cashing out in 29th place for 22,850 euros. So that means we are going to be coming back from break with 28 players, 4 off the redraw, with the same lineup on the main stage. More live action from the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino in 18 minutes time.
Peter under the gun.
Time to sweat with Johannes Strassman and play a hand from his perspective. Our friend Peter Trapley has opened here to 125,000.
Be careful.
It's folded around to Johannes on the button.
Don't think we have to be too careful. Not with AA.
I would not be able to resist. Slow playing aces against Peter Trapley, just for the irony.
He's going to make the call of 120.
Yes! Come on, Johannes.
75,000 chip raise to Dag in the big blind.
You old son of a gun.
He'll pass. So Peter and Johannes will go heads up to the flop.
Strassman getting Trapley.
9 of spades, 5 of diamonds. Peter's first.
And you know what I love here? Looks like we're going to face a continuation bet. I just love a little bleep bloop, a little click back. Little. 360 in the pot. How much is this bet?
245.
245. Perfect. Just a little min raise, like you can't fold. Like sometimes you get them to fold whatever, but they're going to give up a lot of the time with those hands anyway. Just give them such a good price. Party Ninja says perfect unless he's holding 5-9, but yeah, you're going broke anyway.
Close.
Just a call from Strassman on the button.
Which one of these two is Trapley?
Let's see the turn card. Queen of diamonds.
Yeah, that's not a great card for Strassman.
Oh,
and now he's checking. Trapley's trapping. Strassman checks behind.
We don't know that. I like the check behind.
Deuce of spades.
I know we don't know that, but I'm convincing myself this guy either has ace-queen or king-queen.
I mean, we were certainly hoping for that on the flop. Oh, boy. Little shaky hand there.
This is one of those horrible spots where you kind of have to call, but you know you're going to see a queen when he flips his cards over.
I'm folding.
Really?
Yeah.
Just because he's called Trapley?
Yeah. I think just that little bit of nerves. Obviously, Johannes is not going to see that as well as we can on camera, right? The shaky hand there. This is a big hand. Queen minimum. Not ruling out 9s, 5s.
How much is he bet?
665.
This is sick. $645?
65.
I'm getting away from aces here.
So ugly. The bet was just so big. No.
I love this kid.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I can get off this. Call.
Strassman calls. And Trapley
For a set of 5s.
will show 5s. Not a set of 5s, but a full house. Oh, look at that cheeky little smirk. He's thinking, did you like the way I checked the turn? That's why they call me Trapley.
I mean, why does he bet so big? I mean,
I think I saw one card, but I didn't see the whole hand.
to avoid king.
That's so sick. Yeah, I'm glad that I didn't raise the flop. Otherwise,
Five's full of queens.
I would have been no broke. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to fold on the river. I mean, sick.
You're nice. I mean, I'll tell you later.
Although I did manage to make the right guess there that aces were a fold on the river. If I played it the way I wanted to, I would have gone broke much sooner in the hand.
Come on in.
He announces raise all in.
Strassman left short, all in for his last 500K with ace-9 of diamonds.
Round to Pieter now.
Ace-king for Trapley.
Is it 500?
500 straight. The all-in is for 500,000 even.
AK says, ha, that's why you should always know your opponent's surname.
3 million total.
Not trapping this time.
Re-raising to isolate.
Okay.
Everyone
Gets folds from the blinds. Here we go. Strassman all in and behind. Dominated.
Ace-9 suited in diamonds.
I fold 9-4.
Bring the ace-king above the spade for me. All right, Johannes is the...
Don't you dare smirk again, Pieter Trapley.
Flop is...
Shut your stick and trap.
5 with 1 diamond on it. 7 of spades.
Only 1 diamond on the flop.
That's okay, baby. We don't need diamonds. We just need a 9-man.
It's the 10 of spades. Johannes is looking for only a 9 now in order to double through. River card.
9 required, no 9 on the river, and Johannes Strassman is eliminated in 14th place. Cashes for 77,000 euros.
It's a Trapley.
Yeah, great point.
Blinds are 50,000, 100,000 with a 10K ante. Peter DeCorva folds. We mentioned that Alam Shah is one of the shorter stacks at this 8-handed final table.
Alam.
Daniel pass.
Oh, somebody went out and bought an $800 shirt.
Pocket 9s for Matt Woodward. Queens for Mickelson.
And this guy went on to be in Casino Royale?
This is his cousin. And this is 3 years after Casino Royale.
625.
Either this event is not as old as you thought it was, or Casino Royale is a lot longer ago than you thought it was.
Both?
Trapley with ace-king on the button.
All in. All in.
Re-raise all.
All in for 4.5 million. Gets rid of Tulchinski in the small blind, gets rid of Q in the big blind.
$4.5.
Nice fold.
Understandable fold, but what does Mickelson do with queens?
Snap call? What's not good enough? He's not as good as 6-8.
How much more in it?
I mean, these are two of the big stacks. This would seem like a completely unnecessary flip, taking into consideration the payout jumps.
825,000 more.
Fine. I feel like with queens, you're not flipping. I know that they're flipping.
Call.
Oh, he calls. Yes. And now we've got a $9.5 million chip pot and a ridiculous race.
Really?
Like the fantastic Mr. Fox versus where the wild things are. One of these two things from 2009 has a slight mathematical advantage.
This flip should not be happening, but it is.
Flop comes. Deuce of hearts.
No ace, no king on the flop. Queens are holding. Trapley is the at-risk player here. He needs to hit to survive.
Ace or a king. Here's the turn card. 10 of diamonds. No change, queen.
No additional outs for Trapley. Ace or king on the river needed. It's a 6. Queens hold. Mickelson wins the race. Trapley's out in 8th. Cash is for 170k. Everyone else is just laddered up by 80,000 euros. And Dag Martin Mickelson now has a ludicrous chip lead with 7 players remaining.
What a disgusting flip.
I thought you were so full of crap.
We call it the sickest, classicest of races.
Calling or re-raise?
How did that happen? Blinds are now 20,000, 40,000, and we're going to sweat with the chip leader, Mayo Roca. Ace-5 suited in the hijack. He raises. Jack Salter on the button. This looks like a re-raise. A 3-bet to 195,000. Multimernik has just joined the feature table. He folds the small blind. Martin Sealis gives up the big blind. It's back on Roca.
Now, being out of position puts a whole new paint job on things. We should really either be 4-betting or folding this.
Roca calls.
Okay. Ace-5 doesn't flop very well. Okay, again.
Roca has top pair and a wheel draw.
Well, we flopped well. Basically, what this means is that we got to call, flop, and turn, and then reevaluate on the river.
Roca is playing in flow. He's checked to the pre-flop aggressor.
Check behind would be nice, but for a third time, okay.
Salter set to continue. 135,000.
Pretty much nothing we can do here but call. Folding would be ridiculous, and raising would be dumber than the premise to a Rob Schneider movie. The animal, the hot chick.
There's the call from Roca. 750,000 in the middle. The turn card is the 10 of hearts.
Well, there's not much beating us now that wasn't before.
Roca checks for a second time.
Please make this a small bet.
Looks like Salter will bet again. 190,000.
You know how you can be on the phone with your friend and the call drops and then your friend doesn't call back, but you weren't done with the conversation, so you're forced to call? That's us right now. We're forced to call.
Yellow chips worth 25,000 each. The blue chips are worth 5,000. So Roca calls. The river card, the Jack of Hearts. So Roca doesn't improve, just top pair with a weak kicker.
Great.
He checks for a third time. Salter checks behind.
Yes, no decision on the river.
Roca tables ace-5. Salter tables.
Plays.
Ace-6. Roca's outkicked.
That is not a cool thing to say. Jack's a cool dude, but when he tries to act cool,
Knew I should bet that river.
You probably shouldn't have bet flop or turn.
We're going to flip reverse things and play a hand against Mayo Roca. We're going to sweat with Jack Salter.
Man, I hope he doesn't play this hand like he played the last one. I'm about to get real frustrated.
So Roca's raised the button. It's Salter's big blind.
Against a button raise, this is a call.
He does call. So he's out of position without the betting lead.
I hate this hand and I hate being out of position. I want to go back to Roca. I want to live at Dad's house.
Jack 9 deuce on the flop. Salter checks.
Okay.
Now, there's an argument to folding to a bet, but calling is probably what most everyone would do.
Here comes the bet. 105,000.
Take one off, maybe improve, maybe our opponent shuts down, maybe everyone agrees on an 11-way chop. Does anybody want a chop?
Silence means no. Salter calls.
Cool shot of the dealer. There's your new profile pick, brah.
A 10 on the turn. Salter now has an up and down straight draw.
All right, all right, all right.
He checks for a second time. And Roker checks behind. A queen on the river. A straight for Salter.
Oh, man, I totally didn't even realize that our straight draw is kind of bunked, though. We hate this straight. It's the dummy end.
Salter checks.
If Roka bets, we're going to be in a more awkward spot than having to take the middle urinal.
430,000 in the middle.
And the stalls are full.
Roker bets 385k.
I think this is almost always a king. CSI, river bet.
Good hand. Bluff hand. Don't know.
Save it for the interrogation room, Horatio. Jack's gonna think this is nuts or air, but I think this is always nuts.
Sorry, everyone. Really don't know what to do. Probably not going to raise, but apart from that.
Thank the maker.
I mean, you look like a bluffer, so it's pretty hard to fold.
Jack's trying to get a read, but I think the bet says it all, and it's saying, I have a king.
But then I look like a hero. Why would you bluff me? I'm not going to fold. Why would you bluff me? You could just bluff someone else.
Well, Jack, you are the only person in the hand. Also, he's not bluffing. I promise you.
I'm really sorry.
Are you? I'll be trying so hard not to laugh.
Alright, man. Nice hand. Well, nice bet, sorry.
Salter folds, and sure enough, Roker had a king.
Yes. Wait, we were right. Sorry, I checked out for a minute.
Jack Salter still reasonably pained. He's really not sure if he made a good laydown there. Welcome back to Monaco in 2023, where we bring you the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Day 4 of the main event continues, sadly no longer following Ramón. But we still have a very entertaining lineup on the main stage. We do have the players who are 1 and 2 in chips right now. Arūnas Sabdavicius with 4 million and Kenan Taylor with 3.17 million. We've also got Artur Martirosyan, who is 5th on the leaderboard with 27 players remaining. Yes, just before we went on break, Martin Guerrero crashed out in 28th place and cashed out for 22,850 euros. So we thought we were coming back 4 off the redraw. Actually, we are only 3 players away from redrawing for seats at the final 3 tables. Kicking off level 22 of the main event, blinds now 10,000, 20,000. With a 20k big blind ante.
The hand where you folded?
Where I folded? Yeah, I saw that.
Top one.
Nice bluff. That's a bit.
I am James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Griffin Benja en route. First hand of the new level and one of the short stacks at the feature table. Apoorva Goel considering playing this hand. Opens with a raise, starts the hand with 16 big blinds, raises to 40,000. Only caught one of his cards, which is the King of Diamonds. Oleg Vasilchenko, who joined the feature table during the back end of the last session, has King-Jack offsuit on the button. He has folded. Marcos Ladev had a pretty torrid time over the course of the last 90 minutes. He has the Snowman's Num Num in the big blind, and he is the shortest stack at the table. He starts the hand with 12 big blinds.
He stole my water.
All in.
How do you think Ladev feels? Most of his chips got stolen.
No, I have another one, but...
So it's an all-in and a call. The eights of Ladev.
Oh, no, they didn't. Sorry. It's here. They hidden it. So I can see it.
Where are you from?
Lithuania.
And it looks like kings for Goel.
Not a flip.
And Ladev's horrific run at this table continues unless he can spike an 8. It is a domination situation. He is the at-risk player here. Ace, Queen, 10. It is not looking good for Ladev.
One of the only times you don't mind an ace on the desk with pocket kings.
Down to 2 outs. 8 of clubs, 8 of spades. Needs hit on the river.
Oh!
Spikes it!
Leave another day.
He does indeed live to die another day. And with that full house, finally something is going Marcos Ladev's way today. Close to 30 big blinds now. And Orporvat Goel on the bad end of that hand is going to be left super short. He's going to have 3 big blinds, and he's going to have to post 2 of them on the next hand.
That's really brutal. I mean, we were feeling for Ladev. Now we got to feel for Goel. What goes around comes around.
Yeah, he's left with 70K, and now he has to post 40K. 20K for the ante, 20K for the big blind. So I don't like to say players are committed, but he's going to have to go with a wide range of hands here.
We're not in a pay jump situation anymore.
Not close enough, I'm afraid.
He's going to have to go all for it.
He's going to have to go all in.
And more than likely, he'll be Goeling home.
So current payout with 27 players remaining is 26,250. You need to make it to 23rd to get the jump to 30K. Need to survive beyond the redraw.
I mean, that's a long way off with only 4 tables in action. All right, we know he's short. You don't have to rub it in. Oh, man, reminding me of one of the earliest Twitch memes. Goel, check your Skype.
550.
Martirosyan with ace-3 on the button. We've seen a lot of Artur Martirosyan in recent months. Made the final table of the PCA main event, finished 3rd there. Made the final table of the Super High Roller here in Monte Carlo. Of course, has an EPT title to his name. Won the event in Sochi that took place in 2021. He's raised to 45K. Ladev with the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit.
Is that it? I feel like he was made some noise in Paris also.
Elisha J. Kramer asks, did Brad or Andrew enter this? Andrew Hume did indeed enter, and I believe still has chips. I mean, 1,098 entries, more than 700 unique players. I'm pretty sure one of them was called Brad. Goel calls all in with ace-4 and is dominated by Ladev's ace-7.
Best I can do is a Bart. I mean, you think you are pretty good here, blind on blind. This is kind of disappointing too, right? You're like, oh, ace-4, yes. What?
Yeah, when Ladev 3-bets, though, you know you're not in great shape. However, he spikes a 4 on the flop. Five of spades on the turn. Looking good for a goal survival. 6 on the river, and he has survived. He has doubled up, more than doubled up. He's now playing an 8 big blind stack, and we are still at 27 in the EPT Monte Carlo main event as we welcome Griffin Benja to the booth.
Hello, everyone.
We thought, Griffin, with yesterday going so quickly, that today might be more of a slow burn. 11 eliminations so far, only 3 away from the redraw. Still a deep average stack, and still some monster stacks at the feature table. Those stacks being Saptovicius and Kenan Taylor.
Slow burn was Griffin's nickname in college.
And have enjoyed watching Taylor and Saptovicius play today. That last hand before the break was a doozy. This has been folded to Oleg Vasilchenko. He's out. Artur Martirosyan also passes. Marcus Ladev. Jack 8 offsuit. Let's it go. So we're blind v blind. Goel in the small with 7 bigs.
Not an enviable seat here with the 2 chip leaders on your left. So this is one opportunity where you just got to get through one. Don't wake up, don't wake up.
Well, he hasn't shown us his cards. I wonder if he's looked at them. Yeah, I think he's looked at them. He's got the Spraggy. Taylor with Queen 3 offsuit. Is this a call for 7 bigs? No, it's not.
It is creeping towards that line, but yeah, Queen 3, gonna find the muck. Doesn't matter how many chips you got.
To the outer tables, where Alexandre Landron has just been KO'd. He is our 27th place finisher.
Like bear sweater look.
26,250 euros. So 2 away from the redraw now.
I think it should be 24 and 16. Oh, cool.
Yes, redraws at 24, 16, and 9. Only 2 of those redraws will take place today, and there is a chance that we stop at 16, but we do want to play at least 4 full levels today. Marco Biondi asking how long is the pause for the redraw? Normally they can get it done inside of 5 to 10 minutes. The redraw itself is done very, very quickly. It's then just moving all the chips of the players, getting them seated, and as far as the feature table is concerned, just getting the chip counts logged in the system, getting the players mic'd up. That takes a little bit of time. From a player's perspective, Griffin, why is it so important to have those redraws in the deep stages of a tournament when you get to 3 tables, 2 tables?
Well, table draw, I think, is one of the most important factors in tournament poker. You know, I feel like a lot of my success in some big field MTTs live have been just finding yourself on a table with, you know, less skilled, less experienced players. At this stage in an EPT as, you know, prolific as Monte Carlo, it's, you know, there's always going to be tough tables. But certainly if you look at the field, it's going to be a lot better to be finding yourself on a table with not the likes of Artur Martirosyan and Mike Watson and the like. So, and, you know, and position's very important as well. I mean, being on the feature table can be important. Maybe you play a little differently. Maybe other players play a little differently. So there's so many different little variables that can contribute to whether or not you're going to be successful down the stretch here.
And if you do get a bad table draw, it's good to know that it's going to change again when there's been a few more eliminations. So we do get the all-in here. Goel with ace-7 suited. Martirosyan making the call with 9s. And there is a 67% chance that we lose Apoorv Goel in 26th place.
Yeah, this isn't exactly a fist pump shove for 8 big blinds, but Goel, it's tough, you know, against Martirosyan's hijack range. I think ace-7 suited is right on the line, but it is suited.
8-7-3, so Goel has hit a piece of this board. However, it's a set of 9s for Martirosyan. He's drawing very thin.
You can tell he would have preferred to have a heart on the flop.
And Goel knows it's almost over.
Good game.
It's not the 9 on the flop, it was the 8 on the flop. But 9s hold, and that will see Goel eliminated. And Artur Martirosyan chips up to just over 90 big blinds.
All right. Now the table got better.
Goel cashing out for just over 26K. 25 players, one more elimination. We have that redraw we were discussing.
So quick and efficient getting those mics off the feature table. I'm telling you, it feels like it takes forever. Get me out of here.
Just 15 minutes into the level, 2 eliminations so far. Keep saying it's going to slow down at some point, but these guys are not proving me right today. Quite the opposite. Ace-9 for Ladev in the cutoff.
I think with what we saw from Ladev yesterday, someone who's really going to try to push edges, try to find chips where he can. We saw a couple of big bluffs yesterday, one of which that was quite impressive that went through. Not a great seat with the big chip stacks on his left, but ace-9 from the cutoff is going to be good enough. Just got to hope you don't get pre-flop resistance. Seven, 3 suited is going to be good enough to continue here.
And we get the defend from Saptavicius.
Ooh, matching glasses.
Still don't know how they fit him. 10-5-5 with 2 hearts. Look at the equities. Ace high is still the best hand, but Saptavicius is a statistical favorite right now. Action goes check, check. We get the turn for free, which is the 8 of spades. Ace high, now a 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, nice check back from Ladev. I mean, this is the kind of hand that you think is going to be best a lot of the time, but you don't really have much defense against a check raise. And Sapadafiush, whoa.
Sapadafiush.
Sapatavius. Sapatavius.
Sapatavicius.
Sapatavicius. It's a Vicius, you're right. Sapatavicius does have the kind of hand that might mix in some check raises on this flop, and now is going to be betting out the turn for about half pot. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens on the river, but more importantly, what the river is. That 51% has shrunk to 33% for the flush draw. And Ladev instead says, you know what? I'm not going to be prepared to call a big bet on the river. I'm just going to let him take it. It's interesting, a lot of players, especially I feel of Ladev's caliber, would elect to continue there with ace high, but just maybe feeling like his opponent there is going to put a lot of pressure and he wouldn't be prepared to call most rivers, decides to just get out of there. I mean, what do you do on an offsuit 6, you know?
Yeah. Ladev hovering around the 25 big blind mark. Sapatavicius is chip leader right now with more than 4.1 million, has more than 200 big blinds. We are playing the 10K, 20K blind level. Still have more than an hour to go before the blinds go up. Round 2, Elias Fish on the button. He starts the hand with 37 big blinds. He's going to raise it with King 5 suited. Oleg Vasilchenko's got 7-3 off in the big blind.
I doubt we'll see a call, but I wouldn't be surprised if Vasilchenko mixes in some 3 bets with the bad hands here. I think it crossed his mind, but you're kind of cheating a bit if you do things like that. Could get you in trouble. Nice little takedown for Elias.
Average stack right now, 1.3 million. So we are still playing deep. Second level of day 4 of the EPT Monte Carlo 2023 main event. And the deal has been paused. Nope. Something's happened at one of the outer tables.
For us.
There has been an elimination. We have just lost Leonardo Pataconi. He had ace-king, Arno Ensalm had ace-queen, and there was a queen on the river. A bad beat sees Pataconi KO'd. That is going to take us down to 24, so once this hand has been played, once this hand's concluded, we will have the redraw.
Was nice folding this year.
Yeah, you can watch the highlights.
And looks like that hand has concluded. It was raise and take it for Marcos Ladev. Okay. So what will happen now is the tournament software will assign new seats. The final 24 will take those seats around the final 3 tables. We will pick one of those 3 tables to be our new feature table, and then we will play on.
How long is the break?
Should we go there?
Yeah, you'd said a deal has been paused, but I first heard a deal has been reached, and I thought of every single comment we've ever seen that says, could they make a deal with like 3 tables left?
I mean, I
was like, did it finally happen? Like for half a second, I was like, it happened. It finally happened.
I think there have been some low buy-in tournaments in UK casinos where multi-table deals have been agreed.
Oh man, that is some There's some groupthink.
But no, a 24, 25-way deal
The
on
hive mind.
EPT, no, never. And probably will never happen. So the redraw has been published on the screens. And I think it's fair to say that we are going to bring you Kenan Taylor's table, which also features Jason Wheeler, Andrew Hume, Oleg Vasilchenko, Mike Watson, Jose Estima, Sami Bujmala, and Arnaud Ensemble. As we look at the money that they are playing for up top, haven't reached these payouts just yet, but they're not that far off. And when we get to the final table, we're looking at six-figure scores, including 890,000 euros to the eventual champion.
So much money.
So we're going to take a very short break. A chance to hear with our most recent EPT main event champion, Razvan Balea, as we bring you highlights of a recent episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast. 5-minute break, then back from the redraw.
My dog wants to say hi as well.
The first ever EPT winner from Romania. Razvan Balea, welcome to Poker in the Ears.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here. The year of Romania is real. And I just got to know, look, I know we talked a little bit right after the event. You're on stage. Obviously, we did a quick interview there. We might retread some of the same ground. But look, I don't admit to this often, but I've been saying it's the year of Romania for a long time. And you're the guy that did it. You did it, man.
Yeah.
That's got to feel great.
Yeah, it's amazing. Actually, I just thought about it, but yeah, it's like a dream now. And it's a dream come true. And now I just want to take it a bit easy because a lot of stuff are coming to me now, you know, like media attention and friends and all over. Yeah, so I'm really happy that I managed to do this.
I mean, I was going to say enjoy the attention, but I also completely understand where you're coming from about wanting to take it easy because you are someone who works really hard at this game. You are a grinder. You put in a lot of hours as a player. You study the game. You put in a lot of hours learning about poker. And you're a poker coach as well. How do you have time to do anything else?
Not much time. I don't have much time to do anything else. But now I hope I will have some time as well. More time than before because now I achieved something great. And now I have some money as well. And I can do more stuff with my life as well. Yeah, it's pretty hard to be a poker player these days, but it's amazing. It's amazing when you achieve great things. And now my dog wants to say hi as well.
Oh, wow, look at that pooch.
This is Ace.
This is my Ace, the dog.
Oh, right, Ace, of course. Yes.
This is my ace from my hand.
Oh,
ace up your sleeve.
When I need an ace on the river, I call him.
Oh, fantastic!
Very cute. So I know that I'm sure part of your approach and part of your coaching would be to teach players to keep their emotions in check, right? It's something that all poker players have to do. Obviously, keeping the bad emotions in check is what's most important. While you were having that sun run, were you allowing yourself to feel the good, positive emotions, or is it still no emotions?
Yeah, I think you need to accept every emotion that is coming to you, right? So I learned during these years, and especially last 2 years, that I had a lot of emotions while playing, while studying. So I learned how to accept them, and this is the most important thing, I think, not only in poker. So if an emotion comes to you, just stay with it a bit because you can't avoid it. You can't do. I had times that I was playing some games after a bad session, for example, just to forget what was going on. But I learned that you need to accept it first, and then it will go away, and you need to be prepared for what is coming, right?
Yeah. Overall, looking back at it, are you happy with how you played? Do you look back and say, wow, I made a lot of mistakes and I was just very fortunate? Or do you actually think this was one of the best tournaments I've ever played from a theoretical point of view?
Yeah, I think this one was the best tournaments I ever played for sure.
Excellent.
And yeah, and the best focus I ever had in a tournament.
Yeah.
For sure.
And of course, we have to talk about the final hand. And I always find it much more interesting when the final hand does play through the streets. You know, often it's a coin flip, it's an all-in pre, and yes, it's dramatic, yes, it's suspenseful, but when it comes down to that river decision, it just makes it all the more meaningful. And I just want to know what went through your head at the moment when you made that call on the river, and without showing his cards, Pieter just said, congratulations.
That was, even now, it's an amazing feeling when I think about it, when he said congratulations. Yeah, it was like a fully relief and in the same time a big joy that I knew that time that I'm a champion, I'm an EPT champion. So yeah, I never thought to fold that hand for sure, but I wanted to take my time because it was a call for the title, right? So in general, I take pretty fast decisions because I play a lot online, so I need to take decisions more fast. I like to play fast, but that time I thought that I should properly take my time and adjust the ranges properly, and yeah, I never thought to fold for sure.
Welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino. And here is a hashtag fun fact. There is a decent chance that Razvan Balea joins us on the live stream for the last 30 minutes of this level. Just heard from him there on the Poker in the Ears podcast. He is the most recent EPT main event champion. Won our first ever main event in Paris. And is the first ever EPT champion from Romania. James Harskin and Griffin Benja bringing you day 4 coverage from here in Monaco, where we have just had the redraw for the final 3 tables. We got down to 24. This is the new lineup on the main stage. We're still going to watch Kenan Taylor, who's currently second in chips. There's a stack of 3 million. Mike Watson is a former EPT champion. He won the PCA main event in 2016. So he is officially going for his second EPT title. Andrew Hume is back on the main stage. There is Sir Watts still enjoying playing with Maria Ho's chips.
One of the great Canadian poker players ever.
Jason Wheeler made a deep run in Monte Carlo last year. Back for more in 2023, and we look forward to more confrontations, more argy-bargy with Nicola Greco. Sadly, he's not at this table. But we do still have Kenan Taylor. And we have Oleg Vasilchenko. We have got 1, 2, 3 pretty huge stacks. I mean, Vasilchenko has more than 1 million, has 55 big blinds, but I don't class that as a huge stack. We've got 3 players, Griffin, who are playing more than 100 bigs each.
Yeah, and don't count out those million stacks. I mean, we've seen a lot of Vasilchenko, proven himself to be an extremely adept player. And then Jason Wheeler, you know, this is someone I've been playing against online for, you know, well over 10 years, and he's just always out in those streets and always willing to battle. And he's the kind of player that, you know, if he starts winning some chips and playing a couple nice pots, when he has confidence, he's really tough, really tough to play against. So I'm going to really interested to see how it results between him and the chip leaders, because I think that's a really important battle on this feature table.
So we can see that the shortest stack at the feature table is Jose Estima. Estima is playing 540,000, just shy of 30 big blinds. The other 2 players at the table, also from France, Arnaud Anson
Dark Prince, look at that.
And last but by no means least, Sami Bujmala.
My kids are at home with the babysitter.
So we're only 10 minutes. 20 minutes, James. Simple math. We are 20 minutes into level 22. We pick up where we left off. Blinds are 10,000, 20,000 with a 20K big blind ante.
You don't want to deny a child when they want, you know, a Happy Meal with a toy inside, you know?
Sometimes you have to.
Frank says, why not Greiko at the TV table? Will be nice. Because we're going with this table instead, and he's been seated at a different table. We're not going to say, hey, tournament staff, can you rig the seat draw, please? Remove this player and put Greiko there, because we want to see him and Jason Wheeler go at it. Action folded to the button. Ensemble has 2.3 million to start the hand, nearly 120 big blinds. He has King 7 offsuit. Decides to fold.
What a fold.
Andrew Hume, Kings in the small blind.
Cheeky. And you know Vasilchenko is a great candidate to ISO a limp, to start a level, to start a new table. It's got that single blocker. Hello, 65,000. Hey, everyone want to see 65,000 disappear? How about 70?
Meanwhile, I want to thank Tom, our Supermod on Twitch, for highlighting that the live updates on Poker News are now in sync with the live stream. So the Poker News team now observing the 30-minute delay. So if you want to follow the action across all three tables, if you want to get hand updates from the outer tables and chip counts and all the other players, you can go to Poker News without being exposed to spoilers. And yes, Sheepy, to answer your question, the players are supposed to keep the time bank chips in clear view at all time. The idea of using those time bank chips rather than the cards is it's very easy for every player at the table to monitor exactly how many time banks players have left. That is a 3-bet from Hume. Remember, he limped in the small with the Kings, and facing the raise to 70K from Vasilchenko, he's made it 235K.
Did not see that coming. Came out of nowhere.
And Vasilchenko folds. Hume now playing around 73 big blinds. He is an above average stack. Vasilchenko below average on $1 million, which is 50 bigs. Finna36 says, does Hume look a bit like Jungle Man, or is that just me? Number one, just you. Number two, please don't violate the rules of the bad lookalike game. You are allowed to compare poker players to people who are famous in other walks of life, but you cannot say one poker player looks like another poker player.
There's one rule.
Bujmala folding 10-5 there. Taylor's out. Jason Wheeler, Queen 10 offsuit. I'm assuming all the people asking after Magnus Carlsen are just trolling, right?
Hard to say.
Well,
it's probably just like leftover chess viewers that were kind of like watching the poker, and now they're still watching because they're interested, but they're like they want to be like, oh, like, is Magnus still in? Like that's why I'm really here. It's not like I care about this and I'm invested. And this is kind of interesting.
I know. I kind of feel I'm being trolled. I'm going to ignore them. So Wheeler's opened.
You didn't ignore them. They've already won, James.
How many have I name checked? How many have I actually acknowledged?
You just showed me a list of all the players.
Yeah, it's the list of people I have banned. Hume with 3s on the button.
Yeah, I think this is going to be okay as a call. I'm usually against set mining most of the time. As you get deeper in a tournament, you're going to have less and less chips, less and less implied equity. You know, you don't want to be calling early position raises 30, even 40 big blinds deep. But, you know, when you're on the button, you're almost closing the action. You are closing the action of position. You just got to hope that Vasilchenko doesn't find a squeeze or Sir Watts there in the big blind. And 50 big blinds is a great little amount to try to hit a crab.
Jack 8-5 on the flop. That's a pair of 8s for Sir Watts.
Going to be Canada versus America on this board. This is a great continue spot for Jason Wheeler with not just that gut shot and overcard, but the backdoor diamond. So a lot of opportunities to Wheeler to barrel. And a tough spot even for Watson on the flop here. You know, this 8 feels like it's the best hand a lot of the time, but Wheeler is also betting into 2 players, has a much stronger range. You know, if you do decide to call here with the 8, how are you going to be able to defend against multiple barrels from, you know, a stronger range in position? But, you know, Sir Watts is aware of all that and is still prepared to call. These are the kind of pots I think you need to fight for, pardon me, and hope for runouts like this. Now an SPR, and that's, of course, a stack to pot ratio of 1.5 to 1. Things are starting to get a little murky for Mike Watson. But does Wheeler fire again, try to target those 8Xs that are probably going to fold much of the time? And there he is.
Number 1, people asking if Taylor is still in. He's at the bloody feature table. Number 2, people asking for specific players to be brought to the feature table. Stop. Right now, Chat Pro Saturday is not looking like an option. Yeah, good point. Emo only mode is looking like a strong option for the rest of the day. All right, you want to dance? Let's dance. How's he feeling now?
So Mike Watson calling again, unblocking, you know, all those diamond combos, thinking that 8 is going to be good enough of the time. And this is the principle too, right? It's just like, if you are going to call the flop a big bet here 3 ways, you have to be willing to call a second bet on a brick, right? It's going to be really hard when the turn, and there it is. It's an all-in.
Oh, and Mike Watson forced to fold the best hand. Strong move from Jason Wheeler there.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff from Jason Wheeler. He got the card he needed. He set it up. You know, just great work from Jason.
Wheeler now playing a stack of 1.4 million, just shy of 70 big blinds, just below the tournament average. Because we are down to 23 now. Milos Petkovic has just been KO'd. We've now hit a money jump. He'll be the last player to cash out for 26,250. He was eliminated by Vicente Delgado, who is now playing a stack of 2.4 million. Should highlight, by the way, that it's only 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes, in fact, until the first of today's mini EPT tournaments. The first event today, Griffin, is a $5.50 horse event. If you like your mixed games, get in.
I knew you guys liked horsing around.
$5.50 horse starting at 3:15 Central European summertime. Later on today, a $25 high roller, a $1.10 hyper. Every single mini EPT has scoop tickets added to the prize pool.
Do I have to put the time in the box?
Not all the time. At the beginning of the box.
Just for like 2 seconds, then you can go.
Bujmala has opened under the gun with ace-jack. Round 2. Jose Estima in the big blind. He's got 8-3 of hearts. It's a raise and take it. Marco, watching on YouTube, says, I saw Wheeler in Venice, Italy back in 2003. This guy impressed me. He's like a piece of ice when he plays. Like a piece of... yeah.
Block of ice? That works better. Same principle, but a piece of ice just doesn't sound like a person, right? Block implies size, girth.
Yeah, yeah. Hume raising here with King 10. Mike Watson is now the shortest stack at the table. 15 big blinds for Sir Watts. And Sami Bujmala, ace-9 in the big blind. By the way, if you do want information on all 23 players remaining in the EPT Monte-Carlo main event, if you want hand reports and chip counts from the outer tables, a reminder, if you go over to Poker News and follow their live updates, they are observing the 30-minute stream delay, so you can watch the stream, follow the updates with no spoilers. And with that PSA, I will now be ignoring every single question asking if a specific player is still in, / how many chips do they have. That's right, Pieface. Horse right now. Added scoop tickets, $5.50. Get some. Get some.
Yeah, but Pieface, you got to know how to play the mixed games and stuff, so do a little reading, maybe.
This guy had a movement. Has a movement, I should say. I'm sure he had a movement. He's very regular. But in addition, he is also the founder and leader of the mixed games movement.
Oh, I know. And he also came into a Hold'em tournament at EPT Barcelona and picked me off. A 3-bet bluff.
Had a deep run in the
Embarrassed me in front of my friends. In front of Spraggy.
He had a deep run in the PSPC as well.
That's what it was, actually. It was PSPC. You know me. I always confuse my tournaments.
You're just confused generally, Griffin. It's not just tournaments. Bujmala winning that hand. Third in chips at the table with 2.3 million, pretty much tied with Arnaud Ensemble. Jason Wheeler first to act here. Folds. Round to Andrew Hume. Now Oleg Vasilchenko. Mike Watson in the cutoff. Queens. Starts the hand with 15 bigs. Does not move all in. Opens to 40K.
Classicist. Classicist. Maximus. Classicist.
Yeah. The sickest. The classicist. Incoming. And a steamer.
Thinking about folding?
No, I'm just thinking that, you know, inevitably all the chips are going in, and it's a race Mike Watson will need to win to survive. But if a steamer loses it, he's not got that much. He'll do a lot of damage to him.
For sure.
So he shoves. See if the blinds wake up with anything. Nope. Action back on Watts, who calls queens against ace-king. If queens hold, Mike Watson doubles up. If ace-king gets there, Mike Watson will be KO'd.
KO.
I think with Mark Telcher eliminated earlier on today, Sir Watts and Artur Martirosyan are the last two remaining former EPT champs. And it is a king-high flop. There's now a 91% chance that we lose Mike Watson. Same outs needed. The last two remaining queens. 5% chance of survival.
Lady Luck. Oh, Lady Luck.
Yes! Gets there.
Lady Luck.
Spikes the queen, spikes the two outer. And Mike Watson survives, leaving Jose Estima with a 9 big blind stack.
I don't do that very often.
Definitely felt
Mike
good
Watson,
about the
I did that for you.
That's got to be the second best
invokes
turn card
Lady
in the deck
Luck.
for me, right?
Estima flops the king, turns the ace, then gets rivered by the queen. Mike Watson now playing more than 30 bigs.
Mike Watson, if you're listening to this in the future, just want to say, if the Leafs can win a playoff series, my friend, you can hit that queen on the river. We did it.
This is a bad lookalike I will allow. Aaron Paul Kramer says, Mike Watson, a younger, scuffed Ray Fiennes.
Ironically, also kind of looks like a combination of Aaron Paul and Kramer.
So still at 23 players with 52 minutes until the blinds go up. And action has been folded to Mike Watson. King, queen of diamonds.
Oh yeah, momentum shift.
Raises to 45,000. Estima now the table shorty. A player in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
And has queen, jack offsuit. No.
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 Little to no fold equity. A stronger range. A full rotation to get a better hand. You know, a few rotations. But I don't blame him for thinking about it because you'd more strongly consider king-jack. You'd probably put in king-queen. So we're dealing with, you know, edges here.
I'm not going to lie to you, Griffin. The outcome of that race, no offense to Mike Watson, but the outcome of that race was not the result I wanted. I kind of wanted Sir Watts to bust so he could jump in the 25K and bust Maria.
Wow, that is very specific sort of Hitman type situation you've created.
Oh, how we would have lolled at it happening twice in 2 tournaments.
Almost symmetric.
Sort of a hired hand situation. You gotta wait until he's done his previous gig, his previous assignment, and then you send her off for Maria. Wow. Machiavellian.
Thank you to Decaf TV with an interesting fact. What we like to call on this live stream a hashtag fun fact. Andrew Stato Hume is an ex-Countdown champion and used to play 8-ball pool versus Mormon back in his university days. Love it. You ever seen Countdown, Griffin? The
Nope.
TV show? No.
Sounds a little bit familiar. But it might just be a catchy jingle. Asthma again. Those marginal hands you wish you could have just open shoved, but instead, Vasilchenko had to ruin everything by opening King 10 under the gun 1. All the way to the small blind. Jason Wheeler. Oh, so pretty. But probably foldy. But do I want to get out of line and impress my friends on the stream? Oh, so pretty. To the Dark Prince and Sem. 7 deuce.
Ship the Money wishes it to be known that Andrew Hume was more than just a Countdown champion. He was the highest scoring Octo champ in history and came second in the grand final of the show. Is this back in the Richard Whiteley, Carol Vorderman days? Another elimination. Wow, it's not slowing down, is it? Elias Fish, who was on the feature table earlier, has just busted in 23rd place. Got the money jump, though. 30,200 euros he cashes out for, and we are down to 22. Duty says, guys, you should show the rest of the people left. There's only 22 left. Can we get 22 players around the feature table? I mean, if they budge up a bit and we use smaller chairs, do you think we can get everyone in? Has anyone run the math on whether that's possible? So 2 hold cards each multiplied by 22 is 44. 5 community cards is
burns.
49. 2 burns is... We can do it. With
can be
1
done.
card left over.
But James, what do we do with the other card?
What, you've got to have a spare, just in case something goes wrong.
Oh, that's a good point.
So yeah, we'll make it happen. I tell you what, next level, we'll do another redraw, all 22 players sat around the same table. Watch as everyone folds everything. It'll be epic. Some people might have to stand up. Apparently we don't have enough chairs. And there's no room for the dealer, so they're going to have to self-deal.
Thank you.
Apart from that, it's a great idea. That's a good point, John. No charts for a 22-handed table. If we want to stop solvers, if we want to stop all that nonsense, make them play 22-handed.
There are the chip counts. Graphic team is going to have a lot to work with that 22 players we're going to have to list. Because this is just 8 of them.
I think we may have miscalculated the burn cards. There's 3 of them. So 22 times 2, 44. 5 community cards, 49. Burn before the flop, burn before the turn. Yeah, we don't get any spares. We'll leave one of the jokers in the deck as the spare.
That is the best idea you've had yet. Oh, so pretty. King 9 hearty.
What is the West Side Story connection to Jason Wheeler?
I don't know. I just think that he likes to play pretty cards and he likes to find ways to win hands. I know he really wants to 3-bet these hands. I've played with him so much.
Don't really need the Bernstein-Sondheim estate claiming any money from PokerStars anytime soon.
I got to be honest with you. I wasn't even sure that was a real song. But I guess it's in my head somewhere.
I mean, it was an approximation of the song.
Okay. I'm surprised there isn't a more mainstream card game where the Wild Joker is like a play. Like, I know there are games where it just feels like it could be a fun, creative thing, you know? Like if there was a Joker in the deck in Omaha or something. Like, how is that not a game that's played in private games or something? Just spitballing.
I would love to add it to the player survey at the end of this event. Do you think we should add a Joker to EPTs?
Oh, just like a Joker event, you know?
There was a time
we'll
when we
call
had
it the Stapleton tournament.
We did used to have some weird and wild variants on the schedule for EPTs. They didn't always attract the biggest fields. That's my polite way of saying that they failed. A reminder that the mini EPT is running now. That horse event is underway. Late registration still open with 2 more tournaments to come today at 6:15 this evening and 8:15 Central European Summertime. The tickets that we add to every prize pool, by the way, are scoop tickets, not satellite tickets. These are tickets that will get you into an actual Spring Championship of Online Poker event with a trophy going to the winner. 3 events every single day, and come Saturday we'll have the mini main event, which will award an EPT Barcelona package to the winner. Steamer, who starts the hand with fewer than 10 big blinds, has ace-king under the gun.
Tell you what, if he busts here, he might have a new least favorite hand. 2 in a row with ace-king.
It's true. Well, I think there's a very strong chance that happens.
You want to take the lead on the song here?
Wheeler has aces, and I guess is just trying to work out the best way to get other players into the pot. Decides just to call. Round to the blinds, just Mike Watson left to act in the big. He folds, showdown, and a steamer is going to need a lot of luck to survive.
Really going to need Broadway to win this a lot of the time. Only way to beat a wheel is with Broadway. It's a straight joke.
No, I got it. 8-5-3 on the flop. 2% chance of a chop, less than 1% chance for a steamer to win the pot outright.
2%, eh? It feels like it comes 4-deuce more often than 2% here. You know?
Could be drawing dead on the turn. Is drawing dead. Oh. And we lose Jose Estima in 22nd place. His chips go across the table to Jason Wheeler. 30,200 euros. There will be a money jump when we get to 20 players. We're now down to 3 tables of 7.
I know it's all good.
Yeah. We need your microphone, buddy. Sorry, you don't get to keep that.
Nice try, pal. So that's what this was all about for you, huh?
But the good news is you do get
you caught me.
your phone back.
Yes.
Steamer, see if you can get an upgrade. No, I want that one. Give me that one. That's not your phone, sir. It's better, though. Just upgraded from the 12 to a 14 Pro.
You suckers. This was the true heist all along.
But I wasn't even over here, like, dreaming.
It's not a dumb question. Autruche, does PokerStars actually send a physical trophy for winning scoop events?
Yes.
Yes, there you go. They do have your address after all. They know where you live.
George says, might be a silly question, but is Kenan Taylor still in? I do think it's a silly question to ask when the
He's
player...
been talking about Kenan Taylor for the last 20 minutes.
Oh, has
By
he?
the way,
I
I
know
feel
that's
like...
simple. If that's the case, then I can just do this.
Yeah, he's
Bye.
Taylor gang. Okay. So listen, maybe this is something that I should just have asked you, on break. But what's going on with this Taylor guy? Why is everyone so all happy? Is there any context? Or they just decided they latched onto him, they saw him once, or is this like he's a streamer? Is he a Pong champion?
He is a high-stakes cash player online. Mainly plays 10, 20 PLO online. Has only played a couple of EPTs before, but doesn't seem to have any major live results. Right. He's only 21 years old. I have no idea where the Taylor gang came from or why there are so many of them.
So I would say this reminds me of like, like baseball or sports. When there's some young kid, like there's always prospect people, There's people that love the prospects. They're watching them in the minor leagues. They're keeping an eye on them. And then when they start to blow up on the big stage, they're like, see, I was on this guy. So you're welcome here on the streams. But don't push your luck like that guy just did, asking if he's still in. You know he's still in. That's why you're here.
By the way, as we see Boujmala improve to a full house on the turn, I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, but I do think that all scoop tournaments, and there are around 370 of them this year, I think whether you win a medium, high, or low, you still get a trophy. I've either just committed the company to a lot of expenditure, or I'm going to be issuing a retraction/correction in the next 5 minutes.
He just said that with gritted teeth, looking around for people to confirm or deny. Sorry to bait out your scene. I just thought it was cute, James. Oh, so apparently Taylor gang is originally a Wiz Khalifa saying. You familiar with Wiz Khalifa, James? Black and yellow, black and... Oh, sorry, I shouldn't...
Oh, no, I was thinking of somebody else, Khalifa, sorry.
I think he does that song, right?
PokerStars Strag has gone eerily silent. This worries me.
$40.
Sit for rate 40,000.
Oh my god, it'd be so meta if tomorrow Taylor's wearing black and yellow because he heard about this. You know how celebrities will like make little references to their fan base?
Yep.
I'll try to grab him today and let him know. Like if you have anything black and yellow, like a Pittsburgh Penguins jersey, I think the fans are really gonna love it because it's this Wiz Khalifa reference, and they called him Taylor Gang, and he'll just be looking at me with the dead eyes. Because that's what makes him so special is that he wouldn't care about that.
190.
Damn, that's right. He also sings the song for the heartbreaking Paul Walker tribute from Fast 7.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
That film had absolutely no right to be that poignant. Who would have thought that a Fast and Furious movie could pull off emotion?
Well, Fast 5 is one of the best heist movies of the last 20 years, and I stand by that.
I think 5, 6, 7 forms an excellent series of films.
And
it
I
then
really
goes downhill majorly after that.
Right, but I appreciate that Fast 10 is basically a direct sequel to Fast 5. You seen the trailer?
I have seen the trailer. I didn't realize that.
Well, Jason Momoa plays the, like,
Oh,
you know, family of the guy that they kill in Fast 5.
Shut up, Griffin. We've got action.
Well, we can get to this later. Let's talk about Fast the Furious franchise for a second.
This is the elimination of Jean-Vincent Lehout, out in 21st place for 30,200 euros, eliminated by Aruna Saptovicius, who's now moved up over 4.4 million. We are down to 20. B. Zephyr says, I never expected James to give credit to Fast and Furious movies, let alone the later ones. Well, the early ones aren't very good. The first movie is crap. The second one is awful. The third one is barely watchable. The fourth one is like a reboot, where the series starts to find its feet. 5, 6, and 7 are an awesome action trilogy, and then 8 and 9 are like, ugh. But none of them is unwatchable. None of them is not entertaining.
I actually saw, I'd say the only one that I thought was just like absolutely abysmal was Fast and the Furious 2. But there's this new meme going around that's like so funny, that's given me such joy from Fast and the Furious 2, where Paul Walker like says something in response to Tyrese. And then I saw a John Singleton thing where he talks, because I guess he directed that movie.
He did indeed, yeah.
And he talks about how intentional his choices were in that movie. And it's like, it makes me appreciate it in a new way, because everything he's doing is like very, like he's doing it very on purpose. I'll send it to you on Twitter, James.
So we're missing one of Jason Wheeler's whole cards here. Just to recap the action, it was unraised pre, it's blind v blind, check, check on the flop, check, check on the turn.
So I have a game. What are the, for everyone at home here, what are the, 1, 2, 3, what are the 3 cards, not all the combos of that card, but what are the 3 cards Wheeler needs to be winning right now?
A deuce, a 10,
yes,
an ace.
Hey! James, you get a prize. I'm giving you a scoop ticket. Someone else would have gotten it, but you got it first, so.
I can't use it, so the company
there
saves
you
the
go,
money.
There you go. But everyone saw that I have the power to give it out. And I did, but ineligible.
This is interesting. Thin value bet from Taylor on the river, and then gets raised by Jason Wheeler. 80K has become 300K.
And listen, I love seeing both cards all the time, James. It's fun. But sometimes it's fun when they mess up and they don't put both cards in, because then we see something like this. And this, you know, Joe Stapleton, if you're around, cover your ears. This is a blocker thing, right? This 3 is a great blocker to have, because it means that I can have 3 deuce here. It looked like a time bank chip.
Yeah, I thought it was a call for a second. But
So Wheeler, if he is bluffing, it's a lot to do with the fact that he has this 3 in his hand, because it makes it less likely that Taylor can have a straight, and it makes it more likely that he can.
And we get the
Come
fold.
on, let's see it. Oh, I'll ask him on break. We're buddies still.
So Jason Wheeler has come close to winning a title on tour. You might remember in 2017, he was the runner-up in the Prague main event, losing heads up to Kalidou So. That second place finish, by the way, was worth 570,000 euros.
Sometimes the bridesmaid, not the bride, but a lot of money for second place.
Zaphod on Twitch says, has anyone mistaken the time chip for a call and showed their hand too early yet? It hasn't happened.
Which is weird, by the way. Like,
I can see it happening, Griffin.
I know, but that's what I mean. It's like the fact that it hasn't happened yet. It's very impressive to me. They've clearly made some good chips there. I guess there's no chips that are even close to a similar color, which I think is very important. You know, I guess you could say maybe is there even a blue one? No, they're pretty distinctive.
I am in favor, by the way, of the time bank chips not just being bigger, but also being a different shape, either octagonal or square. But I guess it's too late now because we've had them mass produced.
I would say the fact that there hasn't been a mishap says more about how good the TDs and the dealers and whoever are explaining it, and like really like take off your headphones, boys. Boys and girls, you're gonna want to hear this. Look out for these things. These are your time bank chips, and then maybe the association when they're in front of you. You know, you see them a lot. But yeah, I'm surprised.
Florent asks, what happens if a player needs to go to the bathroom? Does the whole table wait for them? They could do that, but the reality is, generally pick a moment where you're not in the blinds and the button's passed, and then just run. You might miss one, maybe two hands. It's not a disaster. Or you can wait for the break, which is in 28 minutes' time.
So just a quick question from YouTube here. I don't understand. No, we'll just quickly finish this off with the Fast and the Furious. I don't understand how you even get to the point of seeing Fast and the Furious 5 if the first few sucked. Well, it was coming out at the height of The Rock's popularity before it started to get a little cringy, and the reviews were good, which was the first time that really happened with Fast and the Furious.
As I said, the fourth one's solid. It was a good reboot. Part sequel, part reboot. That's how I view it.
Mm-hmm.
I remember going to a screening of that movie where they had beers and pizza beforehand and it just put everyone in a really good mood. Good job, Universal.
Oh, you went to like a preview or premiere or something?
Yeah, that's when I was still doing film reviews.
Oh, that's cool. So maybe the movie actually wasn't that good. You were just a pizza.
Oh, I was very easily bribed. Yes, Kaplitz. Fast 5 is the one with the safe being dragged. Canon Taylor betting 200,000 on the turn with nothing.
So, yeah, back to the poker here. Very surprised to see Taylor with the 10-4 offsuit on the button. Really not going to be able to have any justification in my head. Sorry, Taylor gang. This is just bad.
Anselm makes the call. We go to the river, and Anselm has improved to trips. Oh, yeah. He's nodding to himself. He's like, ooh, trip jacks. Check it. Bet again. Come on. 5 chips at me. You know you want to.
I mean, he might have like a tick or something, James. Be careful. Like, Taylor, you put those cards down. Taylor, don't make me get your mother. Oh.
So it's a bet of 230,000 into a pot of 690.
So you might be asking yourself, why is Taylor giving away these chips? Why is he making such a small bet with such a bad hand? Well, the intention of this bet is to, the times that you are up against draws, you know, fold them out, but the times you're up against a hand like a jack, you know, you're always getting called, so, you know, you may as well just lose 230 instead of 500. But I think that's a misstep from black and yellow right there.
25 minutes left on the clock until we take the second break of the day. This is only the second level of potentially 5 levels to be played on day 4. Blinds, of course, will go up on the other side of the break, putting the pressure on the shallower stacks. The shortest stack at the feature table right now is Mike Watson, but he's still got 33 big blinds. Guyverman says, James, what happened to the red time chip plaques I've seen in the past? I don't think we've ever had those. We had time bank cards, which were literally bits of card that said time bank on them. They have been replaced by chips. Wheeler raising the button with 6-5. Hume with a dominated hand, 6-4. Hume looks like he wants to fold. That's not the face of a man who wants to defend 6-4 offsuit.
No.
So we've referenced already that there has been some disagreement, or shall we say friendly banter, between Jason Wheeler and Nikola Grajko. It happened last year at the outer tables. It happened this year earlier on. Let's check on Grajko, who made the final table of this event back in 2019. He's in a hand against Marcos Ladev. In fact, Ladev has shoved. Grajko's on his 3rd time bank.
All in and call, table 3.
There's the call from Grajko. Ladev tabling ace-king. Grajko tabling king-queen. So it is a domination situation. The flop is king 10-10. Advantage still rests with Ladev. 4 on the turn.
Lady luck.
And a 6 on the river. So Ladev gets the double up, and that is going to leave Nikola Grajko pretty short stacked. He's got about 300,000, so he's got about 15 big blinds. Seems to have an easy come, easy go vibe about the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, Jason Wheeler has opened here with Queen-9 of diamonds and has been 3-bet by Arnaud Ensemble, who has the Grafton, 10-9 suited. And now Andrew Hume, ace-queen in the small blind.
I think this can just play as a pure 4-bet fold on just over 80 big blinds here. Cutoff, dealer, small blind. I mean, this hand is just so strong. But once we start getting into 5 bets and stuff like that, we can just, okay, listen, we probably don't have the best hand, but this is too good to just let these guys, you know, mucking about with their suited 9s. So I would love to see Hume make it, you know, around 400,000 here.
Just very quickly, Griffin, back to that hand we just saw at the outer tables. Our audience is lolling at the call from Grajko with king-queen suited. Bad call?
So I didn't see the action exactly. It looked like it was $500,000, which makes me think that perhaps Grajko 3-bet and then called off for 25 big blinds, which, depending on the positions, it's probably still too much, but I've seen crazier, you know, things happen. I think if it was king queen off, it'd be quite bad. But again, it depends on the position. If you were in the small blind and, you know, Ladev opened the button, I don't mind 3-bet calling off king queen suited. I'd rather not, but I don't blame. You know, it can play just fine against his range in late position. And there is the 4-bet and get through for ace queen. Nice hand there by the Brit.
Andrew Hume hovering around the 75 big blind mark, which is, I can't believe I'm going to say this, a below average stack. The average stack right now is 80 big blinds. And that's why, even if we were to get to 16, we would need to keep going. Got to play through these levels. Got to shallow out these stacks.
Lake City asks, serious question, do the players who are out play with the chips because they're anxious or just to be annoying? Yeah, it's just, you know, it's like a fidget spinner. It's like the thing to keep you kind of occupied, I think. And it becomes a bit of a ritual. I will say one of the sweetest things my girlfriend ever said the first time she entered a poker room. She came into an EPT and looked around, and then she said, it sounds like crickets in a forest. So they're just crickets. When I said fidget spinner there, I almost said widget spinner. You really got in my head there, James.
Oh, the poor widget. It's overheating massively today.
We're spinning it too much.
Well, just the pace of play is almost unseen.
Do you think with something like this, the widget, you know, we're in the age of AI and stuff. Do you think it has a sort of crisis of confidence a little bit? It's just like, am I even good at this anymore? Like imposter syndrome, you know? Maybe that's what will lead to the AI takeover. They'll lose their sense of self. What is my purpose?
Watson versus Bujmala. Bujmala raised under the gun. Mike Watson defended his big blind. Here comes a C-bet. And a quick fold from Sir Watts.
Breathe, Michael. We're in this together. So I did see someone ask if they could see the clip between Greiko and Wheeler. And you know what? This is what I'll say. I will ask if they get back on the same table together. But I'm not going to make them dig it up, you know, like until then. Is that a fair compromise?
I don't know if we have the clip from 2022.
I'm just creating work for someone right now. I shouldn't have brought it up.
Don't worry, Griff. The team's used to ignoring you.
That's true.
Hume raising from the cutoff makes it 40,000. Bujmala, Queen 10 in the big blind. So yeah, last year's Monte Carlo main event, we did film it for TV in addition to streaming it, and the highlight shows, which are going to be seen in key markets around the world. If you're in the USA, Joe advised us earlier on, it's airing on Fox Sports right now. Queen 5-4, top pair for both players. Hume with the significantly better kicker.
Flops like this are always so funny because as an audience member, you're just like, oh, I know something you don't. You're getting coolered. And for both of them, they're like, yeah, this is sweet. I got top pair, a great kicker. The only kick you got is one in the teeth, Queen 10.
Glad you said teeth. I thought you were going somewhere else. 35,000 each. Turn card. Here's a 6. Hume now a 93% favorite.
think we could see some checkbacks mixed in on this particular card from Hume, because you would hate to get check raised against a big blind range here. And by checking back Queen Jack, you stay really under wrapped. But the problem with doing that is you're not going to get value from those hands like a 6-7 that might just call, or a 5-7. Maybe something like 8-5 suited. Even 8-5 off will probably call twice here. I know it's rainbow. I meant more just like pre-flop. You might have called it 8-5.
150.
So goes for the value, hoping not to get check raised, of course.
Will we continue up there after the break? Yeah.
150,000. Called by Boujmala. King on the river. So this part likely to go in Hume's direction.
And that king is really not a bad card. I think, but does still play it as a check back. Happy to take down the 500,000 chips.
Elka asked a follow-up question about those Monte Carlo highlights from last year. Do you know when they will be on YouTube? Eventually. I know that's not a very helpful answer, but obviously we need to agree distribution deals with key TV networks around the world. And understandably, TV networks don't really want content that's already available for everyone to watch on YouTube. So we need to give them it first on a kind of, I'm going to use the word, exclusive basis. And then the shows can be uploaded to YouTube. Ace Queen, Wheeler opening under the gun.
Been a great level for Jason Wheeler. Started with right around $1 million, up to 1.6. We played the nicest hand actually of this level with that great 3-barrel bluff all in on the river against Sir Watts. Yeah, how many chips do you have? I just want to know if I should set mine. Should I have called here? What do you think? Yeah, threes.
45, right? 45.
Taylor calling with 6-5 of diamonds in the big. And it is Jack 7-6 flop. Taylor with the best of it.
New school versus old school here. I was playing with Jason Wheeler. Back in my day, I was playing with Jason Wheeler in 2011.
Check, check. 10 on the turn, which means Wheeler picks up a gut shot. Lights out loser says, question, do you have to re-commentate for the highlights? Yes, we do new commentary for the TV shows.
Okay.
50,000 the bet from Wheeler. Delayed C bet.
And of course, Taylor knows exactly where he's at.
Yeah, makes the call. And Barry Greenstein makes an appearance. Goes check, check, and Wheeler wins the pot. This has been a good session for him. Up to 1.8 million now, playing a 90 big blind stack.
Mini Cooler asks, why is this guy gang associated? You wouldn't get it.
Good, my friend.
Taylor gang.
What is it, 3-bet? Well, you were just thinking of calling.
What is it, 3-bet?
Ha 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 ha. You wouldn't have liked my response.
Close to call or fold.
Oh, okay.
There is something I've always appreciated about Jason with his live image. He's very kind of macho, challenging. Like he's ready to, you know, like it was such an innocuous thing, this like little fold. He's just like, oh, you were thinking about raising me, huh? You wouldn't have liked my response. It's like, so like, so good for TV, and no wonder he clashed with something like someone like Greco.
Raise and take it for Mike Watson, and we are going to step away from the feature table. That means we're heading to one of the outer tables where Nicola Greco is all in and at risk. He's been called by Arunas Sabatovicius. It's ace-10 versus jack-10 on a 10-high flop, so it's looking good for Greco right now. He does have the advantage, top pair, top kicker. The board pairs on the turn, and all Greco has to fade is a jack on the river.
Or a 10 for a chop.
He does fade it. He wouldn't be eliminated though, would he?
Touche.
So, Nicola Greco doubles up.
It's normal. I'm sure.
So still at 20 players.
Sorry, my friend. It's normal.
And thank you to StatTrick for reminding me that last year, Jason Wheeler came 19th, Nicola Greco came 17th. So they've both made the top 20 for the second year in a row.
I'm wondering about the slight detail. Did Taylor expose his 10-4 off from the button, or did he just muck his hand? He must have mucked. I think that's just a lot of information for other players to have for situations like this, where Taylor has decided to play another, you know, not so strong button hand. He mucked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is a super straight.
The second most powerful straight in poker. See, because straight flushes are technically flushes, you know?
Yeah.
Now, if the river was a deuce or a 9, we would have a Super Saiyan straight.
Never Tilt Again says, do people give tips finishing top 20 when they get their payout? If yes, how much is it usually? So the player's discretion, and I'm not going to lie to you, some players tip, some players don't. Some players tip generously, some tip maybe just the leftover change of their payout. I also think that
culture has a lot to do with it. Obviously, there are many countries where service is generally included in the price. Whereas there are other countries, like America, where you end up tipping about 25% of what you paid.
I lost. You lost. Sorry.
Whenever I go to the States now, I just put on a very European hat, so they just think I don't know any better. Saves me so much money.
It's your range. That's why I thought you won. That's the best thing.
10 pass.
Lights Out Loser says, I'm so ignorant, I apologize, but who would you be tipping? The dealers, the tournament staff.
Raise 45,000.
No, I'm not saying anyone tips 25% of their winnings. I was talking about tipping in general. And yes, the tips are split. Obviously, in a cash game where you're playing with cash chips, it's quite common for the player who wins the pot to give the dealer a tip. When you're playing with tournament chips, you can't tip the dealer at the table. So if you cash, if you have a decent score in a tournament, it's quite common to leave a bit of money for the dealers, which is then shared by all the dealers. All right, Mr. Pink. Let's curb the living wage chat, shall we? Wish I'd never answered the question now. Back to the action. As Jason Wheeler's bet of 40,000 is called by Andrew Hume. 4 on the turn.
Fun fact about someone we reference quite frequently on the stream. Barry Greenstein quite famously would tip his entire amount to charity.
True.
For tournaments. Did we call him the Robin Hood of poker?
He was known as the Robin Hood of poker,
yeah.
Yes.
So, Ace on the River, Barry Greenstein, the Flaming Barry, one of the good guys.
And Hume catches a piece on the river, but it's not enough.
Yeah, and we'll see if on this river, Wheeler will try to exhume some chips from the Brit. I'll be a nit. Yes, you will.
Fuck, the one hand I'm supposed to do.
The one hand, yeah. Sucks. So the Real Oak, to answer your question, they tip all the dealers at the end. It's not a, you don't tip a single dealer that dealt you a good hand.
Minutes left on the clock. We will be on break again soon. And blinds will be going up to 10,000, 25,000.
Didn't Phil Ivey tip his entire winnings in a tournament to the dealers because all he wanted was a bracelet? I don't know, but that sounds exactly like something he would do.
Does sound like a classic
And that's someone
Ivey
that's
story.
hung out with him in real life, okay? I was in his house.
Phil wasn't there at the time, and Griffin may have broken in through the window, but he was in his house.
Listen, you don't need to contextualize things for these cretins.
Right, last word on this, and then we're moving on. Yes, Ragnarok, when people cash out at the end, they are given the option to tip part of their winnings. Whether they choose to is completely up to them, and we're not judging them either way.
Yes.
And generally speaking, if you are a dealer, it's considered to be a customer service job. And there are many customer service jobs where people are paid a salary but also receive tips. Robert McGuirk, tip them to get different jobs. Ed, you know what to do.
160,000. 160.
I tell you right now, Chat Pro Saturday, there's like a 2% chance of it happening.
$160, yes?
And one of those classic last hand before the break 3-bets. So Bujmal is just thinking, what is this stuff? He just wants to embarrass me before the break. No, he had ace king. You're good, man. Enjoy your break.
We're staying on there or moving? Do you want the mic now?
So we are going to keep the same feature table for the next session, the third level of day 4, as we aim to get down to the last 2 tables. Chances are we may play beyond that point if it happens soon. And these are the stacks the players are watching right now. Coming back at the 10-25 blind level, Arnaud Ensemble is the table chip leader, but everyone's pretty deep. Even Mike Watson with 25 bigs still has a lot of wiggle room. More action from EPT Monte-Carlo on the other side of this break. We're back inside of 20 minutes.
Wonder how many pieces of Russian players Alexander Kravchenko has had over the years.
Are you asking what percentage of their action he's had?
Yeah, just the sheer number of people. Like, I wonder if any player from Russia played any of these events that Kravchenko didn't have some small piece of.
No worries.
So folded to Daniel Zink on the button. Raises to 235k. Matt Woodward folds the small blind. Dag Martin Mikkelsen is in the big blind with ace king.
So, should we just give him the trophy now, or?
And Doug re-raised.
This is pretty ridiculous.
700,000.
I'm all in. Call.
All in call.
All in and a call, and Zink is dominated.
All in. His hand is
Not great, Bob.
And ace king is the hand for Doug.
This is where Zink really needs to bank.
Getting good every single hand. So all in is
I have ace
now
king every hand.
Daniel Zink with ace, check, cards. And here comes
Let's hope that's the worst thing that happens to you during this hand.
Pop comes deuce of diamonds.
King high flop, 2 diamonds, not hearts.
Now then you need
This is so sick that you just hit the king and no hearts.
Queen of diamonds, yeah, that's more fun.
Well, he called for the jack of diamonds. He gets the jack of diamonds.
Kings for Doug, and here's the river card. It's an 8.
No jack on the river, and Daniel Zink will be dispatched in 7th place.
I think I do my
Cash is for 250,000 euros. At least he laddered because of that ridiculous coup at the start of the final table.
Oh, here we go.
James, now that we're short-handed,
Yeah.
is any of this starting to come back to you?
Oh, yeah. No, I remember this final table very clearly. That's why I don't want to say too much, because I don't want to be too preemptive, and I don't want to foreshadow what actually happens. I'm also intrigued how they're able to cover it in the short time available in a highlight show, and I fear that some of the story may get condensed too much in one of those montages.
So can we get the director's cut commentary after the show is over if there's things that we missed or
Sure.
sort of feeling that we didn't quite catch?
King of hearts, Jack of spades, queen of clubs.
Well, this is Tulchinski v. Woodward. Queen 8 versus Ace 3, and Tulchinski's flop best, pairing his queen.
And this was you and Nick?
Yes, Nick and I would have done the live stream, and trying to remember who would have done the TV show with Colin Murray. It might have been Benjamin Kang.
Okay.
Cool. And Michael calls, 300,000.
Tulchinski is just fearless now. He's just like, you know what? I made that fold. That's it. No more.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, here we go.
Check. Michael check.
Some subtle tells there when he reaches for chips and then checks.
River card,
I think he's
king of diamonds.
trying to dissuade a bet when he does that.
Check. Michael checks.
Woodward with the best hand. Looks like he's going to go for a finish value bet.
And Matthew bets, he does.
Is Tulchinski going to raise? I mean, it's pretty hard for a queen to be good here.
Yeah.
And Michael pass. Matthew.
Nice answer.
Alrighty, where's my seat?
Good lay down.
Promising the seating or something?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Nice hand. King queen.
Hello.
I know, it was a nice shot.
I get the players wearing sunglasses, even though I don't really like it. I'm not sure about the audience.
So folded to Mickelson in the small.
360,000.
Abusing that big stack, raising to 360,000 with Queen 4.
I mean, you're raising the big blind of King Jack suited fold guy. Excuse me, Ace King suited fold guy.
And has he folded a hand since? No. Is he going to fold this Jack 10? No.
Cool.
Nor should he.
Michael calls, 2 players. Top is 10 of hearts, 10 of
Queen 10, 10, top pair versus trips.
He checks.
Is this going to be the start of the decline of Dagmar Mickelson?
360,000.
Tulchinski leads at this.
How do I feel about the lead?
360,000.
Man, I really like raising the lead there.
3 of hearts.
I just think when they lead and you raise, they just never put you on a 10.
And check, river card.
Check, check.
Mickelson, I feel like this is a check call spot, but I guess if you do that, you run the risk of your opponent polarizing, and then you have some kind of insane decision with top pair. So
yeah,
maybe you can put out like a small to medium blocker type bet here, and when you get raised, maybe you don't get raised, right?
Yeah, and because the camera, just one quick thing, because the camera placement, I forgot, I thought that Mickelson was the button here. Of course, it's small blind versus big blind. So we talked about Tulchinski leading the flop. It was checked to him, so he took over the betting. Here he calls Mickelson's river bet and wins a significant pot, but it hasn't done too much damage to Mickelson's stack.
Not a lot of damage, but the first loss we've seen him suffer.
Olasheimian, second in chips, 94 big blind stack, opens with Queen Jack from under the gun +3, makes it 90K. Pocket fives for Sadri Saleh. That's a call. And the crinkling is getting really tilting.
Oh, my bad.
I was going to say, did you pass your bag of potato chips along to somebody at the feature?
I gave one to everyone.
Izonas has Jack-8 in the big blind.
It's a combination of the crinkling and the shuffling, actually, that bothers me. It's approaching nails on a chalkboard status.
Izonas calls as well, three-way to the flop. And that flop is 10-9-7. Izonas flops it. And Shemian has a gut shot to a better straight. What do you do here, Maria? Play and flow?
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason why it looks like Izonas is going to lead into the pre-flop raiser is because he feels like this is the kind of board that's going to get checked around a lot. And leading can actually look a little bit weaker than obviously what he has. It looks more like, you know, protecting top pairs or a pair and a straight draw. Doesn't really look like you flopped a joint.
150K from Izonas, called by Shemian. Salah gets out of the way, and it's heads up to the turn.
Let's see how good Shemian is running today.
He's got the swag factor. It brings a 5 on the turn, which would have been a set for Salah. He saved himself by not getting involved post-flop.
Unfortunately, he doesn't know that just yet. He's probably a little tilted at the moment. I was actually a little disappointed that Honglin folded 8-6, which would be in really big trouble right now, too. Although he would have a straight flush draw.
Izonas fires again, 375,000 into 630,000.
And this is the part where, you know, Shemyan's also thinking maybe my overcards could be good based on the way the hand was played. I don't think he would often call with just a straight draw if that's all he thought his outs were.
But it's the 8 that comes on the river.
There's our answer to how good Shemyan's running today.
Shemyan swag factor, 8 out of 10.
What in the world?
Well, this is going to result in a change at the top of the leaderboard.
This is just so unlucky.
Twitch chat's kicking off. As Yozonis bets 725,000. And Shemyan's sitting there with the nuts, right?
Yes, and he has, you know, 3.18 million in chips total. And he's just thinking about a sizing that is going to get paid off. I don't think all in is that sizing. And Yozonis' hand looks pretty strong here. To think that Yozonis is betting 3 streets after this kind of run out, Shemyan has to believe he has a straight.
So why is all in not the
Because
move?
he blocks the nut straight is the problem. I mean, yes, Yozonis could have the same hand in this spot, but a lot of times he could have a hand like Jack 10.
Well, how much is that?
2 million?
2.5 million.
If you threw up earlier, Joe, I don't know why you're not throwing up now.
I got nothing left in my guts, that's why.
And of course, every decision has that 30-second timer running.
How are you supposed to get away from this when there's one hand that beats you?
I didn't say it was something he's going to get away from, but it's a very tough spot for Shemyan to bluff, given what I said about how strong Yozonis' hand looks with the action having been what it was. But
I mean, can Shemyan do this with just a jack?
Just to be clear, he doesn't have to play those time bank cards. They will be deducted from him at the end of the hand. Every 30 seconds that passes, the dealer resets the clock and starts it again. He will be warned when he's on his last time bank card, though, because if the clock hits 0, his hand will be dead.
whew, looked like he was going to. Oh!
It's a fold.
Wow.
Well, Shemyan.
Wow.
Takes the chip lead. Up on the main stage. Actions on Adrian Mateos. He passes. Jason Mercier has 9s under the gun +1. He raises. Round to Donchev. He folds the button. Johnny in the small blind. Folds. Pocket 5s for Ludovic Geilich in the big blind.
Ruh-roh.
Ludo shoves.
That's a pretty big shove. I think he could have just called.
Call.
Jason calls all in. He is the player at risk, but he's a 4-1 favorite.
Ludo must have thought Jason was opening with a monstrous range there.
The flop.
10, 6, 4. Nines holding.
No, Ludo. From 19% to 12.
The turn card. It's a 5!
I'm with Jason on this one. That was brutal with a capital R.
Mercia needs a 9 to survive. It's a 10.
All right, good luck, guys.
I almost feel bad for making all those Jason Mercier so lucky jokes.
Good luck, guys. Good luck, man.
Another deep run for Jason Mercier in the EPT Grand Final.
But you're never happy unless you win.
Maybe that's my one bit of big luck.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Live coverage of EPT Monte Carlo, the main event, day 4. 20 players remain of the 1,098 total entries. The business end, as we like to call it, Joe Stapleton, and also here for business time, Griffin Benger.
Hello, everyone.
Still lots of big stacks messing around in this tournament. None bigger than Arunas Sapitavicius with nearly 4 million, 3 3/4 million chips for Arunas. Vicente Delgado now second in chips. Kenan Taylor was once the chip leader with 250 big blinds, and now his stack has been devastated down to only 93 big blinds.
Where my Taylor gang at?
Taylor gang in the house.
Good to use a lot of our content earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, it's way more than I think we've done in the past. Like, I feel like I was lucky to get 1 or 2 things an entire show. Like, but I don't know, dude. We just found our stride.
Queen for Kenan Taylor.
I'm waiting for somebody to tell me I'm doing something wrong, but
Did you win for Barcelona as well?
yeah.
And a controversial limp.
I think they focused.
Taylor mixing in a limp.
Which is cool.
Everyone's been telling me he's a 500 Zoom, I think it was, pro. Standard to limp the ace queen under the gun one? I don't know.
So yeah, he mentioned this in his interview before we started playing today, that he kind of likes to mix in limps every once in a while because people don't know how to handle it. And he did mix in a limp with 10-9 suited earlier and shoved river after missing an open-ender and won a significant pot.
But this is going to give an opportunity for Vasilchenko to sneak into the pot here with the very live 9-8. And a quick check from Sir Watts. So 6 live cards going to the flop.
That flop is king 5 deuce, so a pair of 5s for Watson. So what do you call this? It's not a C-bet.
Yeah, for once I'm stumped. But I do like the bet from Taylor. This is the kind of board where your opponents are going to be stuck with a lot of hands like a 5. And it's going to have a tough time continuing on turn cards, and Taylor can just keep betting. But that card...
Cinco, cinco, cinco. 3 Cincos for Mike Watson.
Quite common to see some leads on cards like this, which favor the big blinds range in this spot. Not always just going to have the 5. Sometimes you'll just have, you know, 3-4, maybe 3-6 of clubs, something like that. And when you start leading, your balance between those hands that are just straight draws and that have your opponents with a hand like ace queen drawing dead. So great spot for Watson, 100%. Taylor gang biting off their nails. And Watson has got to think that Taylor's going to have a king some of the time here, deciding to call this turn. Also probably some pocket pairs with that limp. Let's see how much Watson wants to charge Taylor. Those times he does have a king, I reckon he's probably going to call a decent percentage of the time. So what is the bladed amount of Michael Watson? I'll set the over-under on 200. Over-under.
I'm sorry, what'll get paid or what?
No,
Mike's
what he's going to bet, yeah.
Under.
That's a good spot, but I could also just see him going for the
100, there's
overbet.
200, there's 300, there's 400, 425. Carry the 1, 2, flip of the tangent. That's more. That's more than 200.
Yeah, so
I'm all messed up because I can see the hold cards.
Goes for the very polarized.
I was guessing for, you know, what I thought. I assumed Mike Watson would know exactly Taylor's holding.
Well, the thing about a bet like this is that
you can still get called by ace high.
It's just, it doesn't matter whether you have a king or an ace high, right? It's only a 5 that Watson is repping. Watson has a 5 or has bluffs here. And that's why Taylor's still thinking about it, because whether he had king queen here or ace queen doesn't change much. You know, had it been a smaller bet, Taylor might think, okay, maybe he's just value betting me with a king here.
Right.
Exactly 2x pot bet. And Taylor is in the coffin and wasting his, I shouldn't say waste, but using his time bank chips. Doesn't believe him. And that's his last time bank chip there. And it also just goes to show how aware Watson is of how capable Taylor is. That he'd be prepared to make a call like this.
And Taylor does eventually release the ace high.
Arcadia says, even a 2 beats him. But like we explained, would never be betting 2x pot with a 2. Only really with a 5. So ace queen is beating everything but a 5. Very exciting hand to start the new level.
Yeah, sure was. That new level, by the way, since break. Blinds 10,000, 25,000 with a 25,000 big blind ante.
Another limp from Taylor.
This time under the gun, king queen suited. Ensel me. Ensel me like one of your French girls. Hulme's out. Watson in the small blind with a different kind of queen.
Watson obviously contemplating if he wants to play these 30 big blinds as a raise here. And that is the case. 5x raise to 125K.
Let's see if this limping strategy messes up Mike Watson as much as Canon Taylor hopes it does. Flop is ace, 8-6, 2 spades. Cruising toward a chop in reality, or perceptionally, what's going on here?
Well, it's actually not the easiest of ace-high boards to continue on.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of interaction with that 6-8. You know, we've seen that some of the limps that Taylor has made are hands like 9-10 suited. Those are going to continue on this board and then really be tough to play against out of position. But you expect that Taylor's also going to have a lot of other Broadway kind of hands that, you know, not just the king-queen suited, but the queen-10 suited, the jack-10 suited, that's going to have to fold. So plays as a pretty pure c-bet for Watson. He takes it down.
Live poker today. Scoop Online Poker starts Sunday. Just a few days from now, we'll still be here for the start of Scoop. 120 events over 25 days. By 120 events, that's not even counting the low, medium, and high, I don't think. There's something like over 350 total tournaments. And if you're playing the mini EPTs, next one kicking off at 6:15 tonight. It's a fun one, $25 high roller. There are Scoop tickets added to all of the mini EPT Monte Carlo tournaments. And we'll be covering Scoop. Griffin's on board for that. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for the last 3 weeks of Scoop.
Yeah, very busy time of year here with PokerStars and the EPT, giving you tons of coverage in the spring. We finish this thing on what, Saturday? Sunday? Scoop, let's go.
Connection, Jason Wheeler. Jason Wheeler. Oh, it's the king-queen game. Limp under the gun. Limp under the gun.
You coward.
You won't do it.
Palm Bear 27 asks, does this play down to winner today? Not only does it not play down to winner today, it doesn't even play down to a winner tomorrow.
That's right.
We played on a winner on Saturday, so 3 more days of poker.
What people forget about is that poker is kind of like a Half-Life.
Like the video game?
Well, the video game is based on like the deterioration of radiological elements, right?
Right.
And so what happens is you can easily lose 20 people in an hour when there's 40 tables in action.
Right.
But to get from 20...
people are getting knocked out. There's so many tables.
Exactly. But to go from 20 down to 6 does take a day and a half. At least when you're
my mom always
playing in a tournament with a structure as good as the European Poker Tour, brought to you by PokerStars. Chip counts and sell me. Now on top at this table, narrowly edging out Sammy Bujmala. Kenan Taylor drops to third with 81 big blinds. Folded around to Bujmala. Folds the 5-3 suited. Onto Kenan. And a small blind limping strategy too. That's crazy. 9 deuce for Kenan. 9-7 for Wheeler.
95.
Wheeler, more like Steeler.
And he does swipe this one away. Wheeler, middle of the pack at this table, which is just shy of 80 big blinds. No, I'm sure you don't say his name, Enselme.
Incel? Me?
34 from 16 asks, is Wheeler a high roller? Sure.
No, but every once in a while he's a high wheeler.
I have no comment. Yeah, no, it was a wheel joke, but Griffin took it somewhere that they can only get away with on Poker Go.
Taylor, ace deuce of spades on the button.
Salme in the big 10-8 off. I love being in the big blind because you get to play all these hands that you have to fold from like every other position.
It's true.
King, Jack 4, 2 spades. Flush draw for Taylor. C-bet will likely end this hand. That's right, Pie Face. You pronounce it like Cool Whip. I love Cool Whip on my Pie Face. Okay, there's the C-bet. Monkey C-bet, monkey do win pot. Also, hear me out here, Griffin. Instead of time bank chips, which is hard to say, time bank chimps. And you have a little chimp that points at his watch when you need more time.
And then when it gets down to the last time bank chimp, it just does the Family Guy chimp thing. It just points at you like.
It points at you, and then if you don't act in time,
It attacks.
He rips your face and genitals off. Yeah.
Yeah. He rips off your pie face.
Time bank chimps. That's right, Itbiv. Nice emote there of the chimp. Time bank chimp. Did you and James talk about the fact if we get to 16, are we calling it? Are we going to keep playing?
I was told that it was my decision, and I've decided.
Oh yeah, were you?
Yeah, I'm just going to kind of wing it based on how I'm feeling at the time.
I knew I would be sorry that I asked, but I didn't know how sorry. Watson raising ace-9 off. Jack 7 off in the small blind. Can't do it. Andrew Hulme. Hulman robot. Pocket eights.
My money's on the eights here.
Your money's on the eights over ace-9. Ace-9.
I'm rolling with the Hulme.
Are you now? Are you choosing your fighter? Or are you choosing the weapon only?
I'm just making a clueless reference.
Oh.
Rolling with the Hulme.
Hulme got it.
Hulme.
Hulme, thrill me, kiss me. Heads up to the flop.
What do you call pocket eights anyway?
7-5. The snowman's.
Nom nom.
Ed K, thank you, says we're going to play at least 4 levels. $35K, the continuation bet from Watson. Would you say, Griffin, now I'm trying to work on my mental game a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that when you become like an even-keeled, I'm trying to get rid of the emotion in my game, right? An even-keeled poker player, that you stop hoping for certain cards and you just deal with what actually arrives? Is that something that's real? I've been thinking about that lately. So instead of being mad that this king hit, right? Instead of being like, when you have eights.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I don't like this king. So being like, it is what it is. And now we figure out this as a given. Instead of wishing what could have been. Instead of being disappointed there's no 8. Is there anything to that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that, like, that kind of comfort you're searching for comes with just
175.
playing a bit more. Like, that's a tendency that I'll see from really inexperienced players. It's just like this doom switch goes off in their head where they're just like, oh my god, there's a king out there. I have pocket 8s. Like, this is just like, I can't believe this. Like, what if he has a king? He could have a king right now. He could just have ace king. He's betting. He's betting. If he's betting, he could have ace king. Like, and it's just, you need to just like relax and realize that king 7-5 is on average like a pretty good flop for pocket 8s, right? It's not jack 10-5 or, you know, ace 10 deuce. It's like
ace king queen.
Yeah, like on average, there's going to be an overcard to the 8s. Learn to accept that and just try to think about their range and what the kind of player they are, and know that you're even if they are bluffing you, sometimes it's not your pot. Like, the turn came the jack there, you know, and it's the card that Sir Watts is always going to win the pot on that hand, even though he has the worst hand. You know, he just bets again, and you're supposed to fold the 8s, even if he's bluffing. So you don't have an entitlement to every hand that, like, you're technically winning, right? Like, sometimes the situation just dictates.
No, but I do.
No, but you don't. You don't. You call the once there, and you hope the turn is like a 6 where you can call again if there's another bet, but there probably won't be.
So you can hope a little bit.
Yes, I'm fine with hoping, but I'm also fine with, like, being bluffed when my opponent has a range advantage, you know.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's valuable advice for everyone who isn't at Griffin Benjer's level or higher.
Kind of a tight but disciplined fold with the king-jack suited under the gun 1. You got to be careful with these kind of hands in early position, even if they are sparkling with diamonds, even if you are really deep stacked. You know, you are going to be slightly behind the opening range of the under the gun player, and then you have to worry about everyone else squeezing behind. You know, you're not going to be that comfortable to play big pots on jack and king high boards because you oftentimes have the worst jack or the worst king. So I think that's okay there with the king jack suited, even though I might have found a way to play it. I just love those bloody suited broadways, don't we all?
I do. King queen suited is my favorite though. Ooh, but jack 10 suited. But ace king suited. Ace queen suited. Queen 10 suited.
That's it.
Did I get
nice.
Did I get them all?
You got them. Yeah.
King jack suited.
You're not sure about king jack suited.
All right, suited. Yeah, you're right.
You're right.
King jack suited too. Okay.
You know what my favorite day of the week is when we do these things? It's the final day. Because that's when you're suited.
I am suited on the final day. That's right. Joe Stape suited.
Yeah. And, you know, I know he does an excellent job, but he gets a little stage fright, a little nervous sometimes, you know, just the buzz. He does such a great job out there. He looks
that
so
was
cute
for
in the
us.
suit.
That wasn't.
They know I'm making it up.
Supposed to be for everyone. Jason Wheeler with 2 wheel cards. Ace Trey suited. Andrew Hulme. King 5 suited on the button.
The Hulme.
I like that fold. I like putting your own stank on the fold.
Great level and a half for Wheeler here. Doubled his stack. Pretty much what he signed up for.
Jason Wheeler does really great social media posts about the stops on the EPT. He doesn't do it as much anymore.
Yeah.
But it'll be like, here's some good restaurants nearby.
He does, yeah. He's famous for that.
Here's some things about the poker room I like. Occasionally, it'll have some constructive criticism in there, too.
Man of the people.
But I always enjoyed reading them. Fold around to Oleg Vasilchenko, suited king.
Not gonna get through Watts.
Watts shoving.
Yeah, and I was gonna suggest maybe for 40 effective is just prepared to go just blast it all in there instead of 3-betting and having to fold.
Hoping.
So unlikely that Vasilchenko has a better hand, so it just feels like free chips. Give me them free chips.
Except for when you get snapped by ace-king. Which, by the way, I'm not being critical. I'm just saying every once in a while that's going to happen. What's happening over here? Pedro Neves, recent runner-up, Busto in this event, out in 20th for 34,700 euros. We're down to 19 players. Jack suited for Watson this time on the button. Not going to hear a peep from Bujmala. How about Kenan? Nope. Gets it through.
You love that, right? Best hand, raises, everyone folds.
Absolutely. Vasilchenko this time opening king 5 suited. Gets king 5 suited to fold. But ain't gonna get the old ace clanger to pitch it into the muck. Taylor's just mad he can't limp. We still have Wheeler in the big blind. All out of time banks too, right? Didn't you note that, Griffin?
Yep, the ace queen burned them all.
So if
maybe one left.
If a pre-flop decision with ace king leads to the expiration of that time, the timer could see a fold.
Vasilchenko technically has enough room to 4-bet fold here. Not really, though. I mean, I just could.
I love that you think about that, and that's obviously the mark of a good poker player.
The thing is just like, this could just be ace-10 off and stuff that folds to a 4-bet, you know? And Vasilchenko doesn't like getting, he likes protecting his opens and by mixing in some 4-bets sometimes. So I just think I think he's thinking about it. But I think he's probably folding. But with just 32 big blinds behind, yeah, it could have just been, you know, wanting to make it look like he was really thinking about it. Make him think twice to do that again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1 hour left on this level. Everyone guaranteed that 34,700 payout. 19th and 18th get that. At 17th, there is another pay jump. And it's a 5K pay jump, so pretty cool. Andy Hulme. Oh no.
Oh my God.
Pocket aces for Mike Watson. It's not the heat, it's the humidity.
Is it time for some AASMR?
Uh-oh. Go for it.
It's just so delicious to wake up with pocket aces. I like the red ones. It reminds me of home in Canada.
This is a good bit, by the way. Go ahead, keep going. What's the 3-bet?
I'm just gonna make it 3x, not too big. I wanna make him feel at home.
Don't cross the streams. Just stick to 1 bit. What do we think of this price with 9-8 suited?
It kind of feels like, you know.
It
Come
feels
on,
like
stick around, get in here.
behind door number 3, there's a milk machine, and it's not going to stop till it gets 50 gallons.
Come on, let's. Hey, put a 50 out there. Why not 100 more?
Little AA SMR. I genuinely, that's a great bit.
It's a great hand. A great hand deserves a great bit. And Sir Watts is over 1 million chips for, feels like the first time in days. 1.35 million at the 25K big blind. Very comfortable now with an average just around 1.7, but was really short for much of today. And just to think, if you've been with us all day, or at least last level, you remember Mike Watson was 1 card away from being limited, was all in with queens against ace king. The board came ace, the board came queen, but the river, after I requested Lady Luck, came a queen. And Mike Watson now very healthy and in contention to win his, I don't know, probably like his 7th EPT. Maybe only his 2nd, but it feels like. If you count the high rollers and the super high rollers, this guy's won a lot on the tour.
Watson once again driving the action, pocket threes on Salme. Queen Jack in the small blind. Let's it go. And this time it's Andy's turn to wake up with ace king in the big blind.
Cool, me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And decides just to call. I know what you're thinking. What is he doing? Why doesn't he raise? Well, it's a very, very strong seat to raise from. So it's not going to look very bluffy. And you're going to keep in those weaker aces. But it's close. You're going to be raising here a lot, but it means you got to be prepared to play for stacks. And if Sir Watts is prepared to play for stacks in this situation, ace-king's not the greatest. It's kind of just breaking even with the range. And Watson actually sizes up, wants to protect against floats from overcards. And it's honestly the perfect bet against the exact hand that Hume has. And now Hume has to think, like, do I really want to call, you know, and be in this spot where he's so comfortable betting on this board texture, which means he's going to have hands to barrel with. A lot of the time, he could just have nutted hands. What if he has 2 7s here and he's betting big because it unblocks the 10 and the ace-9 suiteds with a backdoor flush draw that I would be calling with? So do I really want to call with ace-king? Now we can see Watson has 3s and ace-king's doing okay against that. And I think this is a good fold. You know, if it's 10-6, 5, we're singing a different tune, but the fact that there's already a straight out there, I think that's good discipline by the Brit.
Everyone's very, very good at poker, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I don't know what to tell you. Watson now 5th on the leaderboard here at this feature table, not overall. 57 big blinds. Hume with 53 big blinds. Shortest stack is Vasilchenko with 29 bigs, which is plenty of chips. Oh, wow. The mini EPT Monte Carlo horse event has 15 minutes of late reg and is very close to hitting the guarantee. If only there was an incentive to play. Oh, wait, there's added scoop tickets. How fantastic. I mean, you could win a scoop ticket for a $5.50 horse.
Yeah, and also you can make the little PokerStars table. Like, you can, like, window it, you know? And then you can, like, make the rest of your screen. You do this sort of drag thing on the... If you're on a browser right now, you hit this little thing, and then these arrows to the sides, and you can make it the size... Like, you can do both. It's amazing. Technology these days.
Unaware of that.
Yeah. You don't have to choose. You can stay with us, and you can play poker. I mean, don't you wish you could watch a hockey game while playing hockey? How cool would that be? Maybe people won't really be able to relate. That's a Canadian version. Like football, you know?
You mean soccer?
Either one.
Okay.
I think I meant soccer, but whoa. Zip Code Live says, or you can have multiple monitors. That's crazy. I always find those hard to pair.
You can't have more than one monitor. It's insane.
It's all coming up, Watson. The last level and a half. From someone that was down to about 500,000, all the way up to 1.53.
Unlike the song, most of the audience has turned up for Watson. And Watson up. It's almost 60 big blinds.
Tila says, once you go multi-monitor, you never go back. I have to agree. The other day, I was watching baseball while playing Resident Evil 4 remake. It's like,
Really?
Yeah.
I can't multitask like that.
No, it's like in the background, you know. But it was really pushing the limits of my PC, I gotta say. The baseball was in slow motion. That game is very demanding.
Suited ace tray. This time for Arnaud. And ace 10 suited for Hume.
Just in case any of you were wondering, he's taken. I feel like people notice women's rings, but never men's, you know?
Well, I'm typically not curious whether or not a man is single. But I guess that's sexist of me.
Yeah, I am. I always am. And then I befriend them and I say, are you happy?
All right, heads up pot. Jack 9-7, 9 of spades, 7 of spades. Gut shot for Hume, and the best hand, and backdoor diamonds. Miri Albania asks, has the PSPC ever happened? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Sacramento, I'll just say, do not fold your hand. That's a responding question on Twitch. Don't fold jacks. There's no right way to play them, but don't fold them to a race.
And Arnaud checks to Hume, who takes the opportunity to take over the betting lead. Finner wants to know, Griffin, what part of Canada are you from?
Originally from Toronto, T-Dot, the 6. And now I live in Montreal. But Drake still calls, you know. We just don't hang out as much.
He calls you on your cell phone?
Yeah, yeah.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah, the thing about Aubrey and I is we started from the bottom together, so it's we keep in touch.
What are those two things you love? Your bed and
my bed and my what? At home.
Someone will know what I'm referencing. I only love my thing in my bed.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he actually wrote that from a conversation we had.
My mom, that's it. Thanks, Widzy. All right, Oleg Vasilchenko.
Someone asked me why I moved to Montreal. I moved to Montreal for love. And because Drake and I needed space.
Disappointing. No action with kings.
Zcat, I live in the Milan Plateau, very Montreal. But that is as deep as I'm going to get because I keep on asking closer and closer to where I live. And
Hello. Hi.
I mean, you seem nice. We could hang out. 18 remain. Only James knows what happens at 16.
19 at the moment.
Oh, it is 19. I get my 9s and 8s mixed up.
I mean, they're only one away from each other. It's like almost impossible.
My two favorite numbers are actually 9 and 8.
Wasn't your boy Joe Carter number 9?
No, that was John Olerud.
Olerud.
Remember Olerud?
Of course I remember Olerud.
Oh. You know the Ricky Anderson story, right?
Come on.
Of course. Yeah, we've talked about this.
We've done this.
We've done this before. So many times, yeah. Yes, I have been to Sushi Momo, Welly. Hume.
Raise from Hume. Call by Watson. Wheeler in the big 6 deuce, otherwise known as Deuce Bigelow. Can't even call with those pot odds. Jack 9-5, top pair for Hume. Hume's a very difficult 5-letter word to say. It takes a lot of effort. Hume.
I just dropped the L because we're in France, you know.
Okay.
I feel like it would be silent, no? In the French language. Hume?
Maybe. I'm not sure that's like a rule for French words.
No? I mean,
Je m'appelle Joseph. I mean, you say the L's. You don't say Jim Ape.
I feel like you drop letters.
You do drop some. It's just, I don't know if L is one of them.
Can we get a language expert?
Like a T or an S at the end.
Yeah.
Or in the middle. L's.
Quite a nice little check call here, actually playing this King Jack.
Royale with cheese.
By Hume. And Watson took the bait. Ooh, doesn't fall for the second trap. A very valid question here on Twitch from JW6MM. Does players' mouths give away tells? I think, you know, I have heard over the years of someone finding out that they have a bit of a mouth tell, but I think it's more, there's a certain comfort in turtling, I think, just like going in your shell a little bit and just sort of like not having to worry that there might be something someone could see, you know? Reminds me of that famous Andre Agassi story. I forget who the opponent was, but It was like the biggest server on the tour. He was had the most aces on everyone, but against Agassi, Agassi would always just return his serve better than anyone. He would always beat him. And then finally in his book, like 20 years later, he revealed that he had a tell when he was doing like, when he was serving to one side or the other side.
Oh, wow.
And like, so he tells him like 20 years later and he reveals it in his book. And like, he's just like, he goes, the other guy talks about how he would go home to his wife. He's like, I feel like he's in my mind. He's in my brain.
Now, Griffin, you were going to be right eventually that there are 18 players remaining.
No.
I win, no? You win, yes.
Oh.
Grieco
Narrative
has eliminated Marcos Ladev.
Come on, Nick.
They both had trips with a 9 in their hand, but Grieco's jack kicker played. It all went in on the turn. And so we are down to 18 players, as Griffin predicted, although it would have happened eventually. Ladev out in 19th place for 34,700.
Good luck, man.
And that's good news for all y'all that want to see more Jason Wheeler, Nicola Grieco, because I absolutely do.
Look, nobody wants to bust from an EPT with 19 players left. But the last way you want to do it is a guy dancing and going,
I mean, maybe you can see why Jason Wheeler has had words with Nicola Grieco. I still stand by the fact that the words Jason Wheeler has with Nicola Grieco are pretty much completely lost on him. Like Jason,
Grieco doesn't get it?
No,
or?
Jason says some like kind of things that would like escalate many situations, and Grieco's like, ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Pocket sixes for Kenan Taylor. 40 minutes left on this level. Ace-10, 4 on Salme.
Fair fight.
And no longer a fair fight.
Hasn't been going Taylor's way at this table. Just a good question from Rocherier. How much are we allowed to hide of ourselves? Can I wear a ski mask at a tournament? I don't know. How far have you seen things pushed?
I think that they had a crackdown on people wearing like full-on costume faces, like a Cookie Monster sort of thing. Doesn't work
Sesame
anymore.
Street is the line. That's the official poker.
Muppets, yeah.
Yeah, once we get to Muppets territory. But I think it could be. I think Ski Mask might. I mean, I don't want to start a trend or anything, and you know, start the Ski Mask era, but.
I think if you show up to a casino in a ski mask, you may not make it all the way.
Yeah, I would say probably no.
Through the foyer.
I gotta admit, now I realize what I mean by ski mask. I was thinking just like goggles, like for skiing.
You can't. Well, I've seen Phil Locke wear ski goggles many times.
Yeah, I wouldn't have brought up a ski mask, which is, you know.
What do you think the majority of ski masks, like you mentioned, have been used for in life? Skiing or other things?
Yeah, I know. I just forgot what ski masks were, honestly. I was thinking a lot. I was just thinking about skiing.
You just like walk into a bank and get tackled. You're like, I was just on the slopes.
Yeah.
Pocket nines for Kenan Taylor.
Here's a question about ski mask now that we're here. Do you think that the inventor of ski masks hates the bad rap and bad publicity that ski masks get, or do you think they love the sales? Or do you think that the sales, like it was worth it for the person who ever created ski? Because now the sales are up because they get ski masks for a wider range of things. Yeah, I got rich. They were gonna have to wear something. I'm going to see 3 with 4-3 suited. Very reasonable. Doing pretty poorly against nines, but it ain't always nines. You're going to, oh my goodness.
4, 5, 4, Hulme. Nearly an overpair for Taylor. Orange Juicy says the first ski mask was actually worn while stealing the idea for the ski mask from someone else.
That's a good joke.
40,000's the bet.
Yeah.
Not a ton relative to the size of this pot.
Now, you're the guy with pocket nines here, Joe. Are you just like, I can't believe a 10's out there?
No, I'm not as scared. I'm not as scared as a 10.
Really?
Yeah.
It's the king that's kind of.
Because I just automatically assume every time I have like 8s or 9s that someone has a pocket. That
So
someone
I
has
was
ace
going to
king.
say, this is going to be tough if Hulme plays this as a raise because, you know, Taylor's really too strong to fold, but it's going to be difficult to hold on with 9s as opposed to, you know, something like a decent sized 10.
Even better.
Not a great card for Taylor because it does fill up some of those check raises. The ace threes, you know, sometimes something like 3-6 suited is flatted pre. Shouldn't really improve too often any of the existing pairs. Maybe something like 5-4 will mix in some check raises on the flop just to play more comfortably, and now has made 2 pair. But Hulme now with some showdown value. Trying not to inflate this pot so much, trying to get to a river. And Taylor might use this as an opportunity to sort of put out some block value in order to be able to check back the river, not give that free card. And here it is.
No free card. Free cards are for the bank.
But this is just a great example of Taylor knowing precisely where he's at. If for some reason Hulme was check raising a 10, which I think probably plays as a check call a lot of the time, I understand that I'm value betting myself. But the fact that Hulme is checked here, he's either giving up or he has something like the 4-3 suited. So I think this is a great example of 2 players that are very, very skilled, know where they're at. And Taylor just needs to dodge an ace, 3, 4, or 6. But that's 2 pair. That's the 3.
2 per for Hulme. And luckily for Taylor, I mean, this looks like a bad card.
I think there's a chance Taylor could try to win this pot, but it's very difficult, you know, because would you even bet an ace? So a bit unlucky there for Taylor, but I think they both played that hand really well.
I just wish that it's just such a shame to me that someone has to lose. Like, it's not fair. Everyone, you should be like, look, we both played this hand great. Let's just get some.
Well, that's why everyone loves a chop pot.
That's one of the reasons, yeah.
Yeah.
I would be out there right now being like, guys, we all played great. Let's just chop it up. 18 ways. It's pretty good. It's pretty good
Did
money.
you overhear James and I on last level?
No.
When I thought that, because at 24 we were redrawing, and then he said something like, oh, there's a deal. And just for that half second, I just like thought of all those comments are like, can they make a deal with like 25 people left? I was like, it's happened. It's happened. I was like that. The Office meme with Michael Scott running around. It's happening. It's happening.
Look, we all talked about it on break, and we're good.
Yeah, we've decided, you know what? You guys go home early. You got Scoop starting on Sunday.
Yeah.
This is for all the years of you guys doing this, we've decided, we've already ran the numbers. We've decided on ICM chop. A couple people wanted more. We've already just, we've made the deal.
Here's the most unbelievable. Someone goes south.
And we're tipping 20%.
We're tipping 20%. And look, I took a look at my edge, and I realized it's probably not that much more.
Yeah.
Than anyone else in the field.
Yeah. It's a tough field.
If you had asked me 3 days ago if I'd be happy to get this money, the answer is yes.
As a matter of fact, we've already taken. We came in here last night with ski masks. We grabbed the trophy. And we've already cut it up into 24 pieces with some machinery. We're fine.
We weighed it. Everyone's getting an equal.
It's getting
equal
based on their
weight.
chip stack. Yeah.
Right. Salme continuing. Continuing for over half pot, and interesting that he did this because I feel like this is Queen Jack of Clubs is a hand you could see one more with, right? With the 9 and the club.
Yeah. But Ensom wants to make this a big sizing to, yeah, exactly like you said, dissuade these floats, and you see that Vasilchenko still does it for more than half of his, pardon me, more than 10% of his stack remaining. You know.
King is a goodish card for Vasilchenko. Better for Anselme.
You might even see greatish. Very good question on Twitch from, let's call him Mug. When you show the winning percentage, is it calculated also the cards that we have seen from the other players? And I believe the answer is yes.
The real answer is nobody knows.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I always assumed it did include. Because sometimes it looks off, and then someone says, oh, it's a folded cards.
Yeah, no, we're not really sure.
Yeah, it's the mystery that's nice with that one. Even though I always thought it was certain. I have been talking about what a great 2 levels it's been for Sir Watts and Jason Wheeler, the online legends. The online godfather, they've been calling Mike Watson in the chat. Plays as Sir Watts online. But it has not been a good couple levels for our boy Vasilchenko, who I think started the previous level with around 1.3 million, is all the way down now to just under 600K. We've seen so much medium to big stack play from Oleg, but we haven't seen a lot of short stack play, so let's see how he is going to deal with just having that amount. But you know what? I mean, even 600,000 is 22, 23 big blinds, 24 big blinds. They'll be fine.
So many big blinds.
So many big blinds. The average looks like 70 bigs.
Griffin, if you could buy into this poker tournament right now for 23 big blinds, what would you spend on it? Keeping in mind that the next player out is already going to get like
34,000.
34K.
I'm not good with these kind of math spots, but
100,000? Would you buy him for 100?
No, that seems like too much. I would
You gotta
have
have a
to
little faith in yourself.
I would have
Jeez.
to get 8th or better, and I'm going to come in with 3 times less the average.
Yeah.
So if we assume an average stack is on average going to finish 9th, then I mean I'm going to finish like, I don't know, 12th to 18th a lot, which is not going to get me, you know, so I'm just going to lose 55 grand. I don't know.
Well, here's
Someone
the
help me
good
out.
news. I retract the offer.
No. We can still listen. I know you think that we're really far apart here, but like we can get to a number. You know, this is called negotiating. You said 100. I was thinking 50, 60. You know.
You must not think you have a very big edge in this field.
Look, I'll sign the dotted line right now on 75.
Lansalme 9-7 suited.
And I've been seeing a lot of spots where sometimes you would see opens or flats, but it's kind of cool to watch a table, and I think this is really indicative of how strong the field is. Everyone, I think, respects everyone else on this table. There isn't really a mark. There isn't a spot, you know. Every single player seems like they really know what they're doing, and in different ways. We have 2 online legends. We have a rising cash game star that is mixing things up with limps, that has a bloody fan base on Twitch.
Yeah, I know.
We have, Oleg Vasilchenko, we've seen play for 2 days. Very, very difficult. Andrew Hulme, so tough, so solid so far.
Speaking of the up-and-comer with a fan base, Taylor getting out of line.
Yeah, and a really nice hand to play as a pure call, I think, from Sir Watts.
Pure call it is. Will Watts continue stacking chips and busting fools? Jack 7-6. Both players miss. You would assume Taylor had some sort of plan for not connecting super hard with Queen 4, and here it come. 60,000.
Yeah, and this is a pretty good result as far as flops is concerned versus Watson's exact holding, but Mike Watson's also very sticky in a good way. Very aware, very ready to play future streets. I could see a call here or even something like a raise.
Sticky in a good way, like a bear claw.
He's just really good. He fights for pots. He puts pressure on. You can see the snap fold. Backdoor flush, draw. Like, king's going to be live when you get called a lot of the time. Like, it's just bloody brilliant stuff from Mike Watson. That's why he's one of the greats.
Mandalorian. I'm about to just leave work and drive an hour to the card room. We'll be playing the old men nooners. Everyone's sitting around waiting to cooler each other. Someone talk me out of it. Griffin, you want to talk him out of it?
I don't know. Not really. Do you?
No. I'm kind of jealous.
Yeah, it sounds like a good time. I mean, I've seen some people in the chat wishing they could play poker today.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that where I live
you're
in
saying
Los
you
Angeles,
could do it.
I have several card rooms within an hour of me in Los Angeles. However, that's just 4 miles.
Just do it for all the people that can't play online live poker or whatever, online poker, any poker today, you know? Do it for them.
Taylor in the small with at least the 8 of spades and limps in. We've seen Wheeler attack Taylor's limps before.
Not this time.
This time is going to take a free one. And Wheeler, we know, flops top pair, and Taylor at least.
Yeah, has the best single card we can see. The 8 of spades.
Has at least an up and down draw and at least a backdoor spade draw. It's always coming 7.
And that's the kind of card that could freeze up Taylor unless his other card is a 10 or a 5 or a 7. Because your opponent's going to have a lot of 7s in their range here from the big blind. Probably not going to be folding 9s anyway. But now Wheeler is going to bet for value.
This is fun. I always like it when we've got just a little bit of missing information. So, if only we knew what that other card was. It's
Well, we're about
impossible
to find out.
to know if he has a straight.
We are about to find out because this should almost always go check, check.
I just can't take not knowing. Just can't take not knowing whether Taylor has a straight or not. Okay. What's the other card? A king. He did have the straight.
Oh my gosh. The world is flapped. Don't think Jason Wheeler's going to lose any sleep over that one.
He probably sleeps pretty well, I would guess.
Yeah.
On YouTube, someone asked, is there anywhere a list which players are left? Place in this... Is there anywhere a list which player left on which place this tournament? Yes, thank you for your question. I think. Not exactly sure what you asked. So I've been carrying this $200 bill around with me all week. And I got to tell you, it might as well be, yeah, this $200 bill here. And it might as well be a zero because no place will take it.
You've just had it for years or what?
Yeah, I've been like carrying it around since Barcelona last summer.
Are they no longer good? I don't understand.
No, they're fine, but I'm like, hey, can I get a pack of gum? And they're like, yeah, I'm not changing 200 euros for this.
Seems like a negative free roll anyway. I mean, like, you know.
It is. That's what I mean.
For them, it's like you don't have like total counterfeiter vibes, but like maybe a bit, you know.
Ooh, another hand where Jason Wheeler is very likely to not get any chips back.
I had trips.
Gutschel says, Joe making fun of people that don't have good English, but himself, he doesn't speak any other language. Well, guess what? Now you speak nothing. Because you're banned.
You have no power here.
As suspected, Vasilchenko chips up.
Longbow says, sounded like Deckard Cain from Diablo. Stay a while and listen.
Label guy wants to... Well, never mind. We got a hand for Watson. Pocket queens. We got the ladies. A fun one in the small blind. After Wheeler gives it up after some deliberation. Andrew Hume patiently waiting his turn. That is a couple of big chips. That's a re-raise. Nice try. Show him out.
Watson here sitting around 60 big blinds.
Is that the effective stack?
Yes. Whoever has less is the effective stack. Very good. And is just going to call. Doesn't want to just get coolered here for 60 big blinds against aces or kings or lose a massive flip against ace king. You have to remember as the flop comes 7-5-4 rainbow, that this is an early position open versus small blind. Had this been button to small blind or cut off to big blind, you'd feel more comfortable just getting the chips in. But this is a pretty strong 3-bet. It's going to have hands like these as bluffs, but also really big hands that you don't really necessarily even want to get queens in all the time.
Is it going to have a lot of 7s and 5s and 4s?
The 3-betting range? No.
Yeah.
No, not almost never.
So you're feeling pretty good about
You're
this.
feeling pretty good because you're now only losing to 2 hands, probably. So now you're just kind of in bluff catching mode. It does get more complicated on something like a king. If NSEM decides, you know, like the king of clubs, I think NSEM will be firing out big, right? Because you're trying to fold out all those over pairs between, you know, 8s and queens. It's not the king of clubs, but it is a king. Certainly part of NSEM's concern, though, is going to be the capability of Sir Watts. And, you know, he could be having ace-king in this spot. Watson could be flatting ace-king pre and then calling and seeing the turn.
You know, people were asking about mouth tells earlier. This would be, I do have a mouth tell. And so when I have queens here and the king hits, my mouth tell is this. Ah! It's a mouth tell.
Well, I wouldn't want to suggest that NSEM isn't capable of a big 3-barrel bluff. I don't know if it's necessarily something that he wants to do in this situation. I think this was kind of a 2 and done. Make the, you know, take aggressive action pre-flop. Hope to get it through. Don't get it through. Make your c-bet. And that's why we've seen the check and now the check behind from Watson. And this is part of the reason why also you just call, because you've now made another additional, whatever the c-bet was, 150K. Would have just been a fold to the 4-bet.
Chris Poker saying this is why you jam pre. And I feel like this is why you don't jam pre.
Yeah, he just made more money because he didn't jam pre. So what are you saying? What? He just called? OMG, what a fish. I think Chris, listen, Chris is a little early stages.
Okay, got it.
Just got to keep my prayer. I saw something earlier.
Pre-diagnosis. Yeah. Sorry, Chris, but we got your test results back, and you're not very bright. What guy folded a 7, Matt? What guy? Calm down. It's all right. It's going to be okay. People fold 7s sometimes. It was actually quite a big dog to these pocket queens. Check, check. And Mike Watson just keeps on trucking.
Yep.
Climbing that mountain. Yodelay, yodelay.
Yodelay, yodelay.
I don't think that one is. I don't think that one is copyrighted. Watson not only having a good level, but now a second in chips at this table. 18
Turn up for Watts.
Yeah, right. 18 players remaining. Just over 10 minutes left on the level.
Okay, fun game.
Okay.
You might already be really.
I love games.
You might be pretty bladed on this one, but
okay.
I'm going to pick a number for Mike Watson's all-time career. Do you think you know too well to make this fun, or are you?
His lifetime earnings?
Lifetime earnings. I'm going to say number, and then you pick over/under. Okay. I am going to say 24 million.
I'm going to go under on 24 million.
Okay. Someone want to look it up for us? I'm working. Sorry, not you guys back there.
Fancy Moses.
No. The thousands
wow,
of
that
people.
was quick. No,
the thousands
Patrick,
of people.
Patrick is in there. Right off the dome, right off the top of his head.
What did he say?
Do you want to know the answer?
Yeah.
225.
18.5 million.
Okay. It was a bad line. Bad line.
Why is it a bad line?
Because I should have said 20 million.
Of all the numbers in the world. That was pretty close.
Not really, you think so?
If you're talking about from
It was
0 to
30% too high.
infinity.
Yeah, but this is an infinity war, okay? We're not working with infinity.
Oh, so you're saying that Mike Watson has a limit
to
how much money he could win?
Yes.
Wow.
Definitely.
Wow, shots fired.
No. No,
Jeez.
you can totally. Oh my God, no, I didn't. Oh no. Do you think his girlfriend or wife is listening to this? His wag? No, he's the sky's the limit for him. He can make infinity.
Wheeler getting involved. Ooh, with the ace of clubs. Do you remember what the card was that we didn't get before? Remember what it was?
King of spades?
King of spades.
Oh, so you're saying that the card that
I'm saying
is having trouble being read by the reader is the king of spades.
If I had to make a guess, I would start with the king of spades. Now, it doesn't mean that it's that. It could be just
Right,
user
but we
error.
have, yeah, but it could
We
be
have a
card
little-
error.
We have a little bit of information.
It could be card error, yeah.
That's not always the case, but sometimes it is a broken card. You know, maybe it's a card that Griffin Bender spilled coffee on.
You know what? You want to do this here? You want to do this in front of everyone?
That's the only place I feel safe doing it.
I spilled a little coffee during my last shift when, sort of between my station and his station. And
then he used my
I didn't
papers
want
to mop it up.
Let me be clear. I used the tissues to mop it up. I used the papers to hide it because I wasn't sure if I was going to tell him. And then on my break, I realized that it's the right thing to do. And if he discovered it, that I would get in trouble. So I told him that, oh, there's just a little spill. And then, he found it under the papers.
Look at this hand here. Multi-way
Whoa,
action.
no, this is a glitch. We're not allowed doing more than three-handed.
Ace, king, deuce. Just one club out there. Jason Wheeler with at least top pair, maybe top two. Still not seeing that king of spades.
Listen, until we have evidence to the controversy, any unexposed card here is
It's going to be the king of spades. This bet's just going to get a bunch of folds, right? Wow.
Yep. That's great. And so many people put in 2 blinds.
You're happy to take it down there, even with ace king,
You just
right?
made 7 bigs.
Yeah. If you guys want a really great story about Griffin spilling something, listen to the Poker in the Ears podcast, post-Irish Open, the Irish Open recap.
The controversial delivery food night.
That's right. The whole story gets told.
So someone asked a really important question from Puzzle Den. Did Griffin also have Joe's chocolate coin one time in a previous EPT? Not only did that happen, and I feel badly about that.
He actually does feel bad. He
Relationship
doesn't often care.
Our relationship has changed drastically since then. But he has intentionally left Oreos that he has made clear are his between our stations.
It's big.
Like, really, it just says it's 4 Oreos, and everyone, look, we love Oreos, right? So he's set me up.
Action's folded around to Mike Watson in the small. 87. The year Griffin was born.
85.
What month?
April.
Oh, yeah, you're such a Sagittarius.
27th. It was my birthday the other day. You didn't even wish me happy birthday.
Did I not wish you a birthday? I'm bad with birthdays.
I mean, you probably did. I just decided. A friend of mine actually said something really sweet to me on my birthday. You know what he said? He said, just because you're in your mid-30s doesn't mean you're mid.
Oh, that's nice. You're far from mid, buddy. I'll give you that much. And once again, the open-ender The open ender connects with a pair. Z-Cat weighing in to say Sagittarius is November joke. Yeah, that's such a Taurus thing to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to know.
Watson has bet 55,000, which with what is probably the best hand. Board pairs 5. Deuce 5 of diamonds, a potential hand here in the big blind.
10 deuce off, also a possible hand considering this went limp check back.
Sure, I guess. Yeah, I guess a 6 is also possible, right? If it's just got checked.
Mm-hmm.
Watson checks. I mean, it's hard for us, and we only we can see a whole card. Imagine not knowing either of them.
Well,
impossible.
I know Taylor has the king of spades, and I was surprised to see him call the turn.
Oh. 100,000. Watson is going to flick it in. We will get to see it.
Looks like Mike's got it.
King deuce.
Hey, show us that hand.
Oh,
Hey.
no.
No, no, no.
Oh,
Hey,
no.
hey, come on. Oh, 4 deuce. Had nothing.
Was it 4? Okay.
Called the... Was that a double gutter? 4, 2... Yeah, it was a double gutter. 4, 5, 6, 8. 2, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it was a double gutter. Really, like the weirdest double gutter I've ever seen. Have you ever seen a deuce 4 offsuit double gutter on 6, 5, 8? Think about it.
Isn't that the only way you can have?
No, but I just mean those particular cards, like deuce 4 in your hand. Like how often do you find yourself playing deuce 4? You guys know what I'm talking about.
Griffin, do you know that there are some mathematicians who theorize that in the history of the world that no deck of playing cards has ever been shuffled the same way twice?
I have heard that, but I've never really understood it, so I'm just... So each shuffle you do?
So if you do the math on the number of combinations there are for 52 cards...
Combo neutronics? What does Sam say? Combo neutronics?
I don't know. No, I don't know.
He always said that's like the new sexy term.
When I
combinatronics.
When I hear a word that has like more than 3 syllables, it just comes out like bleh to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. 52 factorial is a big number. That's right, Zaphod. Combinatorics says
Torix, that's what it was. Oh, see, a lot of people know it. I guess I should know it. I mean, I understand the concept.
The chances of it happening are so slim, they call it impossible. I'll tell you what's something that's pretty wild in all...
Torix.
In all of the poker that I've ever covered, all the hands of poker that I've seen, which is significant. Probably not as much as like an online grinder, right? But like a significant number of hands I've seen. I've never seen a showdown of a wheel versus Broadway.
Really?
Yeah.
You've never seen like ace, deuce, 3, king, queen, and...
Not a showdown. I've never seen someone be like, I got a straight, me too, and it's wheel versus Broadway. Never.
Now I'm not even sure if it's possible.
It is possible. But that's kind of weird.
We should run a contest. Anyone who can find a hand, a televised live hand.
Someone, I've said this before on the air, and I think someone sent me a screenshot of it from like a different poker site once.
Yeah, but like how much credibility does that have?
No, I believe that it happened.
Do we?
Woogie says that's because it can't happen.
I don't know, man. Ace, king, queen, deuce, 3. I'm pretty sure you can make 4, 5, and jack 10. Pretty sure, but I'm not positive. And some 7-6 off in the big blind. Rocking those beats.
Closing in on the end of this level. one hand or two. That's about all we will get in.
Chris Poker says it's impossible. Yes.
Of course, Chris Poker
Chris,
is back to say it's impossible.
Chris, you're great, man. I hope you stick around.
Two
Oh
pair.
my gosh.
What, this hand? The two pair versus queens?
Oh,
I would be more
were your ally.
I would be more oh my goshy if it was like queen 7-6 or jack 7-6. But
Yes, I
ace
understand.
7-6 is like
But you merely adopted the queens.
not exactly a gosh invoking situation for me. I don't like to take the gosh's name in vain if I don't have to.
I hope that's the real truth at the end of the tunnel. You know?
Gosh.
We all die and it's this guy, gosh.
It's like you were all saying gosh, and it turns out I am pissed.
You guys came so close. Sometimes you'd say gosh, but like... I don't know why he's flamboyant, but he just is. A lot of people are correcting about the wheel Broadway thing. It's like everyone's a poker expert suddenly on this because I've seen no evidence. I don't care about some screenshot on some other poker site unless you can prove to me that you can make both the wheel and Broadway. Handalorian asks maybe the most important question of the day. Would you rather never be able to open a door or have to full sprint everywhere you go? Oh, that's really good. That's really good. Ensam with the lead. Oh, so tilting. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Vasilchenko was bet again.
So neither hand strength changes all that much on this run out.
So maybe you're wondering why Vasilchenko bets twice there. And it's to target those 10-9, 10-8 hands that'll call again for a small price. Set the price against aces and hands like 7-6. We're done. We're done the level.
That'll be the last hand of the level at the feature table. We're going to take a peek out onto the floor because we did have an elimination before break. Jimmy Torres Velasquez out in 18th place for 34-7. Everyone else ladders up. That is a pay jump of 5,000 euros for everyone else. Eliminated by Paulie D lookalike Maduka Marigal. These are the feature table chip counts as we head into the third break of the day. We are going to play at least 4 full levels today. Regardless if we get to 16 during that level. Benselme still the top spot here. Oleg Vasilchenko is the short stack with 13 big blinds. Kenan Taylor no longer with 250 bigs, down to just 50 of them now. So when we get back, blinds be 15,000 to 30,000. More from EPT Monte Carlo in 17 minutes.
Blinds at 81.60 with a 20k ante.
Now's when the real poker starts.
10-4 for Mickelson, and the chip leader folds. Tulchinski on the button. 8 deuce. Lets it go. Peter DeCorva in the small blind has pocket nines.
Neaters.
At this point in time, Peter DeCorva was a Dutch pro sponsored by Stars.
Peterson raised to 500,000.
Matt announces
All in and a call, and we've got a sick race here.
Oh.
King Jack suited and clubs.
And I think Woodward is the at-risk player, but it's pretty close.
Let's see the flop. The flop is ace, 6, 7, 7 of clubs, 6 of diamonds, ace of.
Now this seemed like the flip that could be avoided.
Peter's still in the lead with his 9s. Let's see the turn card.
All the Dutch and Belgians on the rail.
Peter's in the lead with his 9s. Matt's looking for a 10, a jack, or a king in order to double through here.
10 jack or king needed for Matt Woodward. Hits the 10, makes the straight, and that is going to leave Pieter de Korver super short. Their stacks were pretty even.
Yeah, by about 350.
Sick.
Very close.
Yeah, that is sick. I kind of feel like had I been on commentary with you, James, I may have invented all it takes is a chip and a chair in 2009 instead of 2014.
Well, let's not forget that earlier in the season, Joe, at EPT London, we had the amazing comeback from Michael Martin, who was down to like half a big blind. And now we've got this potential story of Pieter de Korver.
Still the shortest stack, though.
Yeah.
Like all those hands we just saw him win, I was expecting that the chip stacks hadn't updated yet, but nope, he's still on the bottom.
Mickelson opens with pocket 10s, ace-jack the hand for Pieter de Korver.
380.
James, what do you think's the most number of all-ins you've won in a row, even over the span of multiple tournaments?
Oh. I mean, it's probably single digits.
Right?
Peter re-raises all in.
Call.
Matt passes, Dag calls.
You got it.
210.
Okay, so now de Korver flipping for his grand final life.
Like Castle versus the Vampire Diaries. One of these two things from 2009 has a slight mathematical advantage.
And it is an ace-high flop. Straight draw for Mickelson.
Peter's taking the lead with aces and jacks.
10 or queen.
Let's see the turn card. Turns to 4 of spades. Peter needs to dodge a 10 or a queen in order to double.
Kenny Hallett and Ruben Visser among the players on Pieter de Korver's rail, hoping that his aces hold here. They do. De Korver gets another double up, and that is a significant dent in Dag Martin Mikkelson's stack.
Is that 5 all-ins in a row?
Oh my God, he's sick.
Triple up, double up, double up, double up, 4. So 5 all-ins, lost the first one against Woodward, and then has managed to get himself back into contention afterwards.
Jeez.
He's going to raise to 380,000.
Makes it 380,000. Jack deuce for Tulchinski. PDK. Double up king.
Three raise to 680.
3-betting with 6s out of the small blind. Who's getting all uppity all of a sudden now that he has chips?
It's back to Dag.
Getting weird with the 6s.
300,000 chip raise back to him. He'll make the call. Peter and Dag will go heads up to the flop.
Mickelson calls, not nearly as far behind as he would be sometimes facing a 3-bet.
7 of hearts, 6 of
And de
diamonds.
Korver flops a boat straight up. And Mickelson's going to have to work very hard
430,000 is the raise
to lose more chips here. He's been 3-bet pre-flop. I don't think King 10's really ahead of the 3-bet pre-flop range.
Yeah, it's one of the situations where you think, wow, de Korver flops huge. What a hand for him. But Mickelson has like nada, so it's impossible to get paid here. Somehow, Mickelson pays that bet on the flop.
And do you somehow pay another bet on the turn with a gut shot?
No.
Peter bets 1,040,000.
I mean, a lot of the hands that 3-bet you pre-flop have nothing here. Ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. So maybe Mickelson thinks that that's the majority of DeCorver's range. Like, a lot of people aren't going to 3-bet. They're 6s, they're 7s, they're 8s, they're 9s. So maybe DeCorver, excuse me, maybe Mickelson gets in some trouble here by trying to take
all in.
Call.
Yeah.
All in and call.
Oh my God. Mickelson shoves on DeCorver, who happily calls all in with the full house. Mickelson drawing dead, and DeCorver is going to double up from 6 million to more than 12 million. Now has actually close to 15 million in chips. This guy was on life support just a couple of orbits ago.
I'm not going to lie, the victory laps here, somewhat justified.
All right, Matt and Dag are in the blinds. Michael's going to be first.
That must be Rail Mickelson.
And clearly, Joe, when I was talking about narratives in this event and narratives at this final table, it's the fall and rise of Pieter DeCorver versus the implosion of Dag Martin Mickelson.
255.
That's such an interesting hand.
Michael raises to 320,000.
A lot of folks shouting punt. Some folks coming to the defense of Mickelson.
Peter makes the call.
My recollection at the time is, I mean, we're seeing one hand there, but generally,
Dag raises all in.
Mickelson's play had been pretty punty throughout.
Yeah.
Yep. They have to call something, yeah.
And then he's been all in quite a bit.
Yeah. 320, so what's on the side? Michael makes the call, so does Peter.
All in for less.
Let's see the flop.
Side pot.
Flop is 10 of clubs, 4 of diamonds, 9 of clubs. Both players checked. Let's see the turn.
Potential action on the side.
Diamonds. Both players have
And Mickelson drawing dead. He will be eliminated here.
Dude, DeCorver just
4 of clubs.
So hot right now.
Check. Show me. I need to see all 3 hands, please. Peter shows queen 9 for queens and 9s.
So DeCorver will win the pot. Dag Martin Mickelson exits in 4th for 600,000 euros. But let's put this in perspective, guys. Remember the chip count from the last level, where Mickelson had like 16 million, and the second biggest stack was 4 million, and he's now out in 4th.
Yeah.
You raised 425. Peter calls.
Do you remember anything about a deal?
I don't, and bear in mind this was at a time when deals were not disclosed publicly on the stream or in the TV shows. If a deal was done, the details of it are not recorded anywhere official. It wouldn't surprise me, considering how almost even they were in chips, and because, as you say, Joe, the huge difference between first and second. Yeah, DeCorver has outflopped Woodward. It is domination rotation, aces and 7s, and he's going to raise this flop.
Are we going to have one hand of heads up?
I call. Matthew calls.
What sort of nonsense needs to happen on the turn that you can get away from ace-king here? Certainly not that.
Peter bets. 2.5 million.
That's right, Alec. It is domination, rotation.
Matthew calls, 2.9.
Oh, now Woodward's doing it for him.
Woodward calls the bet. We go to the river. And DeCorva now moves all in. And if Woodward calls, it's over. He lets it go. But
Good
that
fold.
is going to put a gap between them. That's going to see DeCorva take the decisive chip lead.
You will see it on TV.
If I was gonna make a drinking game, you'll see it on TV would definitely be one of the phrases.
As the curtains open on the night sky in Monte Carlo.
Is it morning?
No, this would actually be early evening. This was not a long final table.
Okay.
150,000, 300,000 are the blinds.
Matthew raised to 750. Peter calls.
9-6 versus 6-4. Monsters, I tell you, monsters.
And the flop comes.
Sometimes it's just how you do, heads up. So, Woodward's behind, but has the best draw. Oh, man.
DeCorva all in.
Peter all in.
This feels like a fold. Even when you're ahead, you're going to be up against a bigger heart. A lot.
I call. And call.
So Woodward officially behind right now, but has the best equity.
He has a pair of sixes. And 4-6 is the hand for Matthew.
Man, this is one of the best case scenarios for Woodward.
With the 4, but he had the hard flush draw. Turn card.
Turn card is the Queen of Spades.
There's one more card to come. And here's the river card.
The river is the 7 of Spades, and it is over. Peter DeCorva has won it.
How? What a run.
Thank you.
Sun run.
Magnus Carlsen moves all in from under the gun with pocket threes. Malte Mernig's got 8.
Probably has got no choice but to reshove.
Carlsen's all in for 1.34 million. Mernig starts the hand with 1.6 million. Meanwhile, over at the other end of the table, Jack Salter is enjoying a salad.
Nom.
Big decision for Mernig. And Jack Salter should not be stepping away from the table. He's still got cards in front of him. This is acting out of turn.
No, he's tanking. He's tanking.
Your hand's about to get killed like a George R.R. Martin character.
Mernig eventually reshoves.
All right, maybe it's dead now, I don't know.
Deader than Ned Stark. Come on, it was season 1.
Am I allowed to do that? Is my hand dead?
Yes.
You can't do that.
Sorry?
You can't do that.
Can.
You can.
Can't. Okay.
Can not.
Meanwhile, the action is on Buonanno. He folds.
It's live?
No.
No, I'm going to fold it anyway.
Okay, well, you do that.
Mayo Roca has 9s in the big blind. He's got both players covered and both players dominated.
I don't think you can be too in love with this situation, but I don't think you can fold it either. Such a huge spot.
Call.
He calls, putting 2 players at risk.
Good luck, bro.
Whoops.
Not a huge whoops. All it takes is a 3, bruh.
So a three-way all-in. Better believe it, Mernig.
Cool.
He and Carlsen are at risk. And both players are covered by Roker, who has the best hand.
Everybody on your feet.
An 8 on the flop. Mernig takes the lead.
Believe it, son. Running clubs can still save Carlsen.
All running 3s. But it's an ace on the turn, so Carlsen is drawing dead. He's out in 5th, whatever comes on the river. Malte Mernig just has to fade a 9. And he does.
Nice hand. Nice playing with you.
GG, man.
Maya Roka may be regretting that call, but hopefully he's not. All you can do is make the right decisions.
Carlsen departs the final table. Malte Mernig up over 4.5 million. And back to Monaco in the year 2023, where we bring you the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Day 4 of the main event, the day where the primary objective is to get down to 16. But we come back from break with just 17 players remaining. And if we do lose a player during this level, and we do have a couple of short stacks, Pieter Aerts and Oleg Vasilchenko, we will play on to the end of this level. We said we'd play a minimum of 4 levels today, and that remains the plan. If we get through this level, still at 17, we'll play into the 5th and final level of the day. But something tells me we will be at 2 tables pretty soon. The way things are going, these players not staying out of each other's way. These are the chip leaders as we come back from break. It is Arunas Spatovicius who still has the biggest stack, close to 5 million chips. Leonard Mauer, the second biggest stack with 3 million. Leo Lees hovering around the 2.6 million mark. Start of day chip leader has dropped out of the top 10. Although Kenan Taylor still has close to 50 big blinds right now. It is the 15,000, 30,000 blind level with a 30K big blind ante. It's James Hartigan joined by Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me, guys. Pleasure to be back here.
And the key takeaway from the last session, Nick, is the dominance, the comeback, if you like, of Sir Watts. Mike Watson was a shortish stack for much of the day, but is now among the chip leaders. 2 million at the start of this level, nearly 70 big blinds. Not going to play this hand.
Mike Watson, seems like he's good at poker. It's weird. Super weird.
Obviously, Kenan Taylor on the descent at the moment, but still a playable stack, raising here with the sailboats, the pocket 4s, and Jason Wheeler, another player who we've seen dominate today, has ace-10 suited on the button.
Interesting situation here, James. Taylor, the effective stack here, 45 big blinds out of position against the suited ace. I do feel as though we're going to see a 3-bet here some of the time. I think probably you can go a little bit of both. Yep, there it is. Definitely deep enough.
Re-raise is to 225,000, and Arnaud Ensemble is just checking how many chips Taylor started the hand with. He is the table chip leader. He's not going to play out the small blind. Andrew Hume in the big blind, King Jack of clubs. This is the Telly Savalas.
Interesting situation. I don't feel like this is a combo that you find a cold 4-bet with. I don't think flatting here is particularly advisable, so I think the fold's pretty reasonable. That's what you're going to see most of the time. Taylor definitely deep enough to peel and try and spike a 4 here, though. It's definitely deep enough to consider finding that set mime.
Does indeed call. I was about to ask Nick, is this ever a 4-bet spot? But Taylor decides to try and hit that third 4. It is a 9-9-7 flop. Now, obviously, we can see that 4s are still ahead, but it's not the best board in the world for Taylor. He's checked the action to Wheeler, who's got solid equity because there are plenty of counterfeit opportunities here.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's always a continue on 9-9-7. Feels like a very good board to continue barreling with ace-10 of clubs. I wonder what Taylor wants to do here, though. He should be aware of the fact that the 4s are going to be good here quite often. If you're up against an opponent that 3-bets lighter, you're going to have the best hand more frequently with the 4s. However, Did he just play it as a straight set mine, a pre-flop? At this stage, he's in a pretty good position to find some ladders potentially, so I wonder if he just check folds flop without the set. Although that continue is very small, James. So he probably does want to call at least once more. Yep, absolutely, makes the right call. If you continue for 140K on this flop, James, you're definitely not going to get these smaller pairs to fold, but I'm sure that Wheeler has a plan for later streets. For example, the ace of diamonds.
That's a great.
It's a great plan.
Yeah. Continue flop, get there on turn.
Interesting spot. So again, this is where the leveling comes in, James, because if you think Wheeler's capable of 3-betting light, the ace is a card that he might bluff as a continuation of the turn, and therefore might still get called by a hand like pocket eights if he picks the right size. Pocket fours probably always gets away at this point, but it's kind of a situation where you kind of go, you know, does my opponent have enough light three bets in this situation, or do I just, you know, give up with the fours in the turn when the ace is such an obvious card to sort of check fold? Check on the turn. Taylor probably not loving that. I don't think a check on the ace turn is an indication of weakness. If anything, it's going to be an ace, or it's going to be something like pocket tens, pocket jacks, pocket queens, where they're concerned that the smaller c-bet on the flop meant they got floated by some ace combos like ace queen, for example.
Taylor playing his last time bank chip. Obviously, he will get more tomorrow, assuming he makes it to the penultimate day of this EPT main event. But right now, he is going to be down to 30 seconds per decision from now on.
There's a chance that Taylor tries to turn the fours into a bluff here. Like, he might realize that Wheeler could still have, you know, pocket tens, pocket jacks, pocket queens, but I don't think he's going to get the result he desires. Easy
Immediate
call. Yep.
snap call from Jason Wheeler. I don't want to use the word implosion, but it does feel like Taylor just can't get anything going for the second half of today. Got off to a strong start, increased his chip lead, but is now down to 22 big blinds.
Yeah, I can kind of see what he was thinking there, but the check on the turn from ace-10 is going to merit the bluff, and he does bluff catch indeed.
And Jason Wheeler has just taken the chip lead at this table, 2.7 million, a 90 big blind stack. Oleg Vasilchenko still the low man at this table with 11 big blinds.
Oh, that's true, actually.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to go, but
I always wanted to go to those.
It'd be tough to have a flush with the 4 diamonds, but...
I did go to Roland Garros.
Oh, yeah, okay. I went to the Australian
board,
Open
though.
when I went for Ultimate Wins on time.
I know, but you know,
Still,
your mind goes right there.
Yeah, of course.
And
you
we
have
both
time, you have
played
time to think through the combos, you know.
And
you're
we
just
both
like,
played
fuck.
yesterday. There's some hands in there.
Yeah, I understand.
Taylor's folded the king deuce, 6-3 for Wheeler.
But agreed. But
Folds.
still, I'm sitting there calm. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm good.
Arnaud Ensemble has Jack-6 on the button.
And I called to not so quickly to not talk myself to like.
So second chip leader here. Ensemble.
Anthony watching on YouTube says, lol, how did Taylor's stack get so short? Just came back from lunch. Thought he had 200 big blinds. Did you not see that hand, Anthony, where he bluffed the river with the fours? Multiply that by a few other hands, and that's how he got down to 22 big blinds.
Blind v blind spot. Hume here, 61 big blinds. Player to act, 11 bigs. I think you should be shipping this every single time. Okay, just puts in the raise. I mean, it's an effective all-in against the shorter stack there anyway, but yeah, I think probably just the pure jam is better. You don't want to give your opponent any opportunity to stick around. It was effectively all of Vasilchenko's chips. In fact, sorry, I take it back, guys. That was the effective all-in. Excuse me. He made it 4-something. Vasilchenko has about 300K behind. Seems good. Blind v blind. You got to know those push spots, guys. Tournament poker must learn pre-flop short stack lines in the blinds.
So a reminder that in addition to Oleg Vasilchenko, who is a short stack at the feature table. There is Pieter Aerts at the outer tables, who also is hovering around 10, 15 big blinds. So even though the average stack is super deep, around 65 bigs right now, even though we've got some monster stacks, there are still some players in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
That last hand was a walk for Sir Watts.
So now our shortest stack at the table, Oleg, 10 big blinds on the button. Need to find a hand here to try and pick up some blinds and or find a hand to try and get the flip. Try and find that double. 17 left. What a moment to get a double.
Jack deuce for Jason Wheeler here under the gun. Folds. King 6 for the ensemble.
Ensemble.
Hume. 10-8. Folds.
Here we go.
So Vasilchenko has King 5 off. Nah. So we're going to be blind v blind. Mike Watson in the small. Kenan Taylor in the big. Watson with ace 3. Is he considering shoving on Taylor? 20 bigs effective. Yes, he does. And a reminder that Taylor doesn't have any time bank chips. Has to make his decision inside of 30 seconds. Queen 8, what does he do?
Yeah, this is a fold.
Ten seconds left on the clock. Folds.
Yeah. Oh, man, honestly, James, I got to say, if you're out of time bank chips and you're seeing that clock tick down, that's stressful. That's going to impact on your ability to make good decisions, no doubt about it, whether you're experienced or otherwise. Sweaty indeed, especially in those big moments when you could really be making the right call.
Yeah. So the number of people asking where is Taylor's 4 million stack are increasing. Guys, if you go away and come back, you're going to miss stuff. And this is no limit hold'em. It changes quickly. Just because someone has 4 million chips at the start of the day doesn't mean they're going to have 4 million chips 5 hours later. But if you want to know what happened, you can always rewatch the stream, or you can check out the live updates on Poker News. And this is a great spot for Vasilchenko. Nick, you were saying he needs to find a spot to pick up the blinds or potentially get the double up. Kings, boom, love and life.
Yep, there you go. Now, this is an interesting one too, guys. He's got 10 bigs. If he wants to be balanced here, he probably should just ship. Finding a mid-race off of a 10 big blind stack is a little bit of a red flag at this point, James. I think it's... Yeah, it's very, very difficult. I mean, I don't know if we got a little look there from Mike Watson, but I think even he was like, all right, bro, whatever you say.
The Spraggy for Taylor.
See, honestly, if you're in Taylor's spot here, I think you probably pay off a shove more frequently you pay off a min-raise. But also might be tempted. He does it. He makes the play.
Taylor moves all in. Jason Wheeler, ace 4 suited. Run away. Run away. And the snap call from Vasilchenko, who is the at-risk player, but is a huge favorite to double up through Taylor. Never, ever get it in with the Spraggy.
Yeah, so in this case, Taylor not picking up on the slightly stronger min-raise off of a short stack. No, put the backpack back on. What is he doing?
Well, he's not the at-risk player. You can't
I know.
stand up and go to walk away from the table when you're going to be left with 300,000 chips.
Stand-up equity, though, still
No,
works.
Doesn't work if you're not the at-risk player. Never. Only Vasilchenko can play that trick and probably doesn't need to. He is an 88% favorite now. Well, unless Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, Oleg Vasilchenko is going to double up through Kenan Taylor.
Just needs to fade the ace, fade the Barry.
Only 2 outs and no ace on the river. So Vasilchenko doubles up. He's now got 23 big blinds. Kenan Taylor is left with 10 big blinds. He's playing 300K.
I don't know what you do, what the universe says to me. But I would have saw a flop.
Meanwhile, that is Pieter Aerts exiting the arena. Pieter Aerts has just been eliminated in 17th place. So he is cashing for 39,950 euros, and that means we have hit another redraw. We redrew for seats around the final 3 tables when we got to 24. Now we are at 16. The players will draw for seats around the final 2 tables. That means a new lineup on the main stage, and we will be 8-handed once again.
It's the best for you, because I wouldn't have doubled you, I don't think. You would have got the...
So James, I did make the comment just then about, you know, finding a suspicious min raise or seeing a suspicious min raise. The fact that we saw Taylor stand up and assume that he was all in for his tournament life there and not know the stack of his opponents when he was min raising is kind of an indication of perhaps a little bit of tilt, but obviously if you're not noticing those little details, you know, you're not picking up on the kinds of sort of bet size and sizing and stack size tells that you need to when you're in these moments.
So the redraw is done pretty quickly, and the players' names will appear on the screen, and we can make a quick decision as to which table we'll be showing you after the break. Obviously, the players racking their chips because they will be moving around. Again, as we explained earlier on, when there is a redraw and we select a new feature table, it does take a while to get the chip information verified and put into the graphics system. We have to mic the players who are going to be at the feature table, so we're probably going to have to take a 5-minute break in a moment. Let's just wait for the seat assignments to be confirmed by the tournament staff.
Clock has been paused, by the way, guys. We're not missing any poker here.
Okay, the redraw is live. And I know some people were hoping to see the grudge match between Jason Wheeler and Nikola Grieco continue. Guess what? They've been drawn at the same table. Wheeler, Grieco, Martirosyan, Taylor, Mauer. Yeah, that's going to be our feature table. I think we'll go with that table. We want to see if Wheeler and Grieco go at it. We want to continue watching big stacks like Wheeler, Mauer, and Onsolmer. So a reminder of the payouts. The top finishers will get these sums in the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. And we will be back in just over 5 minutes' time once the players have taken their seats, once the redraw process has been completed. And we'll continue to play to the end of this level. Just over another hour to go on day 4 of the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino. So back in just over 5 minutes with more action from the main events. A raise on the button from Rob Hollink to 50,000 with Jack 8 suited, King 7 the hand from Brown and Schaefer.
Brandon's got a lot more chips than I was expecting him to have after that double up or double through.
And Brandon calls.
Defends with King 7, and we have a King 9-5 flop.
Brandon checks.
Top pair for Schaefer. He's a 94% favorite here.
And Rob bets 70,000.
Hollink continues for 70K.
Yeah, continuing in similar vein, very, very high frequency continuation bets we see in all of these hands, really. Not too much for Schaefer to have to protect against.
20,000 more. 70,000.
He is just going to make the call on the flop.
We know he loves protecting.
Taking us to the turn, which is the 8 of clubs. Hollink now with third pair.
Schaefer's got a gut shot to go with his top pair.
Oh, Hollink slow down now that he picks up some showdown value against Jack 10 or Queen Jack. Looks like he has chips in hand. Not really sure what a bet here is going to accomplish, but there it is.
Smell that grapefruit.
Calms me down. I don't know why only 70.
Maybe you should heat up is better. Maybe you should heat up instead of calming down.
Yeah, I need to calm down.
Sniffing citrus to calm down.
He really needs to have a meeting with his management team after that, if that's what they came up with. All right, Brandon, here's your thing. It's a grapefruit, and you smell it to calm yourself down. It'll be huge.
So Schaefer calls the 70K. It's a jack on the river. That's 2 pair for Rob Hollink.
Well, not slowing down on the turn might pay dividends. This pot is 410,000 in the middle.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Schaefer going to need to take a big old whiff of that grapefruit to see a river bet.
Hollink shoves on Schaefer.
Straight to it. Tell me your secrets, grapefruit.
This is for the title as Brandon Schaefer calls all in, and he is beaten. We are denied a 2-time winner. Two of the final 3 players were former champs, but it's Rob Hollink who was victorious and takes the inaugural EPT Grand Final title and trophy in Monte Carlo.
Is the bet.
So I think 12K, 24K. Williams raises it up. Hussein shoves ace-8.
Take your moment, kid.
This for the title.
Take your moment. Mom, Dad, come over here.
You want to play a big pot with those two? How many you got? Count them up. Count them up. 2, 3, 4, 5.
You have to ask for a count. Arshan's counting his chips.
7.
He really is the star of his own movie, isn't he?
Well, it's about 24 something, 25 less than big blinds by my awful maths.
The bet is actually, the raise is 644,000. That's a correction. 644,000 is the amount.
We're here to gamble, aren't we? We're here to gamble.
It's not gambling. Why do you think the same 6 guys make the World Series of Poker final table every year?
I think by 2020 standards, ace-10 would have been a snap. Jeff Williams searching for information.
I call.
And calls.
So here we go. Jeff Williams has his opponent dominated and is on the verge of becoming an EPT champion.
The first EPT millionaire.
His parents watching from the rail. The flop is 9-7-5.
The flop is 5 of hearts, 9 of hearts, 7 of spades.
I've already announced the flop, Lee.
Repeat 7 on the turn. 7 of
Repeat
diamonds
7.
on the turn. Jeff is in the
Thief.
Jeff is still in front. Arshan is looking for an 8 or a 6.
9 or 5.
That's some chop outs.
That is not an out for Arshad Hussain. That is the end of the tournament, and that is the moment that Jeff Williams won the EPT 2 Grand Final back in March 2006 in Monte Carlo, winning 900,000 euros, more than $1 million US. Welcome back to this year's PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino, where we have 77 more minutes of poker to play on day 4. We got down to 16, we got down to the final 2 tables, but we are going to play on to the end of this level. And post-redraw, this is our new feature table. I've no idea where Leonard Mauer came from. Maybe he bought in at the start of the day, but he is among the chip leaders right now with more than 100 big blinds. Jason Wheeler is also a big stack, along with Arnaud Ensemble, both those guys returning to the main stage. And yes, Nikola Grieco reunited with his nemesis, Jason Wheeler. Hopefully, we get some verbals between those two. Artur Martirosyan is one of the last remaining former EPT champs, the other being Mike Watson. He's at the other table. And we still have Kenan Taylor, who is down to his last 10 big blinds. The start of day chip leader got off to a strong start. It has not gone his way over the last 2 levels. It's James Hartigan, rejoined by Nick Walsh.
I'm here again, guys. Thank you for having me.
So blinds are 15K, 30K with a 30K big blind ante. It is level 24 of the main event. And a reminder, we play to the end of this level, then we reset, we come back tomorrow. No redraw overnight. And we'll tomorrow play down to the final 6. Wow, first hand, the new table, Jason Wheeler, pocket jacks under the gun.
Easy open, easy, 60K. 65 is fine too, little smidge. My goodness gracious, it's Leo Lease at the table, fellow Brightonian. In fact, I don't know if he's, well, local to the Brighton scene, I should say, know him from back home.
So we talk about Nikola Grieco, by the way, as Jason Wheeler's nemesis. Of course, we can't take away one of his accomplishments, which is that he made the final table of this event in 2019. A tournament we talked about at great length with Manik Lerza on the recent Poker in the Years podcast, and referenced the fact that they played 5-handed for 9 hours.
Oh man, that's right, I remember it. 2019, remember it well. Cool story, James. Leo Lease, who we see at the table here, drove here in his self-made Sprinter van, his converted Sprinter van.
Nice.
All the way from sunny England, and he's been doing all of his trips in that van thus far, just parking up, playing the cards, winning the money. He says it's brought him great run good.
Now calling out of the big blind with the King 10, and does hit a 10 on the flop, but it's top set for Jason Wheeler. And these are the 2 biggest stacks at the table. Mauer has a Mauer of chips in front of him. It's the German word for wall, everyone.
Oh, I see. Tough spot. Tough spot for King 10 here. You're just going to be winning so often. Even against that that early position open, you just got such a strong hand on this texture. You're definitely going to do some chips here. Top set feels good. I don't know about you guys in the chat, but I really enjoy when I have top set. I feel like I have fun when I flop top set most of the time.
A continuation bet of 70,000 called by Leonard. Queen on the turn.
Oh man, maximum action here. If I'm Wheeler, I'm gonna bomb this turn so hard. The queen is such an action card. Your opponent will have hands like Queen 10, they'll have King Queen sometimes, they'll have Queen Jack sometimes, they'll have Queen 9 sometimes. When they defend this flop, this is the card that gets you paid. I would love to see a near full pot continue here on this turn. 315K in the middle. Make it like 280, bro. Just go big. Okay, goes for a half pot instead. Still enough to punish that pair plus straight draw. If he thinks his opponent has king 10, this is actually a great card to get some more action, but I do think the queen is one of those where you just really, really, really love to get a couple more chips in the middle, generally speaking. Even if we're not seeing the cards, I still think that's still kind of a cool size to have there. Does get the call, of course. And we're going to the river. Can king 10 improve? Now 17% going to the river.
Well, the river card is a 7. Does not improve.
So probably king 10 loving to get to showdown here. Another check. Wheeler has a decision now. Is he targeting a jack? Is he targeting a queen? Does he think his opponent will have a hand exactly like king 10? Having picked a slightly smaller size on the turn, what is his sort of thought process here on the river? Bit of a tricky one. My instinct tells me that if he picks half pot on the turn or thereabouts, he probably wants to go bigger on the river now to try and get value. 400,000, nice and chunky. That was 400 into 645.
Do you want a hero for 400,000 with a 10 here?
Some nice facial expressions there. I was really trying to find a way to figure out how he has the best hand here. I mean, obviously blocking hands like ace-king, but that earlier position open, James, plenty of ace-king there. In fact, all the ace-king.
Folds it, and Jason Wheeler chips up over 3 million. He's got a 100 big blind stack now.
The wheeler dealer himself.
Referenced earlier on that Jason Wheeler has a second place finish. Was the runner-up in the Prague main event in 2017 to Kaladou. Looking to make another final table here in Monaco. So where has Leo Lease parked this van?
Well, I won't disclose the exact location. If you check out his, social media, his Instagram, he's been sort of documenting all of this.
But it's not like in the car park of the Monte Carlo Bay.
No, it's like it's a place where he has permission to park. It's near a public park, so it's actually quite green. And apparently he's like 5-minute walk from a local pool. He says it's actually quite nice. So he's really picking his spots well, but he says he's running good in terms of like places to park. I was surprised to see that somewhere in actual Monaco would allow him just to park a van up and just chill, but very pleased for him. And yeah, I'm glad to see he's enjoying the travel. I had the pleasure to meet his girlfriend last night as well. He was lingering in between sessions, but looks like they're having a good time, and I think that's kind of a fun little poker story. Can you imagine just driving around in a Sprinter van, converted Sprinter van, and then winning the European Poker Tour main event?
That's cool.
That's very cool. I mean, you're living the life. Question is, does he upgrade if he spikes it? I think the answer is no. I think he enjoys the travel like that.
He's clearly decided the whole tiny house thing is for him.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I kind of feel that there's a lot to be said for that.
No, absolutely. I think he's doing it for the not doing it for the savings. He's doing it because he enjoys that kind of adventure. If you haven't checked him out, Leo Worthington Lease.
Well, here we go. Ace-5 suited, artisanal sourdough, it's still a thing. Martirosyan 3-betting with it. And looks like the action's going to be folded back around to Lease. Oh, hold on a second. No, Jason Wheeler 3-2 in the big blind. Hold on, get rid of it. Now it's back on Lease.
So this Van, does he own it? Or is it a lease?
Yeah, top 10 out of 10 for that one. Nice work.
All in. Nice try, Mar Arthur.
Man, Mar Arthur, what a force to be reckoned with. Love that guy.
Yes. And he and Mike Watson are the last remaining former EPT champs. Artur Martirosyan, the winner in Sochi back in 2021. And Mike Watson took down the PCA main event in 2016 when it was still part of the EPT. Ryko with King 8. Did he say raise? Did he think about that raise size or just, nah, here's a... I mean, 3x, it's on the larger size.
Yeah.
It just seemed to me that he grabbed a stack of chips and was like, that much.
Interesting. Interesting pre-flop adjustment here.
So round to the big blind. Leo with the sailboats. Laggy asking, did Jason qualify for this tournament? Does anyone know? He did. He won his seat on Stars. Kind of don't feel that Jason Wheeler fits the narrative of being an online qualifier. Hardly the everyman going for his first EPT. And continuation bet from Gryko and a quick fold from Lise.
What about the dance, my friend?
Yeah, it's queen.
Dance.
Ah. And you?
Wait, wait until I win.
Dance. When finish,
I'm all for
Yes,
compulsory dancing when you win a hand. Joe Stapleton,
It's
your
finish
thoughts,
early.
please.
You can
I'm just
dance
here
and,
for-
go to sleep early.
For Wheeler Greco. I just absolutely love this matchup. I think that Nicola Greco is almost completely unaware of how Jason Wheeler feels about him, and I think it's hilarious.
Nothing so far, no verbal sparring
queen,
between
huh?
the two at this table yet.
No one's been spanked like a puppy yet?
No one's been spanked in any shape or form. Ensemble with 9s under the gun.
VJ in Windsor in the chat says, if Wheeler is American, why does he speak with a European accent? What do you mean a European accent? Don't be absurd. There's no such thing.
Hold on a second. Taylor's picked up jacks and can comfortably get it in now.
No time banks.
Out of time banks. Wants to make a decision before that 30 seconds runs out. You don't want jacks to be folded.
Yeah, don't take too long here, bud.
So he might be all in. He also looks at us. So
Oh, there might be something happening at the other table. We are, of course, on a pay jump. Well, there is a virtual all-in from Taylor. He has left himself a single 5K chip behind. And I think the fact that there is a hand in progress at the outer table is clearly playing into his decision-making here.
sit for your fellow Brit.
Wanted to change your mind, mate?
The Brit guy, Andrew.
Honestly, I was so busy thinking about that last hand I just folded. I'm assuming I didn't have a hand.
I mean, Gryko's doing him a huge favour here by tanking with 10 deuce.
I've done that.
I would call, but I was. It's very friendly.
So he's announced he is going to be calling, but he's just going to wait for a little while. Looks like both
Seems
players
like
are sweating the
showdown.
pay jump here.
I mean, I'm not sure. How much is it?
295.
I'm not sure.
Trying to make it look good. Makes the call.
Okay, so that means we're going to a flop.
Right. So
I'm just worried about those 5K not going in before the time bank runs out.
Can you imagine?
Oh, wow. On some here, obviously doing Taylor a favor by elongating this hand rather than putting him in pre-flop and running the cards. They're going to use every 30 seconds that they get pre-flop and then post-flop. Honestly, Taylor should probably just check here as well. Yeah, just take every street.
You could take 14 more seconds.
You could have taken 14 more seconds, he announces.
Oh, wow, he does not want to river a set.
I don't mind having that.
So apparently, the hand at the other table is an all-in and a call,
Oh, wow.
and the floor have paused it.
Wow.
Ace on the river. Taylor improves to a straight.
He's got the nuts, you guys.
Can I make this fold?
There is the all-in on the river, and it's almost like, there you go, have another 5,000. So this is going to be a double up for Taylor. We need to go across to the other table to find out who is all in and what the hands are.
You just put the money when you...
See?
You are honest. You just put the money when...
Oh, you don't even need
It's like ace-jack suit. I'll sing a check.
It is Andrew Hume who is all in here at risk with kings against Joachim Haraldstadt's ace-king. The board is queen, jack, deuce, deuce.
Oh, no.
And the river was an ace. Hume gets Barry Greensteined and cashes out in 16th place for just shy of 40K.
Great tale of human tragedy.
So Andrew Hume, first player out since the redraw, and with 15 remaining, everyone's now locked up 45,900 euros.
Do we still have to play this level out?
Yep.
Maui wowie.
Now we're opening to 60K with Ace King of Hearts. Ace 10 for Leo Lease.
It's fair.
Man with a van.
It's fair. That's why they use time banks, I guess.
I think they changed the rule, though, where you can't leave one chip behind anymore. Like,
Oh, really?
effectively, yeah. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I think it was recently changed. If you can't leave one big blind behind, then just so you know.
It's weird because then like you should just put 1.5 big blind behind. I mean, what's the...
Well, because it's a trick to get more money, so like with multiple people, like they're just trying to do integrity of the game.
Thank you.
Lease has 3-bet.
Uh-oh. And we are down to 14.
I mean, if there was no time banks, I guess it's a bit off, you know, but like...
Maybe I should just snapshot.
The great Gonzo says, I like the stylish new shot clock with the much clearer numerals, but does Bernie the Lizard like their new tiny house? Well, bear in mind that Bernie was nearly evicted because they brought out tablets during the last few events. Bernie was quite happy to downscale, inspired by Leo Lease, the man with the van.
And that's why we're all in favor of unions.
Little 4-bet there from our chip leader, or now chip leader, I should say.
So Canon Taylor now playing 22 big blinds, remains the shortest stack at the feature table. Leonard now
reclaims the table chip lead. It's pretty much tied with Jason Wheeler. Both players have around 3 million. Both players have 100 big blind stacks. The average stack right now is more than 70 bigs. Yeah, we definitely need to place him at this level.
I feel like Leo might have missed a trick here, James. Why isn't he wearing the Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet shirt without the T?
Why would he wear that?
Because his name is Leo.
Oh,
never mind.
Have you been spending time with Griffin?
We've all been spending time with Griffin, unfortunately.
He's rubbing off on us.
You should be so lucky.
I'll let that hang there.
Kryko with the big frames. Nobody charges extra for that.
Got a good hand to play here on the bootin'.
Obviously, Andrew Hume has now departed, but we had people telling us earlier on about his success on the TV show Countdown. What if we had the countdown clock as the shot clock, complete with the music?
I don't hate it. I mean, I hate it, but that makes me kind of like it.
It would be great for the first hour.
Every time a player is due to act, you get... Then the next player.
Oh.
My friend.
No bluff, man.
Huh?
Yes. Dance, monkey, dance.
That's it. It's a tradition until the end of the tournament. Every hand you win. You have to.
It's good.
It's mandatory for you now.
Fergers in the chat says it would be great. It would be a bit repetitive. Maybe only do it when you have your last time bank chip.
No. You're missing the point. The fact that it would be repetitive and drive everyone nuts is exactly why you would use it all the time.
Sorry.
I mean, it's certainly one way to make sure we're getting done in time, James. And number 97 now. Sixes for Hassan. This is Ori Hassan.
King, queen for Mao.
How you gonna fold a hand like this? You got to play this one. Mao, of course, our current chip leader, almost tied with Jason Wheeler, both around 97, 98, 99 big blinds. Wheeler with a very pretty hand is some ways out of position here, though. UTG +2. Does decide just to call here. Say what?
Yes. Yes.
Nicola.
Squeeze it.
Look at your cards again, buddy.
Please.
There you go.
Boring.
Just balancing.
Thank you to Jonathan on YouTube for addressing that stupid comment. So Taylor, 10s in the big blind. Raise and a call and an all in.
How much is it?
645
one
or
here.
something.
Honestly, if he gets a good price, Jack 10 is not the worst hand to take a call. We'll have equity against hands like Ace King, Ace Queen. We'll have equity against hands like Pocket 7s, Pocket 8s, Pocket 9s. Has equity against 10s even. It's about 70-30 pre-flop here. I think probably not going to see the call. Yep, seems good. Taylor actually doing pretty well here to stack back up, guys. Was down to around 10 big blinds, now up to 26 after we saw the double with the jacks. Managed to pick up a decent chunk there pre-flop.
Shnakis has a question regarding EPT Barcelona. When does the broadcast start? On the 27th for the main event or earlier for the Estrellas events as well? God damn it, what's our start date? I know what we're covering. We're covering the final table of the Estrellas, the final table of the 100K Super High Roller, and 6 days of the main event, because this year they're adding a day to the main event because we're fed up with playing until 1 AM every day. So with an extra day, hashtag civilized poker might finally come to Barcelona, Nick.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, of course, guys. Last time we were in Barcelona, record-breaking numbers, not just for Barca, all-time EPT highest number of players, highest number of entrants ever.
It's what we call Barcelona problems. The event is so big, so successful. And thank you, Tom. Sunday, the 27th of August is when we start streaming. So Sunday, the 27th will be the Estrellas final table. Straight after that, the Super High Roller final table. And then you'll get 6 days of the main event. And Artur Martirosyan has aces on the button.
You've seen what this guy can do with 7 tray off. Have you ever seen him play aces?
Do you think that he, at this point, like, shows everyone else, like, all the ins and outs of the TV table? He spends so much time up there.
I guess so. Have we ever had, I don't think we've ever heard Artur actually complain.
No.
We never heard him complain about being at a feature table. I think he loves it.
Well, I mean, it's mostly final tables because he's deep in a tournament. Like, if you're in a tournament with 15 people left, like, there's a pretty good chance you're going to end up at the feature table.
Yeah. Has no problems being involved there. Hassan here, big blind 36. Bigs in his stack. Martirosyan is, in fact, the effective stack here, 31 big blinds after he makes that raise from the button. Going to a flop. It is jack high. This might cost Hassan a few bucks.
I don't know whether this is a legitimate question, but just in case, King of Philly says, how many entrants were in the Irish Open? Wasn't it like 3,000? Why so much less here? It was 2,500 entries in the Irish Open, which was a €1,000 buy-in event. This was a €5,000 buy-in event. I think the answer is therefore obvious.
Yes, that was in fact the largest poker tournament ever held in Ireland ever as well, wasn't it, James?
I believe so.
Pretty cool.
So, Martirosyan continuing here for 60,000, and yeah, it's going to be tough for Hassan to fold to 1-bet with top pair.
I think with the 8 kicker, you're probably just supposed to flat here a bunch. I think some players might opt for a check raise once in a while as well, which I don't think is ever a problem necessarily, but you probably want to be check raising with like Queen Jack here, King Jack here. Those seem like more natural check raises when you've got a nicer kicker, of course. And, of course, an overcard to the board to improve if you're up against aces or the like. 3 of spades on the turn, no change for Hassan.
Yeah, I guess he's probably going to end up calling a second barrel here.
Yeah, this is bricky as hell, and I think that 2 barrels is mandatory. So we had about 30 big blinds going to the flop here. Martirosyan knows that the stack depth, the continued turn is going to be slightly larger than it would be if we were sub 20. So I think probably something in the 250K range. You want to go big here. Having the ace of diamonds might actually alter this sizing a bit as well, I imagine, but let's see what he thinks, guys. You want to go something over 60% to punish the diamonds and the straight draws. But I think you go a little bit bigger when you're at the stack depth because you'd like to try and build a pot to win a bigger one at showdown.
Second bar.
Oh. Wait a minute, 250K.
I wish that didn't make me laugh so much, but I love it.
Second bow.
So, 250 into 295. This is on the chunkier side.
Couldn't have done it better myself, boys. No problem. I'm as good as Artur Martirosyan. JK.
Oh no, that guy got banned. What a pity. Seriously, dude, if you don't understand the difference, I can't help you.
Yeah, you're just never folding here. Come on. It's a very sad story, but you're going to have to really soul read here to be folding top pair against one of the most aggressive, most accomplished players that ever has blessed this felt.
Do you?
Yes. Mandatory.
You're losing.
All right, so he's going to need a jack or an ocho here. Another brick.
795 in the middle, 740 behind. Danger, danger.
You guys see how he did that? You see how he sized his bet so he could shove less than pot on the river? You see that? That's why we have a larger continue on the turn. That's why 250K is the size you want here. Martirosyan, I don't think is ever going to miss this rip river. Obviously, might be losing a hand like 4-5. Interesting here, though, honestly, if Artur finds a check. Definitely one that we need to be considering in the lab over at Camp Nick. But I do believe that he probably goes for all of it here.
Solid prediction from Beef Turtle. He's going to fold aces. I don't think players often fold when the action's checked to them. I have seen it happen, but I don't think Artur Martirosyan will do that.
That's a time bank chip.
Correct.
Don't be confused.
Beef Turtle.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
Is he making his decision or just time banking for other reasons?
I think there's still a decision here. I'm saying he's probably always going to ship, but I don't think you mess around. I think it does require a little bit more thought here. I think if he had 6-7, you would have heard about it by now. I think if he had Jack-7, the same. Jack-6, the same. 4-5 might even find a check raise on the turn, potentially. So really, when you boil it down, I think you just go for max and try and get paid by a 7 or a jack here.
Oh my word, that is an amazing idea from PokerStars Strag. Time bank cookies instead of time bank chips. So for the end of the day, you haven't used them. You don't need them. You get a snack.
It is a great idea from Strag, but someone proposed that yesterday also. And you have to, like, resist eating them all day also.
Man, this is a really rough spot for Hassan. Oh, it's so savage. So easy to level yourself into calling here when you've got top pair against such an aggressive opponent. I would be hating life right now if I was in Hassan's shoes. Man, Hassan's in the hurt locker here for sure.
What's the Whoop band saying about your blood pressure now, pal?
Can you, I mean, I feel like I would fall for how long this shove took. I would fall for it.
You think the time bank would have fooled you into calling here?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Wow, great fold there
Great
from Hassan.
laydown, jeez.
Really, really, really tough fold, but he makes the right one.
Still lost a decent chunk of his stack on that hand. Is down to 24 big blinds and is the shortest stack at the table.
I also 100% would have folded the turn for a pot-sized bet with Jack-8. I'm terrible.
So reminder, the mini EPT Monte Carlo series is running every day that we're streaming from here in Monaco. 3 events every day, 3:15, 6:15, and 8:15. Today's event, the last event to run, is a $1.10 hyper. Scoop tickets added to every prize pool. When we get to the mini main event on Saturday, there is an EPT Barcelona package added to the prize pool, which will go to the winner. And to answer Gamer's question on Twitch, which EPT traditionally has the most attendees, Barcelona by a mile. Nearly 2,300 entries in the main event last year. Not sure how many we'll get this year, but you could be one of them if you can win that package and win your way there for free. So Strag revealing that he once worked in an office where they put stress balls on the table at the beginning of a meeting. If someone went off topic, you were allowed to throw them at people, made attending meetings actually fun. I work in an office where I'd like to throw things at people.
Definitely was not PokerStars.
I'd like them to be firmer than stress balls.
Wasn't PokerStars selling foam bricks at some point?
Again, I would happily have bricks, but of the masonry variety.
I see. Hello. I had aces one time, guys. It's really cool. Hassan wakes up with aces in the small blind after that pot. Does make a very good fold at the top pair just now, but rewarded. His patience rewarded here with some aces. I think you're going to 3-bet not all in here. 24 big blinds effective. Something like 5x, probably. There you go. That looks good.
Disgusting. Disgusting cooler. There it is. It's all in.
You got an airline?
Should I?
He's got it.
Thanks.
All right, we're all in, guys. Aces, 80% favorite pre-flop.
Ah, lost the ball. Oh, aces.
I mean, if I made good fold, it's nice. It's very fair, you know.
Otherwise, I guess we'll find out. I think it was a bluff.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, Wheeler's not looking happy.
I mean, you know how good I'm running.
No jack on the flop. Ace is holding. And unless there is a jack on the river, Ori Hassan is going to double up.
I have to be.
It's a deuce. That's a double up for Hassan.
Artur, no spoiler, huh? No spoiler.
You need spoiler or you ask me to know? No spoiler?
I'm curious, of course.
Is he talking to Arts here? Yeah. Now he's got some chips. He's like, what did you have there? Just the hand you had. This exact hand.
There you go. Made a good fold so he could find
Artur, of
the
course you
reward.
think it's a bluff.
No, not that. Of course not that. I'm just assuming that he's bluffing. That time.
All right, over to Arnaud on Salme.
Arnaud. Are not in.
Moray asking, is tomorrow the last day? Nope. So we're going to conclude play for today at the end of this level. That's in 39 minutes' time. Come back tomorrow and we will play down to the final 6. And then the final table, the final day is Saturday. Commonly known as Tiswas Day.
Tiswas. Small blind scenario, Jack 8 off feels like a very clear steal in my opinion. Now starting this hand with about 92 bigs. Wheeler took a slight hit there with the Jack. Still plenty of chips to play though. Queen 7. Theoretically speaking, mandatory defend from the Queen 7 blind v blind.
Oh, and for those of you who think that Saturday is going to be Chat Pro Saturday, you're currently running about a 10% chance of that happening. There is a 70% chance that it's emote only Saturday.
Woo! Just a minute. Queen 7 making the phone blind v blind. Hashtag exploited.
There's nothing I can do, by the way, if you guys get banned by James for having Chat Pro Saturday. Like, I can't. I'm not going to do it. It's like mommy and daddy, you know what I mean? If your mom already said no, don't come to me.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, can I get unbanned?
What did your mother say?
What did your mother say? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, Queen 7 making the fold. Reasonable. It's totally fine. I think probably you're supposed to call, but it's not a great hand, is it? Don't always have to follow the rules if you're feeling not good about it.
Mostly.
Ratty Mayan ass. Is this scripted like wrestling in the NBA?
Yeah, and still I might take a few more bluffs than I should have.
You've got to tell them they've got a 10% chance because it's the hope that kills them. They'll think there's still a chance, and so when you take it away from them, and it hurts even more. Well, don't tell them now at 0%, Strag.
It's not even that. It's that if you tell them now, they have no incentive whatsoever to not just completely lose it.
That's true. That's true. We've got to.
You're on thin ice, chat.
You've got to keep the animals on a tight leash.
If you use
Taylor's going to open up here, guys. Ace-Jack suited, very nice. If you missed it, what happened to Taylor's stack? He actually managed to find a double, and he's chipped up a bit since then. 24 big blinds, so 26 to start the hand.
Just decided I was. Why don't you play?
No, I
all right, big
him.
blinds. My
be
boy Leo. King balls!
Oh, dear.
I don't want to take his show, you know.
You guys would have thought that I had been cranking it for weeks leading up to this event.
And?
Maybe I was.
Leo's about to make it 150K.
To take both money and blood. Money is enough.
Does he go for the straight 3x here from out of position?
Ears,
Yeah, 180. Little bit more, just a smidge.
I should have stuck to my first thought.
Yeah, actually, I think the 5x is probably better for the in position OOP. You want to be a little bit bigger.
That's how good I'm playing. First thought was
Taylor's in a weird spot here. Probably feels compelled to at least call. Does have a very playable hand, though. Don't mind taking a flop with the old ace-jack of spades. Little does he know he is in some serious trouble. Probably got about 30% equity pre-flop if you see all 5 cards. Flop is red and 9 high.
I mean, this should save him, right?
I don't know. Taylor can be quite aggressive.
So Leo should have a continuation bet of about a quarter pot here.
And that should elicit a fold.
Ah, you got 2 overcards. If it was 2 overcards and a spade, yeah, probably.
You've got 20 big blinds. You can't afford to be making speculative calls right now.
Perfect.
Conserve your stack. Conserve your stack.
Perfect execution from Leo here. 100K into 400. I love you, sir. Beautiful. Love it. Love the play.
If I'm calling and marking, again, I mean, if I'm losing, I call and lose, I have like 20K with the aces. I want to kill myself.
Feels like that always happens, doesn't it? So often. You're like,
and if I have like 2 million, it's not like he's stacking off with me.
The
2
universe
million.
would be different, right? Because if you call, the dealer deals the cards, riffles the cards differently. You don't get dealt aces.
I'm not sure she does differently, but you might be right.
Butterfly effect.
The butterfly effect, kind of.
Philosophy.
You wouldn't get dealt aces.
Good.
If you'd have called the river, you wouldn't have got dealt aces.
It's a good point, my friend.
So what Jeff Goldblum was talking about in the movie with the lizards.
Chaos theory.
That's it. And then the glass of water went all wobbly and a lawyer got
so
eaten.
busy wondering if you could.
No, wrong one, sir.
And stop to think if you should.
Pocket nines under the gun. On Psalm. Oh, show one, show all,
No,
sir.
Neff.
Only under the gun, only nines. I was
If
waiting
you'd
for
called the river, you might have been right.
Look how much fun they're having.
And run like kings into aces.
Poker is fun.
Of course.
For everyone.
It's possible.
It's possible. Anything's possible.
You think anyone here is practicing avoidance? That's a little before your time, Nick. The original poker rap. Poker is fun for everyone. Something, something, something. They should have practiced avoidance.
Only acknowledge one poker rap.
EPT, season 12.
Close, it was 10. But
Check, check. Raise hell. It's a nice hand. Big, slick suited.
You can make the wheel and the Broadway.
Uh-oh. Leo wakes up with a hand here. Cutoff versus dealer button. I think might find a 3-bet here once in a while. Take a look here. Wheeler's got 66 big. Leo has about the same. Just decides to call this time. I honestly think you can go either way here. Feels good from position.
I know that the link that we have at the moment is to the animated version of my performance of the EPT rap. I prefer the actual raw video of my live performance with Joe's real-time reaction. Because at first, he's horrified, but by the end, he's kind of into it and kind of enjoying it.
I don't trust anyone that isn't into that entire thing from start to finish.
So we've had the raise, the flat, and the Greco 3-bet.
I love this spot. I really think this is a cool combo to include as a squeeze here. You know what's really weird about Queen 3 of clubs? When you 3-bet against Ace King suited, it usually doesn't go so good, though.
You're live.
Yeah, but you're never going to see a flop, so it's all good. Wheeler is just going to make it like 4.
He's so pleased right now.
He's going to make it like 5. He's going to make it like 550K here, and then Greco's going to say something funny, and we're all going to laugh.
640.
Ooh, a little bit chunkier.
Nicola Thrico.
And I would love it if their previous history and Nicola Greco's ego combined for him to find a 5-bet here with Queen 3.
I would actually love that. Please, when the grudge match.
A 5-bet all in or a 5-bet click back?
Click fold would be just perfect. Nah.
He had to count it out, though. It was like a little like, I could, but I could.
Little smile there.
Yeah. I had ace jack. Ace jack off, so it's just nonsense full bet, right?
Yeah.
Must be.
Bet Leo's pretty happy he flatted there, guys. Let's take a look at our main event day 4 feature table chip counts. Mao, 2.93 million up top. Taylor, 615K. That's still 20 big blinds, though, so don't count them out just yet.
I just feel like I'm in that spot all the time.
Spot sucks, to be fair.
Getting stuck.
Yeah, it fucking sucks. I don't.
30 minutes left on the day. And I think I'm right in saying that because there'll be no redraw overnight, they'll just play to the end of the level. They don't do the hands thing.
Sounds about right.
2 seconds.
They won't be getting handsy.
Yeah, but, you know.
Yeah, say something.
It's like on GG, if you notice. You get like 3 extra.
2 million.
You can use like the first 3 seconds, I think you can use.
You mean on the final table?
No, not in the final. I mean, I've never been in a final table on GG. No, I mean,
That was
I've
one.
been in a while ago, so I don't really remember. Yeah, I don't play.
Lise has opened to 60,000 with ace-10 of hearts. Now Martirosyan calling out of the big blind.
Guys?
Yes?
I foresee carnage.
Martirosyan with 2 pair, Lise with the nuts.
All right, so guys, this is a raised pot.
This is going to be a shame.
Yeah, this is going to be savage. Martirosyan honestly can just check raise right here, right now. KJ Queen, he's got the KJ. It just, oh, it's so hard not to do a stack here. Maybe because we're starting the hand about 46 big blinds effective. It's a little bit on the deeper side. We might see the getaway from Martirosyan. All right, very nice. That's keeping the pot small. Doing well so far not to do a chunk. 7 of hearts just gives Leo even more equity. Not that he needs it. Still has the joint right now, but he has the heart improver to go with it. Could have 2 nut hands, the nut straight and the nut flush potentially.
Tomorrow we'll play with her down to 8 or 6, depending on what they have.
Down to 6 tomorrow, yeah?
Probably.
Love to see a big size here again. Maybe 250K. It's a very similar spot to the one we saw Martirosyan play just now with the aces. Would love to see a nice chunky size on this turn.
Guess that's okay.
What's that? What's that? 285,000? Love it. Chunky.
Yeah. Would you ever do that?
I don't think there's any chance that Artur can fold turn. Not even a little bit. Just remember, guys, this is cut off for his big blind as well, so the ranges are so much wider. If this was like a UTG Open, you might see Martirosyan playing real slow, worried about jacks, worried about queens, worried about kings, worried about ace-10, worried about ace.
For Martirosyan's like kind of under rep too, right? So even less of a chance.
I don't know. In the big blind, I think you're flatting a lot of your king jacks here, so I wouldn't call it an
You
under
just
rep.
expect it to be so much wider, though.
Yeah.
So here's the question: does that 9 save Martirosyan?
I think it's a good card to save him for sure. This is a form of run good for sure.
It's a very straighty board now.
It's a very straighty, 1-card straighty board, absolutely. So there is 905K in the middle. Martirosyan has 955K back. If Martirosyan isn't leading this river, there's a really good chance he doesn't have a 10, so suddenly you have to size your bet to target the 2 pairs for the hero calls. He's just not going to have the kind of hand that you want him to have on this river too often. I think probably we might see like a 1/3 river size here. Let me think. Maybe like a 40%er. Let's see what Leo has to say on the matter. Then again, he does have it to the ace. Might be trying to get paid by the rando 10, but wouldn't that lead the river? I don't think you can put Artur on too many 10x that doesn't lead river here. What was the size, guys?
675,000 chips.
Very chunky indeed.
And Martirosyan has 955 behind.
Actually going to be a super long day. Yeah. That's why you need this.
He gone. Man, credit to Martirosyan for thinking this long. lot of people very confident right now that Artur Martirosyan is going to call and fold. This is very easy, very obviously a cold. 100% a fall.
I think there's a good chance Artur thinks he got unlucky here, but this might actually be the perfect way for him to get out. Was never winning at any stage.
Yes, Martirosyan was in the Bahamas. He finished third in the PCA main event.
He never loses. Oh, makes the call.
Wow, and we'll be left with just 9 big blinds. Huge pot for Leo Lees, who moves over 3 million, 3.1, 105 big blinds.
Oh, man, I love to see Leo winning, but I hate to see Artur losing, and just an absolutely huge pot there for Leo.
The man in a van with a plan.
What a hand.
So here's what just happened at the outer table.
Call. All in and call.
Delgado all in, called by Sir Watts. Pocket fives for Mike Watson. King Jack, the hand for Delgado. And it's an ace, queen, deuce flop. A 4 on the turn. And a blank river that will send Vicente Delgado to the rail in 15th place. He cashes for 45,900 euros. Does mean that with 14 players, we have to balance the 2 tables. 2 tables of 7. And that means that Kenan Taylor will be moved off the main stage and will take a seat at the outer table.
Yeah, he's going to take his 20 big blinds with him.
So Taylor now taking that seat next to Mike Watson.
Yeah, you have to applaud Leo in that previous pot, guys. Great bet sizing. Really got max, I think.
We really need to stop losing players.
I agree.
Tomorrow is going to suck. And if it doesn't, the final table is going to suck. You know where I'm going with this.
I wanted to hear it again.
I mean, you know, we always say that there is a plan, but we can pivot. So, for example, if they get down to 6 players in 2 levels tomorrow, we'll keep going.
We have to.
We have to.
Nah, if we get down to 6. Joe Stapleton comedy live from European Poker Tour.
It's just going to be 22 minutes of Monaco is so expensive, Joe.
Let's do. Everybody wants to see that, Joe. There's nobody that doesn't want to see that.
Maybe we could reenact some of the skits. You still got the scripts buried somewhere?
Can someone give me a count of Monte Carlo costume?
And we'll need a Monaco. I mean a monocle.
Yes. Okay. If we get to that stage, guys, James is going to do the poker rap, and we're going to get 22 minutes.
Whoa.
Yeah,
whoa,
you
whoa,
can
whoa,
open
whoa.
for me.
Yeah.
That was a one-time performance.
Until now.
7-4 deuce.
I need that 5. I need that 3. Let's switch. That didn't work at all. And what a turn card. Only a 7% chance of a chop here? I do not want to see that. Sorry, love you, Staves. That's okay. You're banned.
Robin says, what if the tourney is finished before Sunday? That's fine. It's meant to finish on Saturday.
I guess Maui gets away with one there. A slightly worse hand, lots of equity. Feels like you're supposed to win that one.
$18 minutes on the level, 18 minutes on the day. How many are we going to be coming back with for day 5, the penultimate day of the EPT Monte Carlo main event? Grieco with the Grafton. Raises to 60,000 with 10-9 suited.
This is a hand. This is one of the prettiest hands there is in the game of poker.
Decision for Arnaud Ensemble? No. Artur Martirosyan. Fewer than 10 big blinds, and he is all in with the sailboats.
See about 9-ish bigs, 10-ish bigs for Martirosyan here. Actually might still get the fold from Grieco, but if there's a player at this table that doesn't mind giving him a spin, represents about 20% of Grieco's stack to make the call here. Wheeler wakes up with the 9s, though, in the big blind.
Oh, wow.
And he gets to 3-bet Grieco.
165. Let's go.
Bonus.
And he gets to squeeze Grieco out of this pot.
470. Never mind.
So Artur Martirosyan all in with 4s and racing, not racing rather, dominated by Jason Wheeler's 9s.
I'm so good.
Oh man, guys, we could be down to 13 here. Martirosyan at risk.
Yeah, it's not possible. But still, if it was GG live event, you know.
Well, obviously we know that a 9 has been folded. What about the 4s?
May the 4s be with you.
Wow, good timing.
It's smart, so you can take the 25k, right?
Flop is 9 at tray deuce. That's the case 9.
And that's pretty much case closed
Yeah,
for
it's
Artur Martirosyan.
5 of clubs for a sweat.
Almost game over unless he picks up equity on the turn, which he doesn't. Artur Martirosyan, a former EPT champion, eliminated in 14th place.
I had aces. Nice hand. I'm folding the jack.
He cashes for 45,900 euros. That's another money jump. With 13 players remaining, everyone's now guaranteed 52,750.
Okay, now no more bust outs.
Starting again from now.
You had
aces.
And what a legend, this guy. Never misses.
No, it
Very
was
unfortunate
I
running
saw.
cards there, but still a significant cash to add to his huge total, both online and live.
Or bluff, I guess. But
Suni on Twitch has loved the new details in the PokerStars software. Good job to you guys. What details? Tell us. Some of us don't get the chance to play online that often, so I need to know. What have they added? What's new?
Yeah, we did have an update recently. Might be making reference to our little widget at the top right. We have a widget of our own in the PokerStars client these days. Have you seen it?
I haven't.
Little info tab top right. Looks good. If you guys haven't done your update, update now. It's been there for a while, though. I don't think that was part of the new update, but I know they've been adjusting it. A couple slight design changes as well, just in terms of the look and feel.
See, I knew I should never have asked, because now you get people like Carl saying, the red is too bright, in my opinion.
Does this guy ever not have kings? Little small blind versus big blind action here as well. So Wheeler, 93 bigs. least 100 bigs.
You made at least 2 good for today. Oh, wait. You made at least 2 good for today.
Oh yeah, you had a6 over there?
I had
Second time.
10 for sure.
But what hand?
I can tell you. Big blind.
Why not? You just told me. You just told me you had me beat. So what does it matter if you tell me what you had?
I have better than ace jack or ace king or
You
ace 10
you have 8-5 suited, really? So what do you have?
I had a good hand, very good hand.
And now I think you bluffed me.
Check the tape.
Yeah, of course it's okay.
You would be bluffed twice. That's not good.
Now the banter's flowing. Camera's been waiting for this shit for 2 hours.
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
Like these
12
kids,
minutes to
man,
go.
poker used to be fun. The old guys would talk. Yeah.
Because they didn't know how
Would
to
you
play.
tell me someday?
Maybe after tournament, if you really want to know. I will,
After tournament, yes. After tournament. It's a deal, my friend.
Jason Wheeler opening on the button with 4-3 of hearts. You can't fold to a button raise from Jason Wheeler.
Ah, with queen 6 of diamonds. Lovely defend.
I check.
Flop.
Ace 8-8.
Nice one.
Continuation bet from Jason Wheeler.
Just over 1/3 pot.
No needle?
It felt like you had a6, but you say you don't have it? Never mind, tell me after the tournament.
Big summer. Shit.
Yeah.
So Vladik asking, are we going to have a new EPT winner, or is there someone who could win their second title? There is still one last champion remaining, Mike Watson.
Sir Watts in the field, crushing it up. Still, after all this time.
Knocking on the door and then getting close.
Imagine not going broke in a poker tournament
Got heads up in the Stars PKO. Like
in the top 13.
The 1K champion.
Imagine.
I mean, I can't even fathom what it's like. Even when you get aces, they spike a, they spike a 10 on the river on you, right, James?
Kings again, guys. Kings are hot. Hachi machi, as Joe Stapleton likes to say.
Better be careful, Jason. You're playing against Son of Haas. Good move.
You can leave your Haas on.
Alkanuts in the chat says, you guys pronounce Hassan right, but putting the emphasis on the wrong place. It's Hassan. Hey, Joe, how do you pronounce this?
Is it spelled Y-A-B-A-N-N-E-D?
That's right. It's pronounced Yaban.
Yaban.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, with the emphasis in the right place.
Yabaned.
Yabaned. There you go. Thanks for that, buddy. Appreciate it.
So Lisa's called the raise in position. We haven't seen his cards. On Solomon in the big blind with ace-6 off. Ace-9 deuce.
Always something on the something.
Always an ace on the desk.
That's how it goes.
That's not to say that Hassan doesn't still have the best hand.
We don't know.
Hassan. Not going to let that ace on the flop.
It's getting crunchier on the turn, and one thing we know for sure is that Hassan does have the nut flush draw here.
Yeah, I think Hassan is going to like the club in his hand here. Are we doing it right? Can't tell.
I think they want us to say Hassan.
Yeah, that sounds about right. No action on any street. Was surprised not to see some barrel there.
Just check it down, guys.
Nice friendly poker. Friendly poker, guys.
Action Hassan, says Barath on Twitch, which is a bit of an ironic name for this hand. There we go.
So a bet from Lease on the river of 80,000 into 195,000. Crying call here, Nick?
100%. Never folded before, ever in the history of poker. I know the ace doesn't feel great, but when the action is going check, 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 it's just going to be a call every single time, and the kings will take it. Did we see what he had?
8.
No.
He had the snowman.
In actual fact, I believe he was going for thin value with the 8s there, given the action.
Well,
no, he's a GTO wizard. Heads up, he call, 3-way fold.
You.
Me?
Yeah.
Some people questioning the fold pre by Ensemble. Uber Hikari says, who folds ace-6 in the big
I'm the
blind
owner,
for a
yes.
min raise?
Co-founder.
Just think.
Also, I don't wear a patch or something.
You don't have to, you're the CEO.
Yeah, CEOs never wear
How different Casino Royale could have turned out if the Chief had found a fold with ace-6.
Kings.
Very tight player.
Kings, aces, like
Very tight player, really.
there are other hands.
Deuces for Nicola Greco, and he's open to 80,000.
They're not gonna announce how many hands we play.
I asked.
You can just restart at the same.
Yeah, you play to the end of the level, guys. There's no redraw overnight.
I hope.
No, they're just going to run it all the way down, I think, because since we're on the clock, they don't have to stop it.
Somebody's been
They
here
stop it
before.
to prevent stalling, but they-
Jason Wheeler has been here many times.
Ducks
We get more time back.
for Greco.
Yeah, 6 more.
You know what they say about deuces, guys.
They fly together.
I made on day 1 and day 2 when everybody else was just using
Dance.
all this nonsense. Like I was just like folding or making my move.
Why aren't you dancing?
I had 10 at the start of the day, so I had 4 from yesterday. Can't take it with you once the tournament's done.
I mean,
use it all heads up to slow roll somebody.
But if I need a 5-minute tank, we fucking got it.
Just celebrate before.
Yeah. My friend messaged me on Instagram saying that he'd give me 500 euros if I slow rolled out it. But I didn't get a chance. Sorry, Weasel.
You had ace-10. You could slow.
Slowly turn it over.
Yeah. You could. Good call.
That's not really a slow roll. That's just like brutal. Brutal. No need for that.
I mean.
Yeah, slow roll's the same.
I mean, you could give out to 250, and I think you would.
I was going to say to him. I was going to say, look, my mate asked me.
You would
give you 100 euros
for
is it
250.
okay? Yeah.
For 250, you would
okay
stand it.
Oh, if you were getting free money, you had to do it.
Yeah.
Unless like you don't want to like piss them off, or like then like for the rest of the year, like you know.
Of the year, huh? Only of the year. This is of the life, Jason, not of the year.
It's free fucking.
Just
money.
random person you don't know. Just decides to slow roll you.
Well, there's
Look, I have
equity
money
to
on
be paid, right? But
No, like, I mean,
What can you do?
you pay some price.
yeah, obviously, nothing is free.
Yeah. So.
But I mean,
it's bad karma. I don't.
Rico getting a little bit loosey-goosey here from the
I don't
cutoff.
do it either,
9-4 of diamonds, not
because a friend
usually
said it
part of
and
this
then the
range.
exact thing
Does find the
actually
open.
happened, then I feel like it's
There it's the fold. Going to the blinds, though. Hassan. Makes the fold. Mao, Jack Deuce off. Probably one of the worst hands I've ever seen in the history of
I
poker.
just wanted to give you a skip.
We actually used to have a rule that when you're playing in a cash game and you start thinking about playing Jack Deuce, that's when it's time to go home.
That's when it's time to hit the hay.
Yeah.
I was praying he didn't hit a 4. I don't want to sandwich it.
Not long now, guys. About 3 minutes left on this level. This
Go
will be
to
the
sleep.
last level
Disco,
of the day. We've already eliminated
And then disco.
a significant number of players, down to 13
Just young.
going into tomorrow's coverage.
1 hour ago, he said he's going to disco. Now, my wife.
Yeah.
Leo now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-handed, ace 10 off. Absolutely got to be played here. Leo starts the hand with about 99 big blinds. In fact, probably about 101, in fact, after that raise.
So folded around to the button, and now the blinds. Leonard. 6 deuce.
Je comprends pas comment ça se passe. J'ai demandé au fleur, il m'a dit on va arrêter avant la fin. Et puis là, ça... Ok, mais du coup, genre, faut que je tente pour pas trop payer la blinde. Mais oui, mais en fait, moi j'attendais depuis tout à l'heure que. Non, moi je pensais qu'ils allaient mettre en pause. Oui, mais j'ai demandé au fleur.
6 deuce, really? No.
That guy wants to make the next day for sure.
Bag and tag come back tomorrow. King 9 for Jason Wheeler.
Yeah, in fairness, don't we all? Come on, let's be real, guys. Wheeler, definitely a hand you can defend here. King 9 seems perfectly reasonable to call that min-raise from the earlier position. I say early position, it's still 6-handed, guys. Leo's range will be wider in accordance with that. 9, 4, 10 rainbow, and I think Wheeler is probably about to do some chips unless he can improve here. Cannot be folding King 9 to a c-bet here. I don't think Leo can afford not to c-bet this board either. On the deeper side, probably we like to see like a quarter pot sizing here quite often. Sorry, excuse me, 1/3 pot is probably more frequent.
This has been a good level for Leo Lease.
Yeah. It's about to get even better here, too. Actually goes significantly bigger than expected. So there was 160 in the middle, makes it 100. And times it very well. Will absolutely punish a strong King 9. Some 10x that he has outkicked. And I think that even some 4x is supposed to call this size.
This will definitely be the last hand of the day played at the feature table. The clock ticking to 0. And Jason Wheeler finds a fold.
Wow, the larger size convinces a hand as strong as King 9 just to lay it down.
No way.
That's serious.
Yeah, even Leo can't believe it.
Wheeler still got it.
Lease may be getting a little bit greedy there with that flop bet. Meanwhile, a hand still in progress at the other table, so let's head over there. It is Arunas Spatovicius versus Joachim Haraldstad.
Attention all server players, 90 seconds to resume play. Please go back to your seats.
Looks like the blinds are out. So I'm guessing these two are not necessarily going to the flop because there has been a re-raise from Haraldstad. Saptovicius opened. Haraldstad has 3-bet. That's a call. So they are now going to the flop.
I love this one last chance.
The flop is Jack 8-8. Obviously this hand being played at the outer table, so we don't know the whole cards of the players. Check, check means we see the turn for free. Deuce of diamonds, so it's now a Jack 8-8 deuce board.
If Roman Roy doesn't win this hand, he's going to fire everybody.
Well, with no continuation bet from Haraldstad on the flop, Saptovicius is going to bet the turn. Looks like 150k. Harold! Folds. So play now concludes at the other table. So it will be 13 players bagging and tagging and coming back for the penultimate day. And we'll be kicking off the action at the start of the 20k, 40k blind level. Still a very deep average stack. Still plenty of play in this event, and maybe, just maybe, we can play through a few levels tomorrow without losing any players. Here's how things concluded at the feature table. No short stacks here. Greco's still going to have 35 bigs at the new blind level tomorrow. The biggest stack being Leo Lease with 78 big blinds. Obviously, with 13 players remaining, it's worth taking a look at the chip counts of all the remaining players. Seeing who are going to be the bosses and who are going to be the shorter stacks. So, okay, we've got one shorty, Oleg Vasilchenko with 15 bigs, but the second shortest stack, Kenan Taylor, the start of day chip lead, has got 28. I mean, the fact that Mike Watson's got a 50 big blind stack and is in the bottom half of the leaderboard tells you how deep this thing is right now. And of course, Mike Watson is the last remaining potential two-time winner, having taken down the PCA in 2016 and looking to make another EPT final table. Wow, look at the biggest stacks, both at the other table. Arunas Saptovicius and Joachim Haraldstad, 113 big blinds, 140 bigs respectively, 5.6 million for the chip leader, and plenty of other big stacks like Lease, Mao, Wheeler, and Merigal. So tomorrow, the ambition to play down from 2 tables to 1 table. The ambition to get down to 6. Check out what the guys are doing on the PokerStars blog. Check out the summary of the day's action on Poker News and join us tomorrow at the same time, 12:30 local, for live coverage of the penultimate day. We are live at 12:30. Until then, from Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, Griffin Benja, Maria Ho, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from Monaco. We'll see you tomorrow for day 5 of the main event.
Do what you gotta do, go where you wanna go, be who you wanna be, 'cause it sure feels good to me. Say what you wanna say, play what you wanna play, be who you wanna be, 'cause it sure feels good to me.